The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of methods, from from a direct recording made onto early audio tape to simply putting the microphone of a wire recorder in front of a radio speaker. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows. Welcome to the January 27th edition of Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. On this day in history, in 1820, a Russian expedition discovered the continent of Antarctica. They promptly found the climate there to be much too warm in comparison to Russia and left, vowing never to return again. In 1825, the U.S. Congress approved the creation of the Indian Territory, now present-day Oklahoma. In 1924, Lenin was placed in a mausoleum in Red Square, Moscow, because he had been such a great guy in life, I guess. And in 1944, the siege of Leningrad was lifted after 880 days and more than 2 million Russians killed. Mostly by the goulash. In 1945, Soviet troops liberated Auschwitz, concentration camps in Poland, and today is now commemorated as International Holocaust Remembrance Day. In 1973, at the Paris Peace Accords, U.S. Secretary of State William P. Rogers, North Vietnamese Minister of Foreign Affairs Nguyen Dai Thanh, and Republic of South Vietnam Minister of Foreign Affairs Nguyen Thai Binh, and Republic of Vietnam Minister of Foreign Affairs Tran Van Lam signed a ceasefire ending longest U.S. war at the time and military draft. That worked out so well. That worked out so well for South Vietnam. In 661, in 672, Saint Valliant ends his reign as Catholic Pope. Valtanian. In 1302, Dante becomes a Florentinian political exile. In 1343, Pope Clement VI issues the Bull Indulgence. And in 1534, King Francis I signed a classified treaty with Landgrave of Hesse. So, in film and TV, 1970, movie rating system modifies M to PG. In music, RCA Records releases Elvis Presley's single Heartbreak Hotel, his first million seller. And in sports, in 1894, the first college basketball game, University of Chicago beats Chicago YMCA 19-11. That's a pretty low score for basketball. But anyway, I hope you enjoyed this random assortment of facts and my mispronunciation of foreign names. And now, on with the shows. It's now time to drop in on Bud Abbott and Lou Costello and see what type of trouble they're getting into tonight.
The Abbott and Costello program, brought to you by Camels, the cigarette that's first in the service. Listen to the music of Freddie Rich and his orchestra. Billy Gray is Little Matilda. Mel Blanc is the famous Leon Schlesinger cartoon character Bugs Bunny. Tonight's guest, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer star of The Best Foot Forward, Miss Lucille Ball, and starring Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Costello, late as usual. Why, what kept you this time?
Oh, I was waiting for our new letter carrier, Abbott.
Yes?
Yeah, and it turned out to be a dame. Boy, did I have trouble with her.
And what kind of trouble?
She tried to kiss me. Yeah, she kept right on kissing me on the eyes, on the nose, on the chin.
Wait a minute. Why didn't she kiss you on the lips?
Well, she's new at the post office, and she can't find the right zone.
The right zone. There you go again, Costello. I can read your mind like a book. All I can see is women, women, and women.
Where did you turn to page 4? You'll find some girls.
Hey, girls. Every night you're out late with girls. Last night you were out with 2.
Yeah, but I only caught one.
No.
Boy, was she beautiful. I met her down at the Lone Palm, King Johnny's joint.
Oh.
Was she a gorgeous aircraft worker?
She was?
What a fuselage.
A fuselage?
That little aircraft worker did something to me, brother.
No kidding.
I took her in my arms. I felt the pounding in my chest.
You mean your heart was beating?
No, she forgot to turn off her riveting machine.
Now, see here, Costello, you'll have to stop this. Either you stop going around with all these girls and talking about them all the time, or we're through.
I didn't know you felt that way, Abbott.
Yes.
All right, I promise. I won't look at another girl if I live to be 1,000 years old.
Hello, my fat little sugar man.
How time flies. Gee, Connie, you look cute tonight.
Do you really think so, honey?
Yeah. Now I know what they mean by the solid South.
All right, Costello, look.
Don't get it, eh?
Now, all right, look. If you're so anxious to go out with girls, why don't you pick out some nice girl like Connie Haynes here?
Connie won't go out with me.
Yes, I will, Mr. Costello. I had a fight with my family tonight, and I want to disgrace them.
See, what did I tell you, Abbott? There's no use.
I'm surprised at you. Did George Washington give up at Valley Forge?
He had a tough time.
Never mind. Did Paul Revere give up?
No, but Paul Revere had a horse he could depend on.
Well, you've got me.
I'd rather have the horse.
Well, Mr. Costello, I'll go out with you on one condition. If you all get me a pair of nylon stockings.
A pair of nylon stockings? That's a deal.
Now, don't be silly, Costello. You can't get nylon.
Who can't? I can get 1 pair, 2 pair. I can get a dozen pair of nylon. That OPA hears everything.
Goodbye, my fat little sugar man. I'll see you at 8 o'clock tonight with the nylons.
Gee, Abbott, I guess I talked too fast. Where am I going to get a pair of nylons? I want to go out with Connie Haynes.
Well, why don't you be smart? Be nice to Mrs. Niles.
That's right, Costello. My wife has a pair of nylon stockings.
Now, wait a minute, Niles. You mean a dame with those ugly legs spends money for stockings?
Well, now, what do you expect her to wear?
Hip boots.
Hip boots.
I heard that remark, Costello.
Oh, well, if it isn't Mrs. Niles in the flesh. And I use the word loosely.
Oh, you funny man. And I use the word physically. You know, there's nothing wrong with my legs. Why, I was once a ballet dancer. I used to kick my leg way up in the air.
Yeah, and on the way down, you catch it.
Now, look, why do you fight with Mrs. Niles? Her legs are very attractive.
Are you kidding? She's so bow-legged, every time she runs, she looks like an egg beater. Am I insulting you?
My legs are perfectly straight, Costello. Look at them. They're just like arrows.
Feathers and all.
is. Of all the nerve. I'm not an old hen.
Oh, no. Get back into your coop. Come on, get back in your
Now, you
coop.
stop that.
Hit.
Now, stop that, I said. Quick. Stop that, I said. Quick. Kenneth, will you please say something? Kenneth Niles, you come with me.
Niles?
Door slams.
Never
Oh,
mind that.
No, excuse me.
Come here, Costello.
Well, it was written here. in the
Never
script.
mind what's written there.
Excuse me, it's business.
Well, you've driven Mrs. Niles out of the studio again.
Oh, pilot to navigator. Sided dame. Tank same.
I think that's very funny, but I'm only 3.5 years old.
It's little Matilda. Matilda, what are you doing out of school?
My teacher sent me home because I kissed a little boy.
You kissed a boy?
Well, it wasn't exactly a kiss. We were eating the same liquor stick, and I chewed past my hair.
Now, look, Matilda, will you please go home?
I can't. I'll get lost.
Oh, no, you won't. The train stops at every station.
Why does it stop at every station, Uncle Louie?
Because it's a milk train.
Do they have to milk it at every station?
How do you like a little kid, 3.5 years old, wants to know if you have to milk a train?
Milk a train.
It's impossible. You can't milk a train.
That's silly.
How's he going to get a big train to sit on a little stool?
Now, look, Matilda, please. Don't worry, Uncle Louie. He's trying to get a pair of nylon stockings.
You could get a pair of nylon stockings from my friend Betty Grable.
Betty Grable? How do you know she has nylons?
Because that's where I saw her put her money.
The Bank of America never had branches like that.
Wait a minute, Matilda. Maybe you can help Uncle Louie. Do you really know Betty Grable?
Yeah. Here's a picture of us on a bicycle. That's me on the handlebars.
Mm-hmm. But why have you got such a surprised look on your face?
Cold handlebars.
Go ahead.
And now back to Abbott and Costello and their search for nylon stockings.
Well, Costello, I guess we came to the right place. Look at that sign. Square deal, Biggle Bottoms, the happy. Oh, so happy store. Costello, what was that?
That was Beaglebottom making a cheerful refund.
Oh, boy. I wonder where the hosiery department is. Let's ask this fellow over here. Pardon me, mister. Are you the floor walker?
What do you think I am with this carnation on a flower pot? After all, I'm not a jerk, you know.
Well, you're not trying.
Costello, don't antagonize the man. He might be able to help you, you know.
Oh, I think you got something there, Abbott. Mister, please, mister, I wish you could do something for me. I gotta get a pair of nylons.
We haven't any nylons, and stop licking my hand.
It's no use, Abbott.
All right. Forget about the nylons and the date with Connie Haynes.
Just a moment, gentlemen. I can give you a tip on a real bargain. Due to a slight oversight in our tailoring department, we have 4,000 pairs of three-legged pants.
Three-legged pants? That's great. I'll tell all my three-legged friends.
But don't tell them all. Remember, only one pair to a customer.
Come on, Abbott, let's get out of here and away from this guy.
All right, don't get excited. Wait a minute. We'll try the sales girl here. Oh, miss, can you tell us where we might get a pair of nylons?
Sorry, I can't help you. You see, I'm in long underwear.
Itchy, isn't it?
Stop insulting people. Now, there's only one way to get those nylons, Lou. Listen to me. We'll have to see Mr. Beetlebottom. Personally, we've got to do this. Now, come on. Here's the elevator. Up.
That's enough, Abbott.
Up,
Abbott!
up.
Cut it out. Have you tried baking soda?
Look, never mind that.
All right, folks, step lively. Get a move on. Plenty of room on the second layer.
Are you going up?
Yeah. What's up, Doc? What's cooking, Pacho?
Costello, look, it's Bugs Bunny.
Hey, Bugs, what are you doing running an elevator?
Well, I'm replacing a woman. That's essential, Doc.
Come on, stop wasting time. Get us up there.
Okay, Doc. Going up. Go up too fast for you, Pacho?
No, I always wear my pants at half-mast.
Bugs, will you please let us out?
Okay, Doc. 8th floor, chewing gum, chocolate bar, sweet cream, butter, T-bone steaks, and other picture postcard.
Yeah, but I'm going to murder this rabbit.
No, don't pay any attention to him. Now, we've got to see Mr. Bigglebottom about those nylon stockings. There's his secretary. Pardon me, miss. Can we see Mr. Bigglebottom?
Okay, did you have an apartment?
An apartment? No.
Then where did you want to see him about?
I want to see him about some nylon stockings.
Oh, Nerlons are having a big sale in just a moment down that second Earl.
Oh, thanks. Come on, Herbert. What kind of talk is that?
Well, stop talking like that. Hurry up. We'll miss the sale.
Here you are, people. Here you are. Nylon stockings. Nylon stockings.
Hey, you over there. I'll take a pair.
Who's selling? I'm buying.
Guy must be from Nancy's.
Hey, Costello, stop fooling around. Look up at that sign there. One pair of nylons goes on sale in less than a minute.
Hey, but there's 500 women ahead of me.
Oh, what do you care? Go on. Squeeze through.
Oh, just a minute, young man. You can't squeeze in here.
Okay, babe. Let's go outside.
Hey, you. Watch how you're talking to my mother. She's a pistol-packing mama.
What are you, one of the blanks?
Quiet, Costello.
Is everybody quiet? Everybody quiet, please. Quiet. We are about to put on sale one pair of nylons. Remember, only one pair. The first one to get to the counter will receive the nylons and free medical attention. All right, get ready now.
All right, Fatso, you gotta win this race, Doc.
Hey, Bugs, what are you doing on my back?
I'm your jockey, Doc.
How can I run fast with you on my back?
Don't worry, I got a whip. Hey, Fatso, your stirrups are loose.
Take your feet out of my garter belt.
They're off, and they're running at Beagle Bottoms. It was a bumpy start, and Costello broke fast. Rounding the hard way, he's pulling away. At the half, it's Costello cutting through the girdle department. Hey, he's into the back stretch. It's Costello by 4, by 6, and now a final drive down to home. It's Costello all the way. There's nothing between him and the nylons. He can't lose. He's across the finish line. And ladies and gentlemen, here is the winner, Miss Lucille Ball.
Hey, what's this gag about Lucille Ball? Come on, you. Give me those stockings.
Hey, Costello, take your hands off that girl. It is Lucille Ball.
Yes, and you won't get the stockings by wrestling with me.
Who wants stockings?
Miss Ball, I'd like to apologize for this unseemly conduct. I'm Bud Abbott.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Abbott? You're the organ grinder, aren't you?
Yes. No. What makes you think I'm an organ grinder?
Well, I thought I recognized that monkey with you.
Now, wait a minute, kid.
Costello.
Who's the monkey? I mean, after all, I'll unfinished speech.
Costello. Costello, come here. Shh, quiet. Now, you've got to play up to Miss Ball if you want to get those nylons. Remember, you can catch more flies with sugar than you can with vinegar.
Who wants flies? I ain't got enough points.
Wait a minute. Look, Miss Ball, it's very important for Costello to get those nylon stockings.
My cue, thank you.
Yes.
Yes, and you don't need them, Seal.
Who don't need them?
Name me 2 good reasons.
What are these 2 things I'm standing on? Chopped liver?
Abbott, you're
Costello,
on.
just a minute, look. Look, you better let me take care of this. You know, Lou, after all, we understand things. Women are putty in my hand.
Yeah, but who wants a handful of putty?
Ah, shut up. I'll have you know that I've got the savoir-faire.
You ain't even got coffee.
Now.
Hey, look, Lucille, why won't you give me those nylons?
Give you the nylons. You've got a lot of nerve. You're nothing but a cheap panhandler. You're not even a man.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, now there's a great ad lib.
Come on, look at the sheet. That's all. Read what's on there.
Well, I think I'll take the nylons home. So long, slug. See you in the slot machine.
Well, you fix things fine, Costello. What are you going to do now?
Well, I'm going to dash right out to Lucille Ball's house. Get those stockings and dash right back.
Yes, but what if she's putting them on?
Pilot to navigator. Cancel that last dash.
Costello. Here we are at Lucille Ball's house. Now, remember, you've got to make an impression on her to get those nylon stockings. Comb your hair.
It is combed, Abbott. Look, ain't it plastered down nice?
What did you use to plaster it down?
Plaster.
Plaster? How come your hair's so yellow?
Mustard plaster. Boy, watch me go to work on that Lucille Ball. I'll turn on a Tom.
You'd better let me handle it, Costello. She's more of my type. I go for those trim ankles.
You couldn't afford the upkeep on an ankle like that?
Why not?
That's a very classy joint.
Oh, shut up here. I'll ring the bell.
Never mind. Don't ring the bell. Can't you read the sign? Maid sleeping. I'll knock.
Oh, it's about time you guys got here. You'll find the ladder and saw in the basement.
Ladder and saw?
Yeah, aren't you fellows from the tree surgeons? I was expecting somebody here to trim my tree trunks.
We're only interested in your limbs.
Look, Miss Ball, I'm afraid you have us confused with somebody else. You met us in the department store, remember? I'm Abbott.
And I'm Costello. You must have a poor memory for faces.
Yeah, especially for poor faces. Listen, what do you guys want here? It's too late for Halloween. It's too early for Groundhog Day.
Now, wait a minute. Will I? Do I look like a groundhog? No coaching, please.
Quiet, Costello. Get away from me. I'll take care of this. Miss Ball, we're just trying to be neighborly. You know how the laundry situation is, and we're here to help you with your washing. For instance, we wash stockings and...
Yeah, stockings.
Yeah.
Well, that sounds interesting. Is your laundry service fast?
Fast. We bring it back before it's clean.
You see, Miss Ball, we're especially expert in the care of nylon stockings.
Yeah, nylons.
Nylons.
Wait a minute. Are you fellas trying to talk me into something?
No, we're trying to talk you out of something.
Well, I'm not interested. You'll have to leave now.
Hey, Abbott, I think we're sunk. What am I going to do?
Turn on the charm. Go ahead. Make love to her.
Okay. Oh, Lucille, please don't send me away. I've always admired you. Come, sit with me on this love sheet, baby. Please, baby. And put your feet, or your face, your foot in my hands.
Now.
Put something in my hand.
Yeah, now turn it on, Costello. Turn it on. Go ahead.
Lucille, I've lived for this moment. We were meant for each other. I was born to kneel at your feet.
Get this GI haircut with a civilian approach.
Don't spur me, Lucille. Did everybody go out? Don't spur me, Lucille. I love you. I love you, Lucille. I love you. I adore you. When I look at your face, it sets my brain on fire.
I thought I smelled punk burning.
Hey, Abbott, what should I say?
Recite poetry to her.
Recite poetry?
Yeah.
Okay. Ashes to ashes and dust to dust. If I don't get you, Tommy Manville must.
Just a second. Who do you think you are, Santa Claus?
No, why?
Then stay away from my stockings. What are you trying to do, fat boy?
Fat boy? Who's fat? Look at my shape, Lucille. Of course, I go in here, then I go out there, and I go in here a little, and then I go out there a little more than I go in here a little. And that's funny. I don't come back in again.
Oh, stop being silly, Costello. Everybody knows you're fat.
Sure. I was talking to your tailor at Universal. He says he measured you for 2 days before he even met you.
Costello. These right,
Funny
Costello.
remark. Hey, kid.
Look, Lou, why don't you stop all this nonsense? The best thing to do is put your cards on the table. Come on.
Okay, Abbott. It's this way, Lucille. I promised a pair of nylon stockings to a girl. And if you give me your nylons, I'll let you work in my next picture.
Threatening me will get you nowhere.
Oh, we could do a terrific love scene. Come here, Lucille. I'll show you the kiss. I'm getting the hiccups. The kiss that made me famous. Ready?
Ready.
Contact.
Wow, where did you learn to kiss like that?
Siphoning gas out of cars. Well, what do you say, Lucille? How about another kiss?
No, thanks. I'd rather give you the stockings. You fellas turn your backs and I'll take them off.
Come on, Costello. Turn around.
Yeah, and no rubbernecking.
Don't worry. I won't rubber. Ball. I thought it was funny.
You're just the type that would rubber, heel.
Well, I hope you're happy, Costello. You finally got those nylons. Now let's go.
Come in.
Hello, Lucille, darling. I just came over to... Why, my fat little sugar man, what are you all doing here two-timing on me? You all are kids, sir. I never want to see you again. What do you say to that?
Well, shut my mouth. Abbott, she did.
It serves you right.
Okay, so what are we going to do about it? I mean, after all, look, Connie, why do you treat me this way? Look, I got to get you the... I got you the nylon stockings.
Why, sure enough, honey. Bless your fat little heart. Well, why didn't you have them wrapped as a gift?
Wrapped as a gift? I thought you were going to wear them.
Shucks, no. I'm giving them to Lucille Ball.
Lucille Ball? Wait a minute. Then who have I got a date with tonight?
Not with me, sugar.
And not with me, Shorty.
That's all. Nobody wants me. The world's against me.
Don't talk like that, Lou. I'm your pal. My arms are around you. How do you feel?
I still feel lonesome.
Then rest your head on my shoulder, Lou.
Okay, Abbott.
Now, how do you feel?
Much better. Let's dance.
Get out of here!
Abbott and Costello will be back in just a moment. And now, here's Abbott and Costello with the final word.
Thanks, Ken. Well, folks, next Thursday is Thanksgiving, and Jane Wyman will be here to help us celebrate.
And be sure to tune in, everybody. We won't have a turkey, but that Jane Wyman. What a chicken!
Woo!
Good night, folks.
Good night.
Good night, everybody at the Lone Pond. Woohoo!
This is Ken Niles wishing you all a very pleasant good night from Hollywood.
Now it's time to join someone who entertained the troops for more than 50 years, Bob Hope.
Dirty people. That'll never be in. I'll cut that out now. My little nephew Frank to the toilet. That's all, folks. We'll never follow it. Oh, are they fast here tonight? I never thought of it. Honest to God, I didn't. Jim, it's not like that every Sunday. We never... I took my little nephew Frank to the Toyland. He's a cute kid. He has an open-toed head. A wonderful gag. I wanted to try it. Of course, that makes a straight line out of the punchline here. That's the first time I've ever seen a question, the answer top the punchline. And are the kids tough down there in Toyland? Are they tough? I want to get this whole thing off my mind before I continue. I saw a couple of kids dragging a sack around. I said, why don't you go to see Santa Claus? They said, who do you think we got in the bag? Say, Bill, come here.
What's the matter, Bob? Need help?
That's Bill. No, I just got here too early, that's all. But, Bill, I saw you shopping yesterday. You were in the fur department. What were you doing, buying a fur coat for your girl?
Oh, no, not in that place, Bob. You see, I have a test for furs.
You have a test for furs? What is it?
Oh, yes. Well, I go into a fur store and I set a white mouse free.
Wait a minute. You set a white mouse free?
Well, sure. If nothing catches it, I talk business.
You'll never follow the other gag. Say, did you get a load of that floor walker in that department store?
Yeah, wasn't he pretty? Tell me, Bob. What were you and he arguing about?
Well, I asked him if he could help me find some yarn, and he said he couldn't since he was in lingerie.
Yes?
I said, lingerie? What do you think I'm in, muslin?
Well, listen, Bubbles, you got to see Santa Claus.
Sure, Bill. I saw Santa Claus. He smiled at me, then he winked and said, I never thought you'd get away from that audience in Pittsburgh.
By the way, Bob, are you giving me something this year?
Why, yes. Now, last year it was gloves, wasn't it?
Yes.
Well, this year I think I'll just repeat that.
Gee, you mean I'm getting the other one?
Yeah, well, I had to meet you before I knew that a man could buy one cufflink.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Gad, what an old card wouldn't give for dialogue like that. Well, anyway, Bill, good old Christmas will soon be here, I think.
Yes, Bob. Have a cigar?
Have a cigar. Are you a little drunk or a proud father?
Oh, no, Bob. I just want you to try one. I tried one on my uncle before, but it really wasn't a fair test. He had a weak heart.
Bill, you've been awful fresh since Phil Harris showed you how to do your hair.
Well, it's not that, Bob. I'm just worried. I still don't know what to get Maisie for Christmas.
Are you still going around with that Lifebuoy success story?
She's not bad, Bob. She's just the down-to-earth type.
Listen, if she was any more down-to-earth, she'd creep.
Say, I saw Skinny shopping with his girlfriend. You know, Bob, the fat one? Boy, is she fat.
Fat. She's so fat, no matter where she sits in the theater, she's on the aisle.
Well, you know, for a fat girl, she has a lot of poise. I noticed her hands, for instance. They were so calm and still.
Yeah, that comes from milking cows.
It does?
Yeah, she's milked so many cows, she's got contented hands. But I should run down his girl. How about that shoplifter of yours?
Shoplifter? Now, listen, just because a few little things happen to catch on my girl's clothes, that doesn't make her a shoplifter.
Oh, no. Well, why was she wearing that combination bustle and iron claw machine?
Well, she doesn't want to meet Orson Welles unprepared. And now Bob Hope brings you his version of that popular song, Santa Claus. Now Bob Hope brings you his version of that popular song, Santa Claus is Coming to Town. Say, Bob.
Yes.
Bob.
Yes, Bill.
What are you looking so sad about?
Oh, the whole world looks black to me.
Oh, did you give points against him, too?
Yeah, I certainly lost plenty.
Well, Bob, you've got to do something to make some money fast. And listen, I know how you can make a fortune in a couple of days.
No use, Bill. My doodle bug is broken.
No,
That's the thing you
Bob.
find gold with, you know.
No, Bob, I don't mean you should go digging for gold. I don't think you should do that.
I gotta be careful of this audience. You really have a blackboard here tonight. Take it.
Bob, I don't really think you should go digging for gold. There are other ways to get rich, you know. Investments, big business. Maybe we could open our own movie studio.
You remind me of Mayor LaGuardia.
You do. Well, what kind of business do you want to fail in this week?
Well, this week I'd like to get into something unusual, something that will attract attention, Bill.
Bob, don't tell me you're going to put on your one-piece bathing suit again.
No, I think I'll open up a shop to sell Christmas presents, some kind of Christmas presents people always buy. I've got it. I'll sell ties. I can start by selling the one I'm wearing.
Oh, no, Bob. You can't make much money selling one tie.
Oh, no. Saturday afternoon they sold one to 103,000 people. Tuesday night we have a big flag. helps a little. Anyway, this is the time of year everybody's getting toys for the children. I think I'll start manufacturing them. The first thing I do, I'll put out dolls.
Well, that'll be a switch. You putting a doll out.
And anyway, you know, I could make rattles.
Yeah, you certainly could, Vi. You got the head for it.
Well, hesitation. Bill, I've got a great idea for a wonderful toy. It's a little box, and in it is a little man that always pops up at the most unexpected moments with the angriest expression on his face.
Oh, Bob, that's a Jack in the Box.
No, Bill, that's a sponsor. But I'm going in the toy business. I'll sell thousands of roller skates. Everybody will know my roller skates. They'll be on the tip of their tongues.
That ain't the way I heard it, Johnny.
Very sly stuff. Wait a minute, Bill. I just thought of something. We'll need a little money to get this toy factory started.
Well, you can borrow it from the government.
Now, Bill, I wouldn't think of borrowing money from the government.
Oh, don't like poor people, eh?
No, Bill. I've got my own plan for opening this toy factory. I'll borrow the money from Skinny Ennis.
Skinny, where did he get money?
Ripley pays him to keep undercover.
Well, he couldn't have picked a better program.
Set the mic up high. It's working like that. I can see the toy factory now. Bob Hope, prop. Skinny Ennis, prop. Yeah, one on each side of him, holding him up. You'll see. In no time at all, I'll have that toy shop going full blast. Hello? Hope's Toy Factory. We nail them, you mail them.
Listen, Mr. Hope, this is Mrs. Brown. I bought a package of toys for my son, and the darts are missing. Are you sure you put them in? I can't find them.
You can't find the darts? Wait, I'll look for them here.
Never mind, I
Say, Skin, come over here. What do you think of the toy shop? How do you like working for me?
Well, Bob, but you better take me out of the Deanna Durbin doll department.
I better take you out of the Deanna the thing, or you take it right out of there? Well, let's get it all. The Deanna the why, Skin?
Shucks, man, those dolls are driving me crazy. I'm in love with 5 of them, engaged to 2 others.
Well, Skin, let's get some work done around here. Wrap up this fireplace and send it to Hetty Lamar.
Man, what does Hetty Lamar want with a fireplace?
Well, this one blazes right back at her. Hello, Bob Hope's Dollies of 1939.
Mr. Hope, this is Mrs. Smith. We bought some of your electric trains last week, and my husband tried to fix one of them.
He tried to fix one of the electric trains.
Yes. Ever since he plugged it in, he's been on his hands and knees in front of it, and that was 3 days ago.
3 days ago? Well, do you think anything's wrong?
Well, I don't know, but every time a streetcar goes by, his eyes light up.
Say, where's my secretary, Miss Sludge?
Coming.
Miss Sludge. Miss Sludge, take a letter.
Take a letter, say, who do I look like, Jim Farley?
You would if you had a little more hair. Now, tell me, Sludgy, can you take shorthand?
Oh, yeah, you just try it and I'll slap you silly.
That's also dirty. That's a dirty gag, you know that? Now to get on with that letter. I hope you folks don't get it. I think I'll, you and I, eh, Bud? Now, to get on with that letter, I think I'll dictate.
Huh?
I said, I think I'll dictate.
Well, you got the chin for it. You know, boss, I got a complaint. That Skinny Ennis keeps annoying me.
You mean just because Skinny keeps kidding you, why he's only pulling your leg?
I know, but it keeps coming off.
You know, Miss Sludge, you're kind of cute. I'd like to take you over to Catalina Island. Can you swim?
Yeah, but not that far. And say,
Hey, you ought to tend to business. What'll I do with all these bills that just came in?
Oh, pay them at once, of course. Here's the money.
You can tell this is only a radio program. Believe me.
Kid, I'm a little worried about our sales. Now, how have the games been selling this year?
Not so good. Some goon called up about a game we ain't got in stock. Some game called post office, so I... Oh, operator, I was disconnected.
Say, Bob, I got in more trouble. I was blowing up one of those bubble pipes and it backfired.
Well, what's so bad about that, Skinny?
Man, every time I hiccup, I give myself a bubble bath.
Forget that. Tell me, how are things with the Diddy dolls?
Oh, things are pretty much the same with the Dottie dolls. No change.
Hey, Mr. Hope.
Yes, what is it?
Listen, I'm Jones, the foreman in... Listen, Mr. Hope. Mr. Hope.
It's just 3 doors down.
I don't want to go there. I want to talk to you.
Well, I wish you'd go there first.
I want to talk to you, Mr. Hope.
Well, if you can talk in that condition, okay. Go. I mean, we might as well go all the way.
Listen, I'm Jones, the foreman in the... I'm Jones, the foreman in the department where
Wait, I'll loosen you a straitjacket for you. Go right ahead, kid. You sleep with boxing gloves. Go ahead, it's all right.
Listen, I'm Jones, the foreman... I'm going to quit, Mr. Hope.
It's okay, you're not helping me any.
I ain't doing myself no good either. I'm Jones. Yeah.
We couldn't get a break like this on the air, you know.
Well, look.
You're Jones, I know.
Look, I'm the foreman in the department where we make them little brown bears, see? Now, I'm on the conveyor belt, and all day long, them little brown bears go by. Brown bears, brown bears, brown bears.
Well, you don't have to learn with that character, you can get your own program. The hell with me.
Listen, I gotta quit. I gotta get out, understand?
Why? Why, you've watched thousands of those little brown bears go by. Why have you got to quit now?
Well, today at 3:30, a white one come along.
From now on, you're Mr. Jones. Oh, we gotta quit. Start working on a switch for the brown bears for next week. Hurry up. Get the door. What's the door? Oh, yeah, that's in there. Hiya, Skin. Gee, listen. When I press this... I want to tell you something now. You are following dynamite. Just step in and be happy. Hey, listen, Bob. Oh, dear, let's just throw it away, huh? Go ahead. Over to Republican headquarters.
What do Republicans want to check this for, Bob?
They're planning to make a move in 1940. Hello? Hope's Toy Factory. Charge accounts for all. Doodad with our doodads.
Mr. Hope.
Yes?
Have you got a sailor there that winds up?
You're awful dirty out there tonight. It's a very cute little gag. Doodad with our doodad. Let's not have that undercurrent of tittering. Well, they were, Tom. They just kept snickering back in there.
Mr. Hope?
Yes.
Mr. Hope, have you got a sailor there that winds up?
Have we a sailor? Get the smelling salts. Who is this, Miss Jones? What'd you say?
Is this Hope's toy factory?
Yes.
Well, have you got a sailor there that winds up?
Yes. Yes, we have a sailor that winds up.
Well, tell him to wind up over my house.
Come on, Skin, stop loafing on the job.
I ain't loafing, Bob. I've been over to the doll department examining the doll house.
Say, Skin, there's been something I've been wanting to ask you about those doll houses. How do they look from the inside? Say, Well, I see you finally got that Mickey Mouse all blown up.
Shucks, man, I gave that up. Here's my lung.
Say, fellas. This is Sister Jones, yes. What can I do for you, sir? What is it, kid?
Listen, do you have one of those toy bears that talks way down deep and gruff in his throat?
Yes. Do you want to buy one?
Oh, goodness, no. I just want to find out how he does it.
Well, Miss Sludge?
This toy train, a Republican just wanted to buy it, and the electric engine hissed at him.
Gee, must run on Washington, D.C. current.
Gee whiz,
That's the finish of the gag.
Here?
That's the finish of the gag.
You got some awful stuff here. You know that, don't you?
Yeah.
I brought a rubber crocodile home for my nephew, and gee, it's too realistic.
What do you mean?
Well, every time he puts it in the bathtub, Johnny Weissmuller dives in through the window with a knife between his teeth.
Well, if you don't like the way I run things here, you can get out and get another job as a secretary.
What, I should quit now just after I broke in your knee?
Well, stay if you want to, but don't be fresh for the customers. They'll think I've got a monkey working for me, not a human.
So it's monkeys to humans I am, eh? Comes the evolution, it'll be different, believe me.
Hello, Bob. Will somebody wait on me?
Well, Bill Goodwin, Miss Sludge here will take care of you. Here, wait on this customer, Sludge.
Well, if it ain't Fungus Face.
Say, miss, I want to buy a toy embroidery set.
Okay, how old is the child?
What child? This is for me.
For you. Listen, Rosebud, why don't you go home and press a flower?
Listen, Abe, I don't want any trouble with you. How about a date tonight?
A date? Say, are you trying to pick me up?
Well,
Okay, you talked me into it.
Say, Bill, are you going out with Miss Sludge?
All right, so I ain't need.
Hello, Hope's Toys.
Hello. This is one of the 4 daughters, remember? Now we're the 4 wives. And would you send over some tiny garments?
Well, tiny garments. How soon will you need them?
Tomorrow, we're joining the floor show at Earl Carroll's.
Gosh, things are piling up. Hey, Skin.
Yeah, I'm boss.
Say, how'd you get into my private office so fast? I thought the door was locked.
Shucks, man, the door was locked, but the keyhole was open. I'm going to quit rushing around like this.
Now, look, Skinny, if you stay with me, I'll reward you by taking you to see a movie tonight, The Cat and the Canary.
The cat and the canary, egad, every night the same thing.
Young man.
Yes, sir. Welcome to the toy factory. What can I do for you?
I represent your sponsor, and I'd like a dozen sets of building blocks, and a dozen teddy bears, and a dozen rattles.
What's the occasion? What's the occasion? The kiddie party?
Oh, no, Mr. Hope. You know Christmas is coming, and I just wanted to get a little something for your writers.
Well, I beg your pardon. Doesn't anybody wait on people here? Is this where you buy junk?
Yes, ma'am. Come in and bring your brat with you.
Come on, Yardley. Say hello to the nice man.
Ah, nuts.
Yardley, darling. Say hello. I'll beat your brains out.
Nuts. He's a nice little monster, isn't he? He'll probably grow up to be a leader someday. This guy kills me tonight. I don't know. He'll probably grow up to be a leader someday of the Black Hand.
Nuts. Yardley, every time you say that, I'm going to take a dime out of your bank.
Nuts.
There. Isn't he awful? I can't do a thing with him.
I can. Here's $1. Let him shoot the worst.
Nuts.
Say, Bob, no punch is still as funny. Where are we?
Hey, have you got the list of those kids you want toy trains for Christmas?
Oh, the kids that want toy trains? Yes, I got the list right here. Want me to read it?
Yeah.
Well, there's Wallace Beery, Victor McLaglen, Boris Karloff, Clark Gable, Gary Cooper.
What about you, Bob? What you want?
Well, there's Madeline Carroll, Ann Sheridan, Dorothy Lamour, Lana Turner, a free pass to Earl Carroll.
Calling Mr. Hope. This is the foreman in the baby carriage department. Man Mountain Dean is shopping down here, and we're doing everything to please him. Now he insists on wheeling a baby carriage up and down Hollywood Boulevard.
Well, what are you so mad about?
What am I so mad about? I'm in it.
Say, Bob, I was just thinking, while I'm working here, I ought to get some stuff for my girlfriend.
That fat girlfriend of yours, Skin? Boy, is she fat.
She sure is, Bob. I never realized until last night when we were standing in front of the fireplace and I helped her pinch her stocking. But she's a swell kid. You know, little girls are made of spice and everything nice.
If your girls are made of spice, they must have drained the West Indies.
Say,
Bill's doing a hell of a sketch here, don't you think?
Doing it good, too. Jay, are you the proprietor? Well, speak up, young man. Speak up. Last week, I bought a toy for my son in your store.
Say, did you always talk like that?
Oh, no. And let me tell you something. Don't ever look down when you're opening a jack-in-the-box.
Oh, why, hello, little girl. Who are you?
My name is Virginia, and my little girl friends tell me there isn't any Santa Claus.
Virginia, your little friends are wrong. There is a Santa Claus.
Wow, well, I clean up. I got 10 to 1.
Oh, hello.
Mr. Hope.
Yes?
Say, listen, I'm just the cutest little fella that you've ever seen. My nose is always red, my clothes are always green. But though my face is funny and I work for St. Nicholas, compared to me, Hope, you look ridiculous.
Say, who is this?
Oh, I'm just a lonely little elf sitting on a shelf all by myself.
Well, why aren't you outside watching the reindeer?
In California, there isn't any, darling.
Well, Mrs. Frontenac, side saddle. Say, with that searching look in your eye, I suppose you're after a toy, or am I mispronouncing it?
Oh, no, Mr. Hope, be careful or I'll cut your yo-yo string.
Something else for you folks to work on? After the show, let's all go to the main street, huh? I don't think we'd enjoy it after this, but where are we? Oh, yeah, right in there where you cut my yo-yo. Well, come let's get back to the last hour here. 40 minutes left here. Well, Fronty, I'm glad you drooped in.
Oh, you have a charming little shop here. Tell me, is this big, beautiful factory really yours?
Well, once a week I wrestle a man from the finance company for it. What can I do for you, Fronty?
There's not one of those toy giraffes.
All right. Would you like a long neck?
Oh, you dear boy. Do you think we have time?
This stuff isn't filthy. It just sounds that way now. You know, this stuff isn't dirty. It just sounds that way now. Everything is just being misinterpreted. The whole... You know how when you go to those parties, everything sounds like that. You have a scotch and... No, we're not there. Let's
I think I'd like to look around a bit. Is this Christmas candy really old-fashioned?
Is it really old-fashioned? Do you remember the Maine?
Of course not.
Well, that candy does.
I must bring some home to my husband. Oh, did I tell you the glad tidings? I'm married again.
Again? How many times does this make, Peggy?
Oh, this is the fifth. Come next relief check. You'll never believe who I married until you see him. Oh, here comes my husband now.
Up, Thunder. Up, Blitzers. Ah, greetings, Hickey. This little chickie married good old St. Nicky.
Those white whiskers, are you really Santa Claus, or does somebody frighten Orson Welles?
Ah, yes. I'm Santa Claus and not a creature disturbing. I've been deloused.
Don't forget, I'm your wife.
Oh, yes. Allow me to present this little bit of lavender and old face.
So she's your wife, Santa Claus?
Ah, yes. This is Santa Anita.
Well, I'm charmed.
The feeling is pari-mutual.
Santa Anita, tell me, where's your $2 window?
Well, this isn't it.
I'll say this and do this for my last program on the air. And I know what you're thinking. Where are we here? Isn't that awful? Isn't that awful?
Well, you know Robert Hope, dear. He's associated with Easter.
Well, how did you ever happen to meet your wife, Santa?
One day I got a new shipment of reindeer, and what was I going to do? Throw that one out?
I see you've got quite a few reindeer out there.
Ah, yes. Dancer, Prancer, Donner, Blitzen, and Shapiro.
Shapiro, how did he get in there? He's a relative.
During the holiday season.
Let's not read that word there. No. Oh, my God. They'll take it dirty. Oh, you don't know what's coming. Let's not do it. Let's jump to the finish. Oh, no. Oh, they're dirty-minded here tonight. Let's not... I've never seen an audience like this.
All this excitement during the holiday season reminds me of the first time I was kissed by a man.
Come, dear. No hard luck stories, please.
You must be very fond of your wife, Professor.
I am indeed. I am going to have her teeth filled with iron and throw magnetic mines at her.
How can you say that? Don't you ever kiss your wife?
Ah, yes. Non-habit forming, isn't it? I was telling her this morning she looks aristocratic. She looks as if she were born with a brass rail under her foot.
Oh, don't listen. Goodness. Oh, Mr. Holt, don't listen to Mush. His mind is as soggy as a bartender's shoe.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Can't you two talk nicely to each other? Will you read that line for me?
Yes, but who'd laugh?
Well, I'm glad you came. I'm glad you came here to get your toys. How about an erector set?
Oh, we've got an erector set.
You have got an erector set? Oh, that's play it like it's straight. Yes, what do you think is holding her up? Well, I never expected to see Santa Claus.
There ain't no Santa Claus, I tell you. There ain't no Santa Claus.
Say, where did you come from?
UCLA.
Well, tell me some more of your interesting experience as Santa Claus, Professor.
All right, Dave. Never shall I forget the time I got stuck in the chimney for 3 days, and then the people who lived in the house built a fire in the fireplace.
What happened?
I invented the sitting hot foot.
Well, you must be pretty busy during December, but how do you spend the other 11 months of the year?
Trying to get a ticket to the Rose Bowl.
Well, Professor, you should be checking on Christmas and maybe ahead of time. Why don't you call Washington, ask for someone there, Mr. Wallace, Mr. Ickes.
Mr. Ickes? Mr.? Egad, but these jitterbugs are getting high toned. However, I will phone Washington. Hand me that phone. Hello, White House? This is Santa. What's that? What? Right away? All right, goodbye.
What'd they say, Professor?
Don't ask questions, Kate. Get busy. Lower up my sleigh with firecrackers.
With firecrackers?
Yes, Kate, firecrackers. This year, December 25th, is the 4th of July.
Oh, thanks for the memory. Our friends both far and near. Each Tuesday we appear. By courtesy of you folks who've been lending us an ear. I'm looking in here, too. Thank you so much. And thanks for the memory of Judy Garland's flair. For song beyond compare. Your every tune's a sweet perfume that permeates the air. Oh, thank you so much. And remember, folks, Pepsodent's gentle in matters pertaining to dental. Make your holiday smiles ornamental. Put cheer in 'em with good Olerium. Next week, we'll all be back as usual with Judy Garland, Skinny Innocence Band, our 6 hits and a miss, Jerry Colonna, and
Bob Hope.
Thank you, Bill Goodman. Good Bob Hope. Thank you, Bill Goodman. Good Bob Hope. Thank you, Bill Goodman. Good Bob Hope. Thank you, Bill Goodman. Good Bob Hope. Thank you, Bill Goodman. Good Bob Hope. Thank you, Bill Goodman. Good Bob Hope. Thank you, Bill Goodman. Good Bob Hope. Thank you, Bill Goodman.
The first couple of comedy is coming up next. It's Burns and Allen.
Swan, the white floating soap that's pure as fine Castiles, brings you George Burns and Grace the Allen. With the music of Felix Mills, the Swan-Tet, and yours truly, Harry Von Zell. Well, yesterday was a lovely Sunday, so George and Gracie went for a walk. But it was also Father's Day, and several people stopped to pat George's cheek and tell Gracie what a sweet old gentleman her father was. Well, it's still the topic of conversation as we look in at the Burns home.
The idea. Those people thinking you're old. Thinking you're my father. I've never been so mad in all my life.
Me too.
I can still hear them. How is your sweet old father? Oh, what a charming old father. Tell you, I'm furious.
Me too.
Since when do you have to be old to be my father?
Oh, so that's why you burned up.
Not only that, dear. Even if they called you my young father, I wouldn't like it. You're my husband, and I want everyone to know it. Because I love you and I'm proud of you.
Thanks, dear.
I want everyone to know that
I was courted by the youngest, handsomest, most charming, most sought-after star in show business.
Thanks.
But I married you because I love you.
Thanks.
Well, certainly you've got a few lines in your face. But maybe that's my fault. Maybe I haven't been a good wife.
Oh, sure you have, honey.
Oh, no, I haven't. I worry you. I'm always running out and buying a new hat without even asking your permission.
Oh, well.
Oh, Judge, I hereby promise I'll never buy another hat unless you surprise me and ask me to.
Okay. All right.
I'm just vain, selfish, extravagant, and terrible.
Now, honey, I forgive you. Please, don't cry. I'll do anything to keep you from crying.
A new hat might help.
I thought so. Okay, go buy a new hat.
Oh, now see, isn't it nicer when you surprise me? That way it doesn't worry you.
Yes, much nicer, yes.
And that's the way everything's going to be from now on, dear. We're going to concentrate on making you young. Now, the first thing on our campaign will be to buy you some new clothes. Look at that old blue serge thing you're wearing.
I guess it is a little shiny.
Shiny? If you ever break the seat of your pants, you'll have 7 years bad luck.
Okay, I can use a new blue serge.
Oh, no. No more of those conservative old man suits. You're going to the store where Van Johnson and Alan Ladd and Frank Sinatra buy their clothes. And I'm going along to watch.
Don't you trust me? What do you have to watch?
Van Johnson, Alan Ladd,
and Frank Sinatra, yes. Well, let's go.
Now, you be looking at the suits, George. I'll see if I can get a clerk to wait on us.
You're being very optimistic.
Pardon me, madam. Do you wish a clerk?
Why, yes.
Then allow me to place myself at your complete disposal. I shall be happy to serve you. Take your time in choosing what you want. If you wish to change your mind, feel free to do so. And if you wish to return your purchase, I shall refund your money with a smile. The customer is always right.
Well, welcome back to civilian life.
How did you know I'd been in the Army?
Well, for a clerk to talk like that, you must have been overseas for the last 3 years.
What can I show you, madam?
Well, I want you to sell my husband a youthful suit of clothes. Something with zip and color to it. You see, he's the conservative type.
I know the type well. Tall, distinguished. Shall we say he looks like a fine, handsome banker? Shall we say he has the appearance of a well-groomed, intelligent-looking doctor?
Yeah, let's say that. It might be fun. But actually, he's in the radio business. He's an entertainer.
Oh, well, then this is just the store for him. We sell Sinatra his ties and Crosby his shirt.
Good. My husband is their type.
Oh, fine. Would you say he had Sinatra's figure or Crosby?
Well, a little of each. From his shoulders to his waist, he's Sinatra's. And from his waist down, he just Crosby's right out of his clothes. Oh, here comes my husband. Now, remember, we've got to make him think he looks young.
Oh, yes, indeedy.
Young enough to wear young clothes.
I understand.
Well, Gracie, did you get a clerk?
Yes, dear. This gentleman will wait on us.
Hello, son.
Son?
So you want a suit, huh? Something to wear around the campus?
Now, look, clerk, I'm no dope. I know I don't look like a 19-year-old kid.
Oh, but, sir, men of 25 and 26 also go to college.
Oh, well, that's different. Let's go into the college.
Good. Right this way. I'll call our fitter. Oh, Mr. Vinty!
Yes, Mr. Snapper.
This gentleman wants something in a nice, youthful suit. Shall we measure him?
Let's do. Now, where's my tape? Oh, here. Ready, Mr. Snapper?
Ready. Are you ready, Mr. Vinty?
I'm ready, Mr. Snapper.
Are you ready, Mr. Burns?
I'm ready, yes.
Then here we go. Neck, 32.
Neck, 32.
Shoulders, 32.
Shoulders. 32.
Chest, 32.
Chest, 32.
Arms, 32.
Arms, 32.
Legs, 32.
Legs, 32.
Dull, isn't he?
What size do you think he'll take?
Well, now, look, this is just a guess, but how about 32?
Well, that should fit. How about this number right here? That thing?
Oh, George, it's beautiful. Yellow gabardine with patch pockets and a belt in the back.
This is a suit for hepcats and jitterbugs. I wouldn't wear this thing.
It's just what you need, George. Wrap it up, Mr. Clark. He'll take it.
I will not.
Oh, yes, you will.
Oh, no, I won't.
Yes, you will.
I will not take this suit home, or my name isn't George Burns.
It looks wonderful on you, Henry.
Looks terrible. Look, the coat comes clear down to my knees. And get a load of these shoulders. They must be 4 feet wide. There's a ton of padding in here.
Oh, is that padding? I thought those were your own shoulders.
Really?
I say some pretty silly things sometimes, don't I?
Yes, yes.
Oh, look. Here comes Harry Von Zell. Now, I'll prove it's a lovely suit. You can leave it to Harry.
I'd love to leave it to Harry. Or anybody else who'd take it.
Come in.
Hi, Gracie. Hello, Joe.
Oh, Harry, isn't that a beautiful piece of material?
It certainly is. Why don't you have it made into a suit, George?
This is a suit.
Yeah, it's supposed to fit that way. It's a sock suit.
Looks like it's still got the potatoes in it. George, why did you buy this outlandish thing?
To make him look young.
Oh, Gracie, you can't make him look young with clothes.
Well, he's certainly not going around without them.
I mean, you have to work on his face.
Oh, what's the matter with George's face?
What's the matter with it? Pull up a chair, Gracie. This will take a little while. Now, in the first place, George's face is full of...
Harry, I wash my face with Swan soap, you know.
Oh. Yes. Well, as I was about to say, it's full of charm and personality. And why not? That face is washed with Swan, and Swan's the white floating soap that's pure as fine Castile. Why, Swan's so pure, so mild and gentle that doctors recommend it for even a baby's tender skin. So it must be great for George's tub or shower, his hands and face. Yes, sir, Swan soap is responsible for George Burns' handsome, charming face.
Why so fast?
I had to hurry up and say that before television came along. Of course, I can take my time about saying that Swan's swell for doing dishes. You not only get loads of fast-working suds, but Baby Gentle Swan helps keep your hands looking smooth and lovely. Boy, Swan's the soap that's swell for everything.
Well, I'm going to take the suit back and get my 1750.
You will not. Oh, I can't wait for you to wear it to our radio broadcast.
Oh, honey, if I wore this to our broadcast, the people would laugh at me.
And we don't want to be different, do we?
I'm going into the den.
Oh, now see what you've done, Harry. You've upset George. If he's going to look young, he has to smile and laugh and be gay. And, say, that's an idea. Oh, I heard a marvelous joke at the beauty shop yesterday. I'll go in and tell it to George. George?
Yes? What are you laughing at?
Oh, I can't help it. It happens every time I think of that story.
What story?
You mean you haven't heard it?
I don't know. How does it go?
Well, it seems it was a man.
Go on.
Oh, you haven't heard it, huh?
Doesn't sound familiar.
Oh, well, good. I'll tell it to you. Now, this man said to the streetcar conductor, "Which end do I get off?" George, don't you get it?
That's the whole story?
Well, there was another line, but I couldn't wait for it. I was double parked.
Okay, I'll tell you how it ends. The conductor said you can get off at either end. They both stop.
Both what?
Both ends.
Both ends of what?
Both ends of the streetcar. The man said, which end do I get off? And the conductor said, either end. They both stopped.
That's your idea of a funny story.
I didn't tell it. You told it.
I didn't have that silly finish to it.
You didn't have any finish to it.
Well, no wonder you can't laugh with that sense of humor.
Why do you want me to laugh?
Well, because laughter and humor make you young. Now, listen to this riddle. What is it that hasn't got what you think it has, but if it has, how many has it got? Feel younger?
I feel younger, yes.
Now Felix Mills and the orchestra with the Swantet singing Button Up Your Overcoat.
Button up your overcoat when the wind is free. Take good care of yourself, you belong to me. Eat an apple every day, get to bed by 3. Just take good care, you belong to me. Be careful crossing streets. Ooh, don't eat meat. Ooh, cut out sweet. Ooh, you'll get a pain and ruin your tum-tum. Keep away from bootleg hooch when you're on a spree. Take good care of yourself, you belong to me.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Burns.
Hello, Mr. Postman.
There's a frown on your pretty little face today. Are you unhappy?
Oh, George and I are both unhappy, Mr. Postman. Yesterday was Father's Day, and some thoughtless person mistook George for my father. Isn't it the dickens the way one little chance remark can upset you?
Oh, yes. A man once made a remark to my missus and me, and I've been mad at him for 17 years.
Oh, my goodness. What did he say to you?
I now pronounce you man and wife.
Well, I've just got to find some way to make George look younger. How do you manage to keep so young-looking, Mr. Postman?
Oh, I go in for athletics, Mrs. Burns. That's what accounts for my glowing skin, my springy step, and the lovely symmetrical lines of my magnificent torso.
Athletics, huh?
Yes, baseball in particular. Every Sunday I go down to the corner lot with the old bat.
Oh, really?
Yes, and she pitches to me.
Are you a very good baseball player, Mr. Postman?
Oh, phenomenal. Mr. Bob Cobb, the owner of the Hollywood Baseball Club, has asked me to play on his team.
Oh, my, you must really be good to get such an offer.
Oh, yes. My team won the championship back in college. I'll never forget that big game. It was the 9th inning. There were 2 out and the bases full. We were losing by a run and the crowd was going wild.
Oh, my.
Even before I grabbed my bat, the crowd began to scream, "We want Herman! Put in Herman! Herman will win for us! Put in Herman!"
Oh, how thrilling. What happened?
And they took me out and put in Herman.
But, Mr. Postman, you give me an idea. If baseball can keep you young, maybe it can do the same for my husband. I'm going to call Mr. Bob Cobb and tell him he can have George for his baseball team. Can you imagine what he'll say?
Yes, and if he does, you slap his face. Well, goodbye, Mrs. Burns. Remember, keep smiling.
Oh, thanks for coming over, Mr. Cobb. My husband will make a great baseball player for your Hollywood team. Your team does play baseball, doesn't it?
Well, there's a little difference of opinion about that. Could I have a look at Mr. Burns?
Oh, sure. He's right here in the den. Well, do you think you can use them?
I'm afraid not. The men on the Hollywood baseball team like fellas their own age. He's at least 20 years too young for my players.
Who is he?
Oh, a man I thought might want you to play baseball with his team.
Me? Play baseball?
Well, darling, I'm trying to think of something that'll make you younger. Some game or exercise Oh, I've got it. Dancing. That's what the young folks do.
It is?
Well, certainly. Whenever a boy or a girl get together, they dance. Now, suppose a soldier comes home. He hasn't seen his girl for 3 years. So he grabs her in his arms.
And they dance.
If mother's there, they do.
I see.
Oh, I heard about a wonderful dancing school where they teach you the rumba and the conga. Learn those and we can go dancing.
We go dancing now. I dance, don't I?
Well, yes, dear, but the bunny hug is out of date. Come in.
What's going on, folks?
Oh, hello, Harry. I'm trying to talk George into the conga.
Oh, it's great. I was in a conga line last night.
You see, George, it must be great if you have to stand in line to get it. Now, Harry, maybe George wouldn't be so bashful if you go to dancing school with him, huh?
Oh, no, I can't, Gracie. I'm on my way now to the post office. I've got to mail this dime to Swan, Box 1, New York 8, New York, so I can get one of those swell baby pictures the Swan people are offering. It's a big picture in full color and no advertising on it. Just perfect for the children's room or anywhere else in the house.
Well, can't you go dancing first?
Oh, no, I don't dare, Gracie. Once that conga rhythm gets me, I just forget everything. My hips start swinging and the rest of me can't stop them.
Well, the rest of you is out weight.
No, I want to send for that Swan picture, Gracie. You should just see it. It shows a lot of laughing little babies playing on a merry-go-round. It makes you happy just to look at it. Everybody ought to send for one.
You mean you're afraid of a little simple rhythm like da-da-da-da-da, thump, da-da-da-da-da, thump.
Now stop it, Gracie. Don't, will you? Now, I've got to remember. Send in for that picture. Lovely baby picture. Send a dime to Box 1, New York 8, New York. Send a dime to Box 1, New York 8, New York.
He will talk our ears off. Got to get him out there.
Open up the door, George. I will give him a shock.
Gotta get that picture. Can't forget that picture.
Well, here we are, George. Senior College School of the Latin American Dancers.
Honey, this is a waste of time. Conga lessons aren't going to make me younger.
Oh, sure they will. And it's a simple dance to learn. You take 3 steps, then stop and flip the hips. See?
Yes.
And all you have to remember is when you put on the brakes, you leave the motor running.
Okay, I'll go in and suffer through it.
Good. I'll be back for you later.
I'll be out of here in 10 seconds if I'm smart. And I am smart.
Ah, here is a new pupil for Lolita to teach.
Yeah.
Ah, bueno, senor. You will be a fine dancer. I can see the grace, the rhythm in your beautiful body.
You can?
See, Lolita will teach you everything in the book.
She will?
See. Now we are ready for the lesson. Put your hand on my waist.
Okay. Oh.
What is the matter?
Your waist tickles my hand.
Now we will begin the dance. When the music starts, watch my hips carefully, will you?
You can count on me.
Then we start the music. Oh, I was right, senor. You are magnificent dancer.
Me, Lolita?
Si. But this time you must hold me even closer.
Me, Lolita?
Si, you are so strong.
Me, Lolita?
So, George, did you learn to... Let go of that woman.
Oh, she was only showing me a few things. I mean, I was learning things. I mean, she's teaching me.
C.C. I see plenty. Who is this woman?
Oh, allow me to introduce you to Lolita. This is,
Mrs. Burns.
Oh, yes. And, honey, you sure had the right idea with these dancing lessons. Every time I dance with Lolita, I feel so young.
Well, let's come home, Junior.
Oh, senorita, do not be so unfriendly. Remember the good neighbor policy.
Yeah, Lolita is South American.
See, I am South American from my head to my toes.
Well, I don't like my husband's attitude toward Brazil. Come on.
Gracie and George will be right back. I just want to let you know that the offer of a baby picture that I talked about is really on the level. You can get a swell big picture in full color, perfect for framing for only 10 cents. A picture that shows lots of happy, laughing babies really having a great time. Send your 10 cents in coin to Swan, Box 1, New York 8, New York. Swan, Box 1, New York 8, New York. And now here are George and Gracie.
So you think I'm not young enough to dance, huh? Move the furniture back. I'll put on this record and show you some real dancing.
Oh, George.
Now, come here.
You're hard. You're holding me so tight.
Sure.
We're really going to cut a run.
You bet. Here we go.
Oh, you solid, Jack.
Good night, folks.
Friends, the makers of Swan, the new white floating soap, join George and Gracie in inviting you to tune in to your Columbia station next Monday at the same time. And may we remind you again to turn in waste fat regularly. It's needed for explosives and life-saving medicines. And don't forget the 2 red points you'll get for every pound. Remember, too, George Burns and Gracie Allen on CBS every Monday night. So until next Monday, this is Harry Von Zell saying, well, I swan. How about you?
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Intergalactic adventure awaits with Buck Rogers up next.
Buck Rogers in the 25th century.
Buck Rogers is back on the air. Buck and Wilma and all their fascinating friends and mysterious enemies in the super scientific 25th century. This program is brought to you by the makers of Popsicle, Fudgicle, and Creamsicle, those delicious frozen confections on a stick. Now I have a swell surprise for you. The famous winner of the typical American boy contest has now become Popsicle Pete. And here's a message from him.
Hello, everybody. I sure am glad to meet you. And boy, am I glad I was picked to be the typical American boy. Because now I'm Popsicle Pete. I always wanted to be on the radio, and now I have a chance to tell you about some wonderful presents you can get free. Gee, you ought to see them. Hundreds of them. You get them just for saving bags from nifty Popsicle, Fudgicle, and Creamsicle. Some gifts, even better than Christmas. You can get a wristwatch, a movie camera, table tennis, a wallet, a doll. Gee, lots of gifts. Just save the bags from Popsicle, Creamsicle, and Fudgicle on a handy stick. Boy, did they taste good.
Wholesome, too, and nourishing. Made fresh every day of the finest ingredients. The biggest 5 cents worth anywhere.
And say, kids, get the free illustrated Popsicle gift list at your ice cream store. A free coupon comes with it, worth 10 bags.
And now for Buck Rogers and his thrilling adventures 500 years in the future. As you probably know, Buck was born right here in our own times, in this 20th century. And the story of how he got started on his amazing adventures so far in the future is mighty interesting. But instead of telling you about it, let's turn the dial that'll project us ahead in time and find out all about it that way. Now, the capital of 25th century America is Niagara. And there it is that Dr. Hewer, the great scientist, has his marvelous laboratory. In one room of it, he's working on a strange-looking device that sends a peculiar greenish light down onto a human figure lying on a table before him. Shall we join him there? Okay, then, here we go. 500 years into the future.
The ray is putting you to sleep. To sleep. Relax and sleep. 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 Good. The ray's had its effect. Now I can go ahead. Yes, come in. Oh, hello, Wilma.
Hello, Dr. Hewer. My, why don't you have more light in here? Coming in from outside, I can hardly see a thing in this spooky greenish glow.
Part of a little experiment I'm conducting.
Oh.
But tell me, have you seen anything of Black Barney here in Niagara?
Why, no. Hasn't given up his job of Prime Minister on Mars, has he?
Oh, no. But one of his Martian rocket ship factories has worked out a new control device for me. I rather hoped he'd get here with it today.
Oh.
Meantime, I've made ready for a final test of this little invention here. Like to stay and see it?
I'd love to, Doctor, and you know it, but I just dropped in to find out if you'd seen any sign. Oh.
What? What's the matter?
Doctor, what's happened to him?
Eh?
Is he all right? Doctor!
I see.
What's happened to him? Why is he lying here on this table?
Don't worry, Wilma.
Don't worry. Doctor, what are you...
He has offered to be the subject of my test. That's all.
But then, why is he...
simply lying here, comfortably asleep, under the influence of my electro-hypnotic ray.
Oh, I was afraid something had happened to him.
Not a thing. Surely you don't think for a minute that I'd do anything
No, of course not. But the electro-hypnotic ray... Are you sure this experiment won't hurt him in any way?
Oh, absolutely sure.
Well, you can't blame me for being a little shocked for a minute. But what's that thing up near his head that looks like a miniature power plant with a loudspeaker on top of it?
That, Wilma, is my latest scientific achievement. My newly perfected electro-hypno-mentalophone.
Your what?
Well, you remember the mentaloscope, don't you?
Oh, sure. When you put a person under the mentaloscope, all his memories showed up on a sort of moving picture screen.
That's right. And this is an adaptation of it.
Oh.
With this, the electro-hypno-mentalophone, the memories of the subject will come to us verbally, through the loudspeaker here. Provided, of course, that my calculations have been correct.
Sort of read a person's mind aloud, you mean?
Yes, that's it exactly.
Where do you ever get ideas for things like this, Dr. Hewer? Surely people don't just barge in and ask you to work them out.
Hardly. The scientific research and experimentation that led up to the development of this machine was started way back in the 20th century.
Why, I always thought that the people back in the 20th century weren't much better than savages in what they knew about scientific things.
Oh, not at all, Wilma. We owe a great deal to the scientists of those days. Were it not for the groundwork laid by men like Einstein, Fitzgerald, Compton, Millikan, and the rest, we'd be without a great many of the things we have today.
They never really got anywhere with rocket ship development or anything like that, though, did they?
Well, successful rocket flight depends on two things that have been brought into existence only recently.
One of them must be a neutron.
Yes, a neutron. The material that defies gravity and makes it possible to lift a big spaceship off the Earth and away from its terrific gravitational pull without too much waste of power.
And what's the other?
Impervium. The only metal capable of withstanding the high temperature of rocket blast for any length of time.
Oh.
But now, let's go ahead with this experiment.
Yes, let's. And you can tell me how this apparatus works as we go along, just what it does to him.
Well, not very much to tell you about the apparatus itself, Wilma, except that here, in this little pad under his head, is an extremely sensitive and high-frequency response piezoelectric oscillator of quite complicated design.
Yes, I guess so.
Yes. And I've succeeded in tuning it to receive the minute electronic impulses that emanate from his brain.
Yeah.
Through the medium of a super-radiating protonoformer.
Oh, yes, Oh, what?
In other words, we're able to obtain sufficient amplification of the impulse output to register audibly through a process of thermionic note magnification. That's all there is to it.
I think I'll understand it better when I see this thing work.
I shall be very much disappointed if it doesn't.
Oh, don't you worry about that, Doctor. Your inventions always work.
I have been rather lucky in most of my experiments, haven't I?
Lucky.
Well, now let's proceed with this one.
All right. Anything I can do to help?
No, thanks. First of all, we'll have to switch in the electronoformer.
Gives the electronoformer a sort of eerie sound.
Yes. And now, when I switch on this microphone and speak to him, my words will be registered directly on his brain. Not through his ears, you understand, but directly on his brain.
Uh-huh.
And if we're successful, we'll receive his subconscious response through the loudspeaker.
Go ahead, Doctor.
Now, young man, what is your name? I said, what is your name?
Buck Rogers.
Wilma, it works.
But, Doctor...
My invention's a success.
But, Doctor, what happened?
It works even better than I thought it would.
He didn't move his lips, though. And how could we hear him talk if he didn't move his lips?
It read his mind aloud, Wilma. It read his mind aloud.
Sounded like his real voice, though.
Well, of course. Because he thinks of speech in the same manner that he utters it.
Great day, it doesn't seem possible. Ask him some more questions.
Yes, by all means. Listen. Buck, you were born back in the 20th century, were you not?
Yes, sir. But this is the 25th century.
Do you see, Wilma? His memory's preserved intact.
May I ask him a question?
Surely, go ahead. Go ahead.
Buck, how did you happen to come to the 25th century?
One day in the year 1919, I was in the lower workings of an abandoned mine near the city of Pittsburgh.
Yes?
All of a sudden, the supports that held up the walls and ceiling gave way and the whole thing caved in on me.
Yes?
Some kind of peculiar gas was released. It put me to sleep. It kept me in a state of suspended animation for 500 years. Then the ground shifted and let in fresh air, and I woke up.
Well, how did you know you were in suspended animation for 500 years?
Instead of the year 1919, it was the year 24-something. To be exact, it was 24...
How did you know what year it was?
I was told about it by Lieutenant Wilma Deering, a beautiful girl soldier I met when I first hit her.
Oh, then you knew Wilma Deering.
Oh, I certainly do. She's the finest and bravest girl who ever lived.
Yeah.
Why, Wilma...
Buck Rogers?
Yes?
Did you find anything new and different when you first came into the 25th century?
Oh, a great deal, thanks to Dr. Hewer.
Dr. Hewer?
The greatest scientist who ever lived.
What's that?
Nowhere in the universe is there a scientist who's done so much good for humanity or done anything that can use...
Now, wait. Wait a minute, Buck.
Yes?
Just forget Dr. Hewer and go on with what you were saying.
But he's the man who invented the first rocket ship that took us to the moon. And it was that trip that proved the practicability of interplanetary flight.
Practicability of interplanetary flight? Nothing wrong with this machine, Doctor.
Where else have you gone by rocket ship, Buck?
First to Mars, where we helped King and Aldo put down an invasion by the Martian Tiger Men.
Yes?
Then to Saturn and the Saturnian moons, Venus, Jupiter, and even far-off Pluto.
Which planet did you find most interesting?
Well, that's hard to say. Jupiter has the biggest field for exploration simply because it's so much larger than the rest of the planets.
Very true. Do you expect to do any more rocketing around through outer space?
Well, there's nothing else I'd rather do, sir.
Well, Wilma, do you like my little contraption?
Oh, it's wonderful, Doctor. I told you it would work.
Well, is there anything else you'd like to ask, Buck, before I turn off this green ray?
Let's wake him up and see if he remembers anything that happened during the experiment.
All right. Go ahead.
All right. Come on, Buck. Wake up.
Huh?
I say, wake up. You've been asleep.
Asleep?
Uh-huh.
Oh, hello, Wilma.
Hello.
Hey, where'd you come from? What are you doing here?
I've just been let in on the test of Dr. Hewer's
Electro-hypno-mentalophone.
Yeah.
Oh, doggone it. Instead of helping you with your test, I fell asleep. Say, I'm awfully sorry, Doctor.
Sorry?
Oh, yes, sir. I was going to
But,
help
Buck,
you.
I put you to sleep with this machine.
Oh, really?
That's right.
Oh, I guess that's one on me, then. How'd it work?
Even better than I expected.
Oh, good.
Oh, it was marvelous, Buck. You told us your whole life history without even opening your mouth.
Hey, now, wait a minute.
It's all right, Buck. You didn't say a single thing you shouldn't have.
Oh, thank goodness for that. Let's put Wilma under it.
Oh, no, you don't.
Oh, you have to do something for excitement around here. Come on, Wilma.
Oh, you're never satisfied unless there's something exciting going on, are you, Buck?
Oh, it's not as bad as all that, Doctor, but things have been sort of slow around here lately. And
Wait until we start making tests of the new type of gyrocosmic relativator I've just devised.
A new one?
Isn't that the equipment on a rocket ship that makes it possible to take off without much loss of time for pickup?
That's right. and without the usual physical effects of too quick acceleration. It removes from your ship the normal effects of weight and inertia and momentum and the like.
Well, how have you improved the relativator, Doctor?
Buck, if this new instrument does what I hope it will, there'll be practically no limit to the speed of a rocket ship immediately upon taking off.
Good night. Imagine getting into the control cabin, opening the power lever, and going a couple of 1,000 miles an hour just like that.
That's exactly what we'll be able to do, Wilma.
Boy, that hardly seems possible, does it? But when can we test it out, Doctor? Have you already got it installed on a rocket ship?
No, Buck. As a matter of fact, I don't even have it yet.
Huh?
Oh, it's been made up all right. The one we'll use for the test, but it isn't right here yet.
I don't understand, Doctor.
Well, yes, sir. Can't we get it here? The sooner we can get it and start trying it out, the sooner we can break the monotony of just sitting around here doing...
Wait, Buck. Listen.
Yes, Doctor. I hear it, too.
Well, yeah.
Hear it?
Yes, sir. But what under the sun is it?
Look here, out of the window.
Look, heavens, Wilma! And it's coming right down this way. Wilma!
Say, Buck's wish for excitement certainly came true in a hurry. Great day. I wonder what that was. And I certainly hope he and Wilma and Dr. Hewer are all right. What do you say, Pete?
Well, I know what would make me feel all right. A great big frozen fudgicle. Jiminy, can you imagine anything better than that fresh, creamy chocolate fudge frozen ice cold on a stick?
Fellas and girls, what's the best, purest, biggest nickel's worth you can get? Right, a fudgicle. Delicious and full of healthful energy. Made only from pure milk products. Swell to eat and easy to digest. And don't forget to save the bags for those wonderful free prizes. Exciting gifts like cameras, dolls, sweatshirts, gorgeous jewelry, and lots of other things.
Now listen, kids. Be sure to get your free popsicle gift list at your ice cream store. Don't take no for an answer.
Orson Welles presents his adaptation of yet another classic tale as part of the Campbell's Playhouse.
The makers of Campbell's Soup present the Campbell Playhouse. Orson Welles produces.
Good evening. This is Orson Welles. Tonight again our scene is America. America at the turn of the century, in the days that saw the rise, the reign, and the decline of the Magnificent Ambersons. The book was a bestseller, but the Magnificent Ambersons is something better than that, better than a bestseller that still sells. It lives on as the truest, cruelest picture of the growth of the Middle West and the liveliest portrait left to us of the people who made it grow. It's better than a good book. It's Boots Tarkington's best. And we'll do our best try it on the radio tonight, and luckily, we have with us a great American actor to help. An actor who, in the living theater and in motion pictures, has created a notable gallery of American portraits ranging from Ring Lardner's Elmer the Great to Sinclair Lewis's Dodsworth. A gallery which includes the simplest of American mortals and even two presidents, the legendary chief executive of Gabriel over the White House and Mr. Abraham Lincoln himself. You've guessed his name. It's Walter Houston. But before Boots Tarkington's Magnificent Ambersons, here's Ernest Chappell with a message of interest from our sponsors.
Thank you, Orson Welles. You know, if through some circumstance or other people could have only one soup, and if the choice of that one soup were put to popular vote, the chances are most people would cast their ballots in favor of Campbell's tomato soup. You see, Campbell's tomato is the soup people buy and enjoy more than any other. Now, why is this so?
Well, there are many reasons, of course, why people turn to Campbell's tomato soup time and time again, why it appeals alike to young and old, why people never seem to tire of it. But the main reason can be summed up in one word: flavor. Just about everybody has a keen liking for its rich tomato flavor. The tang and liveliness of that flavor never fails to coax our appetites. We continue to enjoy it as we eat spoonful after spoonful, and we have a pleasant feeling of deep well-being as we finish the last full-flavored drop. Now, wouldn't bright, glowing, fragrant platefuls of this favorite soup add special enjoyment to your dinner tomorrow night? And don't you want to put on your grocery list tomorrow Campbell's tomato soup? And now, the magnificent Ambersons with Walter Houston and Orson Welles.
Dear Miss Amberson, when I called upon you this afternoon to express my regret for last night's misfortune, I was informed by your butler that you did not desire to see me. You seem to care a great deal for bass viols, Miss Anderson. If I promise never to break another one, may I not hope that you will relent and consent to receive in person the apology of your very contrite and devoted admirer, Eugene Morgan. To Miss Amberson, Amberson Mansion, Amberson Boulevard, Amberson Edition.
You heard that word Amberson a lot in those days, in that town. Everybody knew the Ambersons, and it was quite unnecessary for the young man to address his letter so carefully. The magnificence of the Ambersons began in 1873. Their splendor lasted throughout all the years that saw their Midland town spread and darken into a city. Around 1800, Major Amberson had bought 200 acres of land at the end of National Avenue. Through this tract, he had built broad streets and cross streets, paved them with cedar block, and curbed them with stone. He'd set up fountains here and there, and at symmetrical intervals, placed cast iron statues painted white. And all this art showed a profit from the start. The lots had sold well, and there was a rush to build in the new addition. Its main thoroughfare was called Amberson Boulevard, and here now stood the new Amberson Mansion, which was the pride of the town.
Yes, sir, $60,000 for the woodwork alone. And hot and cold water upstairs and down.
They got a ballroom there, takes up the whole third story.
And a glass dome, green glass it is, way up in the air, and arches and turrets. And one of them new stone porches. They call it a porte cochere.
Well, sir, I guess the President of the United States would be tickled to swap the White House for the new Amberson Mansion if the Major give him the chance.
Yes, sir.
By the almighty dollar, you bet your sweet life the Major wouldn't.
Now, of these Ambersons, at the time this story begins, there were three. The old Major and his two children, Fred and Isabel. Of Fred, it was generally understood that one day he would go into politics.
Kind of a good thing to have an Amberson in Congress. Makes it pleasant when the family goes traveling.
Meanwhile, he was to be seen every afternoon on National Avenue, perched high on the seat of the newest and fanciest rig in town, driving a pair of dashing bays with great gesturing and waving of his skin-tight lemon gloves. Of Isabel, it was known that she'd been to a young ladies' school in the East and later to a finishing school in Paris.
But now I'm back. Back for good this time, I guess. And it's nice to be home.
Home being the Amberson Mansion on Amberson Boulevard, of which Isabel Amberson was now the hostess. Well, during those days, people had time for things. Time to gossip. Time for a lot of things. They even had time to dance square dances, quadrilles and lances, the raquette and schottisches and polkas and such whims as the Portland fancy. All gone now. Gone like the all-day picnics in the woods and like that prettiest of all vanished customs, the serenade. Of a summer night, young men would bring an orchestra under a pretty girl's window, and flute, harp, fiddle, cello, cornet, and bass viol would presently release their melodies to the dulcet stars. Indeed, it was at one of these serenades that an event occurred which was to have a profound influence on the fate of the Ambersons.
Eugene Morgan. It's too bad. Likeliest boy in town he was, and not really given to drink. Just celebrating.
Stepped right through the bass viol, he did. Made matchwood of it.
Too bad it had to be right under Miss Isabel's window, and right at this time, too.
When Eugene Morgan called the next day to apologize, Isabel refused to see him, and it was then that he wrote her that letter. And 3 weeks later, Major Amberson announced the marriage of his daughter to one of the town's leading young men of business, Wilbur Minafer. No breaker of bass viols or of hearts. No serenader at all.
Wilbur Minafer. Well, she'll be a good wife to Wilbur, and they'll have the worst spoiled lot of children this town will ever see.
Well, how on earth do you make that out?
She couldn't love Wilbur, could she? Well, it'll all go to her children, and she'll ruin them.
The prophetess proved to be mistaken in a single detail only. Wilbur and Isabel did not have children. They had only one child. At the age of 9, it pains me more than any man to admit, George Amberson Minither, the Major's one grandchild, was a princely terror. With his long brown curls and the silk sash and lace collar in which his mother dressed him, he was dreaded not only in Amberson Addition, but in other quarters through which he galloped daily on his white pony.
Oh, look at the girly curls. Say, Bub, where'd you steal your mother's old sash?
Your sister stole it for me. She stole it off our clothesline and gave it to me.
Yeah? You go get your hair cut. I haven't got a sister.
I know you have it at home. I mean the one that's in jail.
I dare you get down off that pony.
Sure, I'll get down off the pony. Whoa, boy.
Well, I dare you to come inside that gate.
I'm coming.
Yeah? Well, I dare you halfway here. I dare you. Hey! Boy,
Now, what's going on here? Stop this and get out of this yard, young man. I said...
You stop that. You take your hands off me. I guess you don't know who I am.
Yes, I do know. I know who you are. You're a disgrace to your mother. Your mother ought to be ashamed of herself to allow...
Shut up about my mother.
She ought to be ashamed. A woman that lets a bad boy like you...
You pull down your vest, you old billy goat, you. Pull down your waist, lay on your chin, and go to...
George.
Yes, Mama?
Is this letter from the Reverend Malik Smith the truth?
He's an old liar.
George, you mustn't say liar. He says you insulted and brutally assaulted his son. Is that true?
Well, how old am I?
You're 12.
And he says in that letter I'm older and stronger than his son. And he's 13.
What about the other thing, Georgie? Did you tell the Reverend Smith to... Did you say...
Listen here, Mama. Grandpa wouldn't even wipe his shoe on that old storyteller, would he?
George, you mustn't.
I mean, none of the Andersons wouldn't have anything to do with him, would they? He doesn't even know you, does he, Mama?
George, that isn't what we're talking about.
I bet if he wanted to see any of the Anderson family, he'd have to go around to the side door.
No, dear.
Yes,
no,
he would, Mama. So what does it matter if I did say something to him he didn't like? That kind of people, I don't see why you can't say anything you want to him. They're just riffraff, that's what they are, Mama. Just riffraff.
And that's what they were to him. Riffraff. Everybody in town, except the Ambersons. His arrogance, I'm sorry to say, grew with the years. There were people, grown people too, who said they did hope to see the day when that boy would get his comeuppance. That's the word they used, comeuppance. But when George Amberson Minither came home from college for the holidays at Christmastide in his sophomore year, nothing about him encouraged any hope that he, George Amberson Minither, had received his comeuppance. Cards were out for a ball in his honor, and this pageant of the tenantry was held in the ballroom of the Amberson mansion the night after his arrival. George, white-gloved with a gardenia in his buttonhole, stood with his mother and his Uncle Fred in the big red and gold drawing room downstairs to receive the guests. He was doing his duty, greeting two pretty girls with whom he had grown up.
How do you do?
How do you do? Have you very well? Of
Oh,
course I do.
Oh,
Very well
did.
indeed.
Oh, he did.
All right.
Mother.
Yes, George?
Mother, who's that queer-looking duck?
Why, George, dear, whomever do you mean?
Over there. It's coming towards us.
Why?
It's nobody we know, is it, Mother?
George, he'll hear you. Hello, Eugene.
Good evening, Isabel.
How nice of you to come, Eugene.
I'm only here for one thing. To have a dance with you.
Why, of course. Eugene, this is my son. George, Mr. Eugene Morgan.
Hello, George.
How do you do?
Well, if it wasn't so big, Isabel, I wouldn't know it had been so long.
Yes, Eugene, it has been long.
Well, how about that dance?
Certainly, Eugene. A little later. I'd love it.
A little later then, Isabel. I'll come for you. Goodbye, George. Nice to meet you. I wondered what you'd be like. You're almost as good looking as you ought to be with that mother of yours. And that's better than any boy ought to look. Goodbye, Isabel. I'll come back for that dance.
Still a pretty queer-looking duck.
George.
Yes, Mother.
George.
Yes, Mother.
George, this is Miss Lucy Morgan.
Oh, how do you do? I remember you very well indeed.
But you don't, George. Miss Morgan's from out of town, and it's the first time you've ever seen her.
Oh, I'm sorry. How do you do?
You might take her up to the dancing, George. I think you've pretty well done your duty here.
Be delighted. Delighted. What'd you say your name was?
Morgan.
It's a funny name.
Everybody else's name always is.
What's the rest of it?
Lucy. Is Lucy a funny name, too?
Oh, Lucy's very much all right.
Thanks about letting my name be Lucy.
As George conducted his partner to the ballroom, their progress was slow, and to George's mind it did not lack stateliness. How could it? Musicians hired especially for him were sitting in a grove of palms in the hall and now tenderly playing for his pleasuring. Dozens and scores of flowers had been brought to life and tended to this hour that they might sweeten the air for him while they died. It is to be doubted if anybody ever felt more illustrious or more negligently grand than George Amberson Minafer felt at this party.
Mr. Minafer?
Yes?
What are you studying at college?
A lot of useless guff.
Well, then why don't you study some useful stuff?
What do you mean, useful?
Something you'd use later in your business or profession?
I don't expect to go into any business or profession.
Well, so how are you going to do? What do you want to be?
A yachtsman. At that same moment, in a small room set apart for the smokers on the second floor of the Amberson mansion, two old friends were engaged in conversation. One was the Honorable Fred Amberson. The other was the gentleman whom George Amberson Minafer had classified some minutes earlier as a queer-looking duck.
Gene Morgan, you haven't changed at all. What did you expect, Fred? 20 years since you left. Makes some difference in faces, 20 years, but not in behavior, I guess.
If you remember, Fred, my own behavior began to be different about that long ago. Quite suddenly.
Yeah. Been stepping in any bass vials lately, Gene? Isabel know you're here?
Yes, I just saw her. Where's Wilbur? I didn't see him.
Isabel's husband never was one for parties, you know, and he hasn't been so well lately. He's probably gone home already. Gene, life's an odd thing if we look back, isn't it?
Yes, it's probably going to be odder still if we could look forward.
Probably.
However, I still dance like an Indian, don't you?
No, I leave that to my nephew, George. He does the dancing for the family.
Tell me, what do people in this town think about young George, generally?
Well, a lot of people that are glad to express their opinions about him, quite strongly, too.
Yes? What's the matter with him, Fred?
Too much Amberson, I suppose, for one thing. And for another, Isabel just fell down and worshipped him from the day he was born. I don't see how she doesn't see the truth about that boy of hers. She thinks he's a little tin god on wheels. I tell you, Gene, she actually sits and worships him. You can hear it in her voice when she speaks to him. You can see it in her eyes when she looks at him. My heavens, I often wonder, what does she see when she looks at him?
Yes, well, she sees something that we don't see.
What?
An angel.
Tell me, Gene, when you met George tonight, did you see an angel?
No, all I saw was a remarkably good-looking fool boy with the pride of Satan and a set of nice new drawing-room manners. No, Fred, mothers see the angel in us because the angel is there. And mothers are always right.
Yes, I know what you mean, Gene. You mean that George's mother's always right.
I'm afraid she's always been.
She was wrong once, old fella. At least so it seemed to me.
No, she... Oh, goodbye, Fred. I'm going to dance.
Well.
Isabel, does that surprise you?
Well, it startles me a little, your jumping up like that to go and dance with Isabel. 20 years seems to have passed, but have they? My heavens, old times starting all over again.
Old times? Not a bit. There aren't any old times. When times are gone, they're not old, they're dead. There aren't any times but new times.
How's that for a bit of freshness? My
What
God.
was?
That queer-looking duck dancing with my mother. See, they're waving his hand at me like that. I don't know him from Adam.
You don't need to. He wasn't waving his hand to you. He meant me. I'm going to dance with him pretty soon.
Say, who is he?
The queer-looking duck.
Yeah. I suppose he's some old widower.
Yes, he's a widower. I should have told you before. He's my father.
Oh, if I'd known he was your father, I wouldn't have made fun of him. I'm sorry.
Oh, you know I don't mind your being such a lofty person at all. I think it's ever so interesting. But Papa's a great man.
Is he? Well, let's hope so, I'm sure.
I'm just beginning to understand.
Understand what?
What it means to be a real Amberson in this town. Papa told me something about it before we came, but I see he didn't say half enough.
Did your father say he knew the family before he left you?
I don't think he meant to boast of it. He spoke of it quite calmly. You'll excuse me. I really must be going now.
Hey, wait a minute. Wait.
What are you going to do after 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon?
A whole lot of things. Every minute's filled up.
All right, the snow's fine for sleighing. I'll come for you in the cutter at 10 minutes after 2.
I can't possibly go.
If you don't, I'm going to sit in the cutter in front of your gate all afternoon. If you try to go out with anybody else, he's got to whip me before he gets you. If you think I'm not in earnest, you're at liberty to make quite a big experiment.
I don't think I've often had so large a compliment as that, especially on such short notice. And yet, I don't think I'll go with you.
You'll be ready at 10 minutes after 2.
No, I won't.
Yes, you will.
Yes, I will.
Where's Wilbur?
Wilbur had a headache. Jeannie said he hoped you'd excuse him.
I don't think automobiling is quite your husband's speed anyway, Isabel. Well, let's get started.
You sure you're not scared?
Of course
We
not.
probably have to walk home, but the exercise will be good for us.
Don't you believe him?
Up you go, Isabel.
I don't care what you say. I still think it's thrilling.
Ready? Here we go.
You know what? Gene tells me this chafing dish of his travels 10 miles an hour.
Next year, we expect to do 18.
By then, there'll be a law forbidding the sale of automobiles, the way there is with concealed weapons. Get up in there, get up. Oh, gee, Lucy, I'm sorry you're cold.
I'm not anymore with the wind behind us. And I do hate to go back. It's so pretty out here in the country.
Yeah, it is nice.
Is this all yours? The Andersons, I mean, all this land? Beautiful.
Yeah, it used to be. It's getting all too much built up now. The way it used to be, it was like a gentleman's country estate. It's the way we ought to keep it. We let these people take too many liberties. What are you laughing at now?
Oh, nothing. Well, for heaven's sake.
What?
Well, look over there, down the road. It's Papa. He's having trouble with the machine.
What'd I tell you about those old sewing machines?
They're not old sewing machines. I wish you wouldn't say things like that. Well, you're not going to pass them and just leave them stranded there.
We'll come back and pick them up to show them as horses that belong on the road, not sewing machines. Get up, Tender.
Oh, George, be careful.
Get up. Why don't you get a horse? Get a horse. Get a horse. George.
Oh, George, be careful. Look where you're driving. There's a ditch on that side. George! George!
Are you hurt, Lucy?
Oh, no, Papa.
You all right?
Go back to Featherman. Nothing the matter with him at all.
George, are you hurt?
Don't make a fuss, Mother. Nothing's the matter. Only that darn silly horse broke away.
Oh, you catch cold, George. Here, let me brush the snow.
Oh, leave me alone, Mother. You ruin your gloves. You're getting the snow all over yourself.
Yeah, now, why not try riding in my machine, George? Come on, climb in, everybody. Come on, Isabel. All aboard, Lucy.
Oh,
George.
look at your feet, George.
Oh, no,
you must
Mother.
clean them off or you'll catch cold.
Oh,
I
Mother.
can't have you catching cold. Now, here, let me brush them for you.
Stop that, Mama.
You mustn't ride with wet feet.
Well, they're not. For heaven's sake, get in. You're standing in the snow yourself, Mother.
He's all right, Isabel. Come on, up here with me. Ready?
We're ready, but how about this wreck of yours?
Well, we'll see. She breathes. She stirs. She seems to feel a thrill of life along her keel.
As I walk along the void below. Hey, come on there, you two. Sing. It'll keep you warm.
George, I want to thank you.
Along the void. Oh, for what?
You tried to swing underneath me and break the fall for me when we went over. I knew you were doing that. It was nice of you.
It wasn't any fall to speak of. Couldn't have hurt either one of us.
Friendly of you. Awfully quick, too. I'll not forget.
To walk along the void below my independent air. Hear the girls swear.
Papa, what makes George never behave like he does?
What do you mean, Lucy?
He can be so rude and disagreeable and arrogant. Yet this afternoon, he tried to save my life. Wouldn't even let me thank him. I don't understand him at all, Papa.
He's sensitive, Lucy.
Rather. But why is he? He does anything he likes to without any regard for what people think. Why should he mind so furiously when the least little thing reflects upon him or on anything or anybody connected with him?
Yeah, that's one of the greatest puzzles of human vanity, dear. I don't pretend to know the answer. In all my life, the most arrogant people I've known have been the most sensitive. But he's still a boy. There's plenty of fine stuff in him. Can't help but be. He's Isabel Amberson's son.
You liked her pretty well once, didn't you, Papa?
I do still, Lucy.
Oh, she's lovely.
Yeah, yes, I know.
I wonder sometimes. I wonder why she happened to marry Mr. Minifer.
Oh, Wilbur Minifer's all right. He's a quiet sort of a man, but he's a good man and kind. Those are things that count. No, Lucy, I wouldn't worry too much about George. You need only to remember 3 things to explain all that's good and bad about George.
3?
He's Isabel's child. He's an Amberson. And he's a boy.
Well, Mr. Bones, of those 3 things, which are the good ones and which are the bad ones?
All of them.
You are listening to the Campbell Playhouse presentation of The Magnificent Ambersons, starring Walter Houston and Orson Welles. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. This is Ernest Chappell, ladies and gentlemen, welcoming you back to the Campbell Playhouse. In a moment, we shall resume our presentation of The Magnificent Ambersons. But before we learn more about the ways and the ultimate destiny of this extraordinary Amberson family, I'd like to say just a word about a custom prevailing in some American families, perhaps in your family. No doubt, many of the soups you serve and enjoy in your home are Campbell's soups. But perhaps there are 1 or 2 kinds of soup you still make yourself. The reason may be, habit for one thing, or perhaps it's the understandable pride you take in your good home cooking. If this is true in your case, then believe me, we honor it and you sincerely. But because I'm sure you'll agree that making soup does lengthen your kitchen hours, lengthen them as most women feel needlessly, I'd like to invite you, if you haven't already done so, to try just once these soups as Campbell's make them. Try them and compare them with the product of your own kettle, Soup for Soup. If you'll do that, I earnestly believe you'll appreciate their fine, home-like flavor so much that you let Campbell's make all your soups. You see, we make these soups for many of your friends, so naturally, we'd like to make them for you, too. Now we resume our Campbell Playhouse presentation of The Magnificent Ambersons, starring Orson Welles and Walter Houston.
Even after the turn of the century in that Midland town, it seemed impossible to doubt that the Ambersons were entrenched in their nobility, behind polished and glittering barriers which were as solid as they were brilliant and would last forever. And to those fervent souls who continued to hope that the youngest of the Ambersons, George Amberson Minifer, would soon get his comeuppance, the following year, I'm afraid, brought little comfort, or the next. But in his last year at college, 3 things occurred to upset the even tenor of George Amberson Minifer's life.
Wilbur Minifer, beloved husband of Isabel Amberson Minifer and father of George Amberson Minifer, died at his home last night after a brief illness.
Wilbur Minifer.
Quiet man. Town will hardly know he's gone.
That was the first thing. His father's death. Second, certain changes in the Midland town where he lived. Perplexing at first, then irritating. Every time you came home for the holidays, you saw new things. New faces at the dances. Riffraff, people whose names you never heard of. And the town itself was less and less familiar. Even in Amberson Addition, there was drastic and tragic change. The first owners of the big houses sold them or rented them to boarding house keepers. Cheaper tenants took their places. Rents were lower and lower, the houses shabbier and shabbier. And not even the Ambersons themselves seemed able to stem the tide. And third, there was a certain subject upon which George and Lucy Morgan found it impossible to agree.
Why are you stopping, George? Why don't you go on?
Lucy? When are you going to marry me?
Oh, not for years and years.
Why not?
You're too young.
Is that the only reason?
Oh, I don't know, George. Everything...
What about everything?
Well, everything is so unsettled.
You are the queerest girl. Well, what's unsettled?
Well, for one thing, you haven't settled on anything to do. At least if you have, you've never spoken of it. What are you going to do, George?
Well, I tell you, I expect to lead an honorable life. Now that my father's dead, that sort of makes me the head of the family after Uncle Fred.
You don't really mean to have any regular business or profession at all?
I certainly do not.
I was afraid so.
I suppose it's your father's influence that makes you think I ought to do something, is that it?
No, I've never once spoken to him about it. Never.
But you know, without talking to him, that's the way he does feel about it.
Well, yes.
Do you think I'd be much of a man if I let another man dictate to me my own way of life?
Well, George, who is dictating? No,
I don't believe in the whole world washing dishes and selling potatoes and trying law cases. I dare say I don't care any more for your father's ideals than he does for mine. So if your father would just mind his own business...
Take me home, George. Please, take me home at once.
If that's the way you want it, all right.
That's the way I want it.
Well, all right, that's the way you want it. That's the way you want it. Get up, Pantanus. Get up. A little brandy, Eugene?
No, thanks.
How about you, George? Thanks.
Oh, it's too bad that Lucy couldn't be here tonight. I do hope it's nothing serious, Eugene.
Just a headache. She asked me to excuse her, Isabel.
Maybe you'll take her out driving tomorrow, George. That'll do her good.
Maybe.
You know, Gene, I heard the other day there's another automobile firm opened up here in town.
Oh, I'm bound to have competition.
That's part of the game, isn't it, Eugene?
Of course. Shows business is good.
Maybe they'll drive you out of business.
Or else the two of them will drive all the rest of us off the street.
Not at all, Isabel. We'll just extend the street.
You see how simple it is, Fred?
It isn't the distance from the center of the town. It's the time it takes to get there. Automobiles will change all that.
You really believe, Eugene, that automobiles are going to change the face of the land?
Yeah, they're already doing it. And it can't be stopped. No, automobiles
are a useless nuisance.
What did you say, George?
Well, I said all automobiles were a nuisance. They'll never amount to anything but a nuisance. They never had no business to be invented.
You forget, George, that Mr. Morgan makes them and also did his share in inventing them. If you weren't so thoughtless, he might think you rather offensive.
Well, that'd be too bad. I don't think I could survive that.
George.
Well, I'm not so sure that George is wrong about automobiles. With all their speed forward, they may be a step backward in civilization. That is, in spiritual civilization. It may be that they will not add to the beauty of the world, nor to the life of men's souls. It may be that George is right, and that the spiritual alteration will be bad for us. Perhaps in 10 or 20 years from now, if we can see the inward change in men by that time, I shouldn't be able to defend the gasoline engine, but would have to agree with George that automobiles had no business to be invented. Well, Fred, I'm afraid it's getting late, and I have an appointment with my foreman, so I better go along.
Oh, but Gene...
Eugene.
No, good night. Don't bother to take me to the door. I'll find my way out.
Good night, Eugene.
Yes, good night, Gene. Good night.
George, dear, what did you mean?
Just what I said.
You hurt him, George.
He doesn't sound very hurt to me. He sounded pretty cheerful, if you ask me. Why don't you think he was hurt?
I know him. He must think so.
Well, I don't care much what Mr. Morgan thinks. I suppose he's trying to borrow money from you, Uncle Fred. That automobile factory is his.
No, George. I think Eugene Morgan's perfectly able to finance his own inventions these days.
George, what made you say that?
Well, he strikes me as that sort of a man, that's all. Anyway, I want to know what he's hanging around here for anyway.
George, Mr. Morgan's an old friend.
By Jove, George, you are a puzzler.
In what way, I'd like to know?
Well, it's a new style of courting a pretty girl for a fellow to go deliberately out of his way to try and make an enemy of her father. That's a new way to win a woman, that is.
Is there anything wrong, Isabel? You've been so quiet all afternoon.
Nothing, Eugene. It's this weather. the end of summer.
It's been a very happy summer for me.
A few more weeks, and it'll be gone.
There'll be other summers, Isabel.
Time changes things, Eugene. And once they're changed, you can't bring them back. Things are like smoke. You know how a wreath of smoke goes up from a chimney? You see it getting thinner and thinner. And then in such a little while, it isn't there at all. Nothing is left but the sky. And the sky keeps on being just the same forever.
Things won't change for you, Isabel. You'll always have me and George.
It's George that's troubling me, Eugene. Why doesn't he like you? He doesn't have any reason. He says so himself.
Well, boys can't help their likes and dislikes, Isabel. I think perhaps he sensed from the first that I cared a great deal about you. Even when I was so careful not even to show you how immensely I did care.
Gene, I can't believe that.
Well, someday he'll have to know how we feel about each other, and I think it should be from you that he learns that.
Oh, Eugene.
It's only fair to George. Much better that he should hear it from you than from someone else. Through gossip, maybe.
Oh, I know. I know you're right, Eugene. And I will tell him. I tried to tell him last night, only... Oh, Eugene, it's so hard. Let me wait until just before he goes back to school.
No, sooner, Isabel. Sooner. For all our sakes, sooner.
But it's only such a few days till he leaves. Surely a few days can't make any difference.
Good gracious, Georgie. What's up?
I've got to talk to you.
Say, what's happened to your face?
Oh, forget about that. I've just been in a fight. I've heard what people are saying.
Saying about what? For heaven's sake, if you're going to talk, be coherent.
The whole town's talking about my mother and that man Morgan. They say my mother is going to marry him. And that proves she was too fond of him before my father died. Everybody in town knows about it but me.
Heavens, is that what you're so excited about? Why do you listen to stuff like that?
I'm glad I did listen. I have a right to know. Did you know it? Did you?
Georgie, you can be sure there's been more gossip in this place about the Amberson family than any other family. You see, the more prominent you are, the more gossip there is about you. And the more people would like to pull you down. But they can't do it as long as you refuse to listen. The minute you notice it, it's got you.
Is that all you've got to say?
It's about all there is to say, Georgie. There's nothing to be done about it.
You propose to sit here and let this riffraff bandy my mother's good name about it? Is that what you propose to do? Didn't you understand me when I told you that people are saying my mother means to marry this man?
I understood
and you think if such an unspeakable marriage took place, it'd make people believe they've been wrong and say... You know what they'd say?
I don't believe it would. There'd be more badness in the bad mouths and more silliness in the silly mouths. But it wouldn't hurt Isabel and Eugene if they decided to marry.
Good heavens, you speak of it so calmly.
Why shouldn't they marry if they want to? It's their own affair.
Why shouldn't
I don't see anything precisely monstrous about two people getting married when they're both free and care about each other. What's the matter with marrying?
It would be monstrous. Monstrous, even if this horrible scandal hadn't happened. But now, in the face of this... Oh, that you can sit there and even think of it, your own sister.
For heaven's sake, don't be so theatrical. Come back here.
What is it?
Don't you speak to your mother about this.
I don't intend to, but I'm going to do something about it. You can be sure of that. I'm going to do something about it. You see if I don't.
Oh, it's you, George. How do you do? Your mother expects to go driving with me, I believe. If you'll be so kind as to send word to her that I'm here.
No.
I beg your pardon. I
heard you, Mr. Morgan. Said you had an engagement with my mother. I told you no.
Well, just what is the difficulty?
My mother will have no interest in knowing that you came for her today or any other day.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
I doubt if I can make it much plainer, but I'll try. You're not wanted in this house, Mr. Morgan, nor at any other time. Perhaps you'll understand this.
Fred will bring this to you, dear Isabel. He is waiting while I write. He and I have talked things over. And before he gives this to you, he will tell you what has happened. I should have been better prepared for what took place today. I ought to have known it was coming. A week ago, I thought the time had come when I could ask you to marry me, and you were dear enough to tell me. Sometime it might come to that. Well, you and I, left to ourselves, wouldn't pay much attention to things like slander and talk. But now we're faced with not the slander of our own fear of it, because we haven't any, but someone else's fear of it, your son's. And that frightens me. Let me explain a little. I don't think he'll change. At 21 or 22, so many things appear solid, permanent, and terrible, which 40 sees are nothing but disappearing miasma. 40 can't tell 20 about this. That's the pity of it. 20 can only find out by getting to be 40. And so we come to this, dear. Will you live your life your own way or George's way? Dear, it breaks my heart for you, but what you have to oppose now in your son is the history of your own selfless and perfect motherhood. Are you strong enough, Isabel? Can you make the fight? I promise you that if you will take heart for it, you will find so quickly that it has all amounted to nothing. You shall have happiness, and in a little while, only happiness. I'm saying too much for wisdom, I fear. But, oh, my dear, would you be strong? Such a little short strength it would need. Don't strike my life down twice, dear. This time, I've not deserved it. Eugene.
Did you read it, dear?
Yes, Mother, I did.
All of it?
Certainly. Simply the most offensive piece of writing that I've ever held in my hand.
But, George, I thought...
Don't you really think this was a pretty insulting letter for that man to be asking you to hand your son?
Oh, no. No, you can see how fair he means to be.
Fair? Do you suppose it ever occurs to him that I'm doing my simple duty? That I'm doing what my father would do if he were alive? He's got my mother's name bandied up and down the streets of this town until I can't step in those streets without wondering what every soul I meet is thinking of me and my family. And now he wants you to marry him so that every gossip in town will say, "There, what did I tell you? I guess that proves it's true."
But, George, it isn't true.
Is it fair for him to want you to throw away your good name just to please him? That's all he asks of you. And to quit being my mother? You think I can believe you really care for him? Don't. You're my mother, and you're an ambassador. I believe you're too proud to care for a man who could write such a letter as that. Well, what are you going to do about it, Mother?
I have been out the mailbox, darling, with a letter. I've written Eugene, and he'll have it in the morning. I think it is a little better for me to write you like this instead of waiting till you wake up and then telling you, because I'm foolish and might cry again. And I took a vow once, long ago, that you should never see me cry. Not that I'll feel like crying when we talk things over tomorrow. Don't fear. By that time, I'll be all right and fine, as you say so often. I think what makes me most ready to cry now is the thought of the terrible suffering in your poor face, and the unhappy knowledge that it is I, your mother, who put it there. It shall never come again. I love you better than anything and everything else on earth. And Eugene was right. I know you couldn't change about this. So I've written him just about what I think you would like me to. Though I told him I would always be fond of him and always be his best friend. And I hope his dearest friend. He'll understand about not seeing him. He'll understand that. Though I didn't say it in so many words. You mustn't trouble about that. Eugene will understand. Good night, my darling, my beloved. You mustn't be troubled. I think I shouldn't mind anything very much so long as I have you all to myself, people say, to make up for your long years away from me at college. We'll talk of what's best to do in the morning, shan't we? And for all this pain, you'll forgive your loving and devoted mother, Isabel.
3 weeks later, George and his mother went abroad. Isabel never returned. Nearly 2 years later, a small item tucked away in one of the back sheets of the morning paper announced the death in Paris of a Mrs. Isabel Amberson Minafer. That was all there was. And there were only a few people left in the Midland town to whom either name, Minafer or Amberson, meant anything. Some weeks later, George returned only to learn from his Uncle Fred what couldn't be kept secret any longer. The Amberson estate was gone. What with extravagances, taxes, and a new order of things, suddenly there was nothing left.
Well, here we are, nephew George. All that's left of the Ambersons. Two gentlemen of elegant appearance in a state of bustitude. A few years ago, we wouldn't have thought it, eh? That's how it is. Life and money. They're like loose quicksilver in a nest of cracks. When they're gone, we can't tell where or what the devil we did with them.
What are you going to do, Uncle Fred?
Oh, don't worry about me in this new world. I'll be contented with just surviving. I'll get a consulship somewhere. An ex-congressman can always be pretty sure of getting some such job. I live pleasantly enough with a pitcher of ice under a palm tree and native folk to wait on me. What about you, George? What will you do?
The night George saw his uncle off, he walked homeward slowly through what appeared to be strange streets in a strange city. For the town was growing and changing as it had never grown and changed before. It was heaving up in the middle incredibly. And as it heaved and spread, it befouled itself and darkened its sky. From day to day, from week to week, great new industries were springing up, steel and oil, and this new, all-conquering thing, the automobile. Strange people swarmed about him, obliterating, destroying every trace of the magnificence that once was Amberson, destroying with it the last of the Ambersons, George Amberson Minafer. The city rolled over his heart and buried it, as the city had rolled over Ambersons and buried them to the last vestige. The thing had happened. The thing which years ago had been the eagerest hope of many. The hope of many good citizens had finally come to pass. But not one of them was there to see it. George Amberson Minafer got his comeuppance. He got it 3 times filled and running over. Later, as he walked down Amberson Boulevard, now known as 10th Street, and filled with second-rate shops and cheap boarding houses, and climbed the stairs of the old house for the last time, a terrible loneliness assailed him. He opened the door softly into Isabel's room. It was still as it had been. Tomorrow, everything would be gone. And soon after that, the very space which tonight was still her room would be cut into new shapes by new walls and floors and ceilings. Yet, Isabel's room would always live. For it couldn't die out of George's memory. And whatever remains of that old, high-handed arrogance was still within him. He did penance for his deepest sin that night. And it may be to this day, some impressionable, overworked woman in a kitchenette, after turning out the light, will seem to see a young man kneeling in the darkness, clutching at the covers of a shadowy bed. And it may seem to her that she hears a faint cry over and over. Mother. Mother, forgive me. Mother. Mother, forgive me. You must have guessed by now who George Amberson Minifer was. Take my word for it, please, that the George Amberson Minifer who was is no more.
Papa,
Why, Lucy, what brings you downtown this morning?
I tried to get you at one of the factories, but no one could locate you. I wanted to talk to you, Papa. Are you very busy?
I'm never too busy to talk to you, Lucy. Is something wrong?
Yes, Papa, there is something wrong. It's George.
George? You mean...
Yes, Papa. George Minifer.
Well?
He's been hurt, badly hurt. He's in the city hospital. Both his legs broken.
That's too bad.
He was run down by an automobile.
An automobile? George Amberson Minifer. Run down by an automobile.
Papa, do you know what he's been doing the past 2 years?
No. No, and I couldn't honestly say, Lucy, that I'm very interested.
He's been working with explosives at the Acres Chemical Company. A dangerous job. The most dangerous job there is.
Well, I never thought he lacked nerve, Lucy.
You don't understand, Papa. No one else would take the job. He needed work so badly he took it, and Papa, he's made good. He's changed. He's not the old George at all. And now this has happened to him.
Well?
I want you to go to see him.
No, Lucy. After all, you can't expect me to have any particular affection for that young man.
I'm sure that Isabel...
Isabel's been dead 3 years. 3 years. Yes, if it hadn't been for him, she might...
It's what she would want you to do, Papa. You know that. She'd want you to be kind. She'd want you to come with me to the hospital. He's lonely, Papa. His heart's broken. He needs us. We can help him. You could do so much for him, and I could... Well, Papa, what are you going to do?
Isabel, my dear, up there in that small, bare hospital room this afternoon, you were by my side. Do you remember, Isabel, that last day we were together? You said that things in our lives were like smoke, and time like the sky into which the smoke vanishes. And I told you that for us, things did not change like that, and we would always be together. You were with me when I walked into that room where your son was lying, with Lucy sitting beside him. He felt you, too. He lifted his hand in a queer gesture, half forbidding, half imploring. You come, he said. You must have thought my mother wanted you to come so that I could ask you to forgive me. And as he held my hand in his, if you could have seen Lucy's face at that moment, dear Isabel, she was radiant. But for me, another radiance filled the room. For then I knew that I had been true to you at last, my true love. And that through me, you had brought your boy under shelter again.
concludes our Campbell Playhouse presentation of The Magnificent Ambersons, starring Walter Houston and Orson Welles. In just a moment, Mr. Welles will return to our microphone for a brief interview with Mr. Houston. Meanwhile, I'd like to use that moment, if I may, to point out how perfectly Campbell's tomato soup meets the question of what soup to serve, no matter what the occasion. Don't you agree? When you have guests for dinner, for instance, don't you most frequently turn to Campbell's tomato soup? No doubt you often add milk instead of water to make a delicious cream of tomato. Served that way, it has a richness and a luxurious smoothness that fit in delightfully with a gay party mood. It's especially enjoyable, too, when your household is gathered together for a quiet family meal. If yours is a small family and just you two sit down to supper, I'm sure the soup you often choose is Campbell's tomato soup. Yes, it's certainly the soup people enjoy again and again and never seem to tire of. Why don't you and your family enjoy Campbell's tomato soup tomorrow? And now, here is Orson Welles with Walter Houston.
Great pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome back to the Campbell Playhouse a very distinguished actor and one of my favorite guests, Mr. Walter Houston.
Thanks, Orson. You know, there's one thing that makes me particularly happy about tonight's broadcast, and that is at the end of the story, you and I, Orson, did finally get together and shake hands. The last time we met, if you remember, you spent 30 years of your life savagely persecuting me. You went so far as to swim after me through the sewers in Paris.
I did indeed, and I caught you, didn't I? Mr. Houston, ladies and gentlemen, is referring to our broadcast of Les Miserables last spring. That same evening, Walter, as we were saying goodbye, I remember you announced your intention of spending a few quiet weeks in the north of Scotland shooting grouse.
Well, I'm afraid those grouse are still alive. The only shooting that I was able to do this summer was done right here in Hollywood, making Kipling's The Life That Failed. You know, Orson, there's another thing I like about tonight's broadcast. It gave me a chance to play with my favorite leading lady.
Will the lady who played Isabel Amberson please step to the microphone?
Yes, she is.
Good evening, everybody.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to meet Miss Nan Sunderland. My partiality for this lady is understandable.
It would be anyway. But I think our audience would like to hear your reason, Walter, if they don't happen to know it.
Well, I wooed Miss Sunderland throughout tonight's script, but lost her at the end. In fact, this is not so in life. You know, in life, I wooed Miss Sunderland and won her. Ladies and gentlemen, Mrs. Walter Houston.
Who is hereby invited to come again to the Campbell Playhouse whenever she can.
Thanks, Orson. I'd certainly like to. It's been grand.
Which invitation, Anne, also extends to your husband. Good night, Mr. and Mrs. Walter Houston. We'll look for both of you soon.
In tonight's Campbell Playhouse production of The Magnificent Ambersons, the role of Eugene Morgan was played by our guest of the evening, Mr. Walter Houston. Orson Welles was heard as George Amberson Minifer. Nan Sunderland played Isabel Amberson. Eric Burtis played the part of George Minifer as a young man. Ray Collins was Uncle Fred Amberson. The part of Lucy Morgan was played by Marion Burns. Archie Malloch Smith by Everett Sloan. The Reverend Malloch Smith by Richard Wilson. Bea Benaderet was Mrs. Foster. Music for the Campbell Playhouse, as always, was arranged and conducted by Bernard Herrmann. And now we wish to thank the makers of Maxwell House Coffee, sponsors of Good News of 1940, for their courtesy in permitting Walter Houston to appear with us tonight. 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 Appear with us tonight.
True crime stories from the 1940s and 1950s are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
NBC brings you Dragnet.
You're a detective sergeant. You've been off duty 2 hours. You receive an emergency call from the chief of detectives. An entire block in the heart of your city is threatened with complete destruction. Your job? Report at once.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime, investigated and solved by the men who unrelentingly stand watch on the security of your home, your family, and your life. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Tuesday, November 15th. It was raining in Los Angeles. We were off duty reporting in on an emergency call. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Ed Backstrand, chief of detectives. My name's Friday. It was 8:32 a.m. when I walked in the Spring Street entrance of the city hall.
You Sergeant Friday?
Yeah, that's right.
Take my elevator, Sergeant. It's the only one in service.
All right.
I'll run you up to 16. The chief's waiting for you up there.
What's the pitch? Only one elevator in service out of 10? The place looks deserted. What's going on?
Nobody in the building. All the office people been sent home. Lots of trouble.
Somebody declare a holiday?
No joke, Sergeant. Big trouble.
All right, you convinced me. What is it?
Here we are. 16th floor.
Over here, Freddie.
Hi, Joe. Hello, Ben.
You made good time.
Came as soon as I got the call.
Sorry to have to bring you back in. You worked last night, didn't you?
Yeah, midnight to 8 this morning.
Sorry. Come on.
Okay.
What is it, Skipper? Why all the hush?
Wait till we get inside. In here.
Okay.
Number one, let's keep our voices down.
All right.
I'll make it as brief as I can. Every minute counts. What time you got, Friday?
8:33.
All right, here it is. 55 minutes ago, a man walked into this building with a homemade bomb under his arm. If we don't release his brother from the county jail by 9 o'clock this morning, he says he'll pull the trigger on the bomb and blow up the whole building.
He's kidding, Skipper.
Who is the guy?
Name's Vernon Carney. Here's his package. He and his brother have been in and out of jail since 1937. Small-time thieves.
Yeah. Where's the FBI kickback? We had him once before, both of them.
Brother's name is Elwood, serving a year for car stripping.
And this two-bit thief is sitting here in the city hall with a bomb on his lap?
That's right. In the next room.
What kind of a bomb is it, Ed? You think he's bluffing?
Could be bluffing, but the crime lab says no.
Lee Jones from the lab get a look at it?
Been in there twice. One end of the box is glass. Says you can't see much without a closer look, but you can't get near the guy.
What do you want us to do?
It's a volunteer job. You can take it or leave it. I won't order you to do it.
How you want to handle it?
You sure you want a piece of this one, Romero?
No, he doesn't, Ed. He's got a family. Get me another single man. We'll give it a try.
Wait a minute, Joe. What makes this job so different? Anytime we kick a door in, we never know what's on the other side.
That's what makes it different. This time we do.
No, you're not going to cut me out. Not the only time I know what I'm getting into.
All right. Chandler's tried. Hannon, Davis, Watson, they've all tried. This guy Carney knows what he's doing. He's no pushover. But somebody's got to get that bomb away from him. Friday, Romero, it's your baby now.
I looked at my watch. It was 8:36. We left Backstrand and started down the hall. If Carney was going to make good his threat to blow up the building by 9 o'clock, we had exactly 24 minutes to talk him out of it. Ben and I figured we'd better look him over first and then work out some kind of a plan. Maybe just talking to him would do it. Vernon Carney was sitting in a straight-back chair against the far wall facing the door. He was seated between two windows that looked out over the city. Along the left wall was a row of 6 wooden chairs. In the center of the right wall was a connecting door leading to the office where Backstrand had briefed us. The door was locked on both sides. Just off-center and favoring the left of the room was a small filing table. The other furniture in the office was a desk just forward of the connecting door on the right. There was a dictaphone on the desk. In the near left corner, shielded by a white screen, was a small wash basin. The faucet leaked. Vernon Carney was middle-aged. He sat erect, holding a black box on his lap. He held his right hand inside one end of the box. Ben and I stood there for a minute and looked at him. Then we walked in the room. What do you say to a man with a bomb?
That's close enough.
Cigarette, Carney?
I'm not smoking right now.
What are you trying to prove?
You know what I want?
We're not going to let your brother out of jail.
You got until 9 o'clock to change your mind. According to that clock on the wall, you got 24 minutes.
If we go, you're going with us, Carney.
Don't take much of a brain to figure that, copper.
What made you think you could get away with this?
Haven't yet. It ain't 9 o'clock. Unless that clock's slow. Haven't checked it against my pocket watch lately. That's the one that's running this show.
Have you given any thought to all the innocent people that are going to go up with that thing of yours there?
My brother's innocent. I want him out of jail.
The court says he's guilty. He'll get out when he serves his time.
That's where you're wrong, copper. He gets out at 9 o'clock this morning.
All right, come on, Carney. Get your hand out of that box. Put the box on the table.
You think I'm bluffing, don't you? I'm going to let you get within 5 feet before I make a liar out of you.
Okay, Carney. I guess you mean business.
You can take 3 more steps and find out for sure.
Suppose we did let your brother out. We'd just come out and pick him up again, you along with him?
If you could find us.
Let's get this straight. If we let your brother Elwood out, how do we know you're going to keep your promise?
What promise? I ain't made any promises. You just get Elwood down here first, and then we'll talk about it.
There's only one thing I can't figure, Carney.
Yeah, what's that?
If we don't let your brother out, you say you'll pull the trigger on that bomb. You're going to kill a lot of innocent people. What are you going to prove by that?
It's 8:37. You've got 23 minutes left.
No, I wish you'd answer that one for me. Why do you want to kill a lot of innocent people?
Don't try to con me, copper. I know they cleared everybody out of this building 45 minutes ago. I know they cleaned out the whole block. They got it roped off.
Where'd you get your information?
I got a couple of windows here to look out of. Don't you think it's about time to send somebody over to get Elwood?
You know, Carney, we got a way out of this. We don't have to let your brother out neither.
I've heard that before.
What's to stop us from leaving the building along with the other few officers and let you sit here and touch off that bomb?
Go ahead. It won't be a long wait without you. Who are you trying to kid? You'd let me blow up $10 million worth of taxpayers' money? Ah, no. You're going to let Elwood out. You'll wait till the last minute to do it, but you'll let him out.
Ed, I'm still not convinced Carney can back up what he says.
Then why didn't you take the box away from him?
Yeah.
We're in a spot, let's face it.
How about an eye for an eye, Skipper?
What do you mean?
If he pulls the trigger on that machine, he kills us. How about us getting him first?
All right, Romero. How are you going to handle it?
Well, I'm not top man on the pistol range, but I could wing him.
And then he hands the box to you? Or maybe he falls and his reflex action pulls the trigger.
Okay, I don't wing him. I stop him for keeps.
You just can't walk in there and shoot him down.
Why not? You do the same thing with armed criminals.
Yeah, but you warn him first.
I'll warn him.
Yeah, and after you shoot him, you find out it's a harmless gadget. Couldn't have gone off in a million years.
No, a gun's not the answer. We can't shoot him until we're positive.
We'll be positive by 9 o'clock, and there might not be anybody around to shoot him.
We've located Carney's apartment. There's a detail out there checking it now. Pacelli and Morris.
Ed, have you got any ideas at all? Anything we could try?
That's why I called you in. None of us have gotten any further than you did just now.
There's just one thing I want to know for sure.
Yeah, Friday. Is it or isn't it? We all want to know.
Either way, we've got to get that box away from him.
Backstrand. Yeah. You did? Yeah? No, stay out there till I call you. All right, here's half the answer. That was Pacelli. They found 28 sticks of dynamite in Carney's apartment.
We knew Carney wasn't kidding now. We could see into the bomb through that glass window in one end. It looked like dynamite inside, and there was dynamite in Carney's room. We didn't know if he had the nerve to pull the trigger. We didn't know if it would go off when he did. But with only minutes remaining, nobody wanted to take the chance. From here on in, all of us agreed that Vernon Carney sat in the next room, holding in his 2 hands a force powerful enough to destroy us all. We had to get that box away from him, and to get that box, we had to have a plan. I looked at my watch. It was 8:40. 20 minutes till 9 o'clock.
How do we get it away from him?
I got an idea. It might work.
Let's have it.
Carney's sitting against the far wall between 2 windows. They're both open.
Yeah, that's right.
All right, if we could get a man through one of those windows, we might get Carney from behind.
How are you going to get him?
Whoever gets through the window could slug him.
What do you do then?
Somebody grabs the box. The crime lab can tell us what to do with it.
How do we get a man through one of those windows? We're on the 16th floor.
Well, there's some kind of a ledge that runs around the building on each story.
Wide enough for a man to walk on?
Hey, let's take a look.
All right.
Looks pretty narrow, Joe.
That's a good 18 inches. Could be done.
Too risky. It's raining out. That ledge is slippery.
Strong wind out there, Joe. Tear a man right off the building.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Well, there's still a way. How about a ladder?
16 floors, Skipper.
There might be a way. The fire department would know that. I'll get Battalion Chief Erickson.
Is Lee Jones in the building?
No, he's over in the crime lab. I'll get him up here, too. I don't know, Friday. Maybe it'll work.
It's got to, Ed.
All right, now look. It's going to take a couple of minutes to set this up. We've got to know what Carney's doing every second of that time.
Well, how about the dictaphone in there on the desk?
Good. Get it on without him seeing you.
We'll try.
The dictaphone in there is connected to this one in here. This room is 1614. You got that?
Yeah.
All right, push down key 1614 on that machine in there and leave it down. Get the receiver off the hook and leave it off.
Leave the receiver off.
That's right. You know, if it isn't off the hook, we won't be able to hear a thing in here.
All right. Come on, Ben.
This is Backstrand. Give me Chief Erickson.
Where's my brother?
Still in his cell?
You coppers are long on talk, but short on time.
Yeah, we know.
I'm telling you, for your own good, you'd better get Elwood over here.
Carney, I'll bet if we get your brother on the phone here, he'll tell you he doesn't want any part of this.
You mean Elwood don't want out? Since when?
Sure he wants out. Not your way.
He's only got a year to serve. Why don't you leave him alone?
I told him I'd get him out. He didn't think I could do it. But I'm doing it.
I'll make you a bet, Carney. Let us get your brother on the phone. He won't walk out of here with you.
All right, get him on the pack. Where you going? The phone's over here.
Have to use the dictaphone. We get an okay from the chief. Elwood's still a prisoner.
What's the matter with the phone?
No operators. You know the building's been cleared.
Oh, yeah. That's right. Almost forgot. Okay, you can use the dictaphone.
This Friday, Ed. Carney wants to talk to his brother. Yeah, I know you'll have to send somebody over. Have them put the call on extension... wait a minute. What's that extension number, Ben?
2351.
2351, Ed. Right. It'll take a minute.
Yeah. I'd kind of like to talk to El. Been a couple of months since I seen him. We've always been together, me and El, most of the time.
Joe, let's go and see if we can hurry that call.
Good idea, boy. 16 minutes to 9. Hey, cop.
Yeah.
Forgot to hang up the dictaphone, didn't you?
I put the receiver back on the dictaphone. Ben and I had failed to make good on the first step of the plan. When we got outside the door, we briefed Davis and Watson. They went in to sit with Carney. It would be their job to keep us posted on Carney's movements. The dictaphone was out. We went back into the office next door. Chief Sam Erickson of the fire department and Lieutenant Lee Jones from the crime lab were already there. We told Backstrand what happened.
Would have been a help. We haven't got time to cry over it.
Carney's wide awake, Skipper. He doesn't miss a thing.
Backstrand told us the plan Friday. We can't run a ladder up from the street.
Too high, Chief?
Best we got is a 100-foot area. You figure 12 foot to the story, that'll take you up 96 feet, 8 floors. And we've got the latest equipment. What's the idea you had, Jones?
Sam, can you get hold of a pump here in a hurry?
Sure, we got a lot of scaling ladders, but you got nothing up there to hook 'em on.
You figure on dropping down from the floor above?
That's right, and I figure a pump here would do it.
Sure it would. You could make it fast to the windowsill up there, but you got a 1.5 foot ledge in the way. No, what you want is a lifeline.
You mean lower a man on a rope, Chief?
Yeah, Romero. That's the quickest and the quietest. Could you rig it so one of my boys could do it? Sure, Ed. What's the risk? None if you work it right. We'll strap on a life belt, give the man heavy leather gloves. 2 of my men will lower him down. Pick your lightest man. What do you think, Lee?
That's it.
What do we do with the bomb when we get it?
I figure that box Connie's holding is about a foot square. Here's what I'll do. I'll get you a bucket with a 1.5 foot mouth. It'll be full of water.
Yeah?
I'll have it right outside the door to that office. When you get that box, place it in the water. We'll get the bucket out of the building as fast as we can.
And once we get the bomb underwater, we're in the clear.
And I can't promise you that, but it's the safest way to handle it under the circumstances.
All right, that's the procedure. Sam, you take care of your end. Right away.
I'll get a detail to give me a hand down on the street. We'll have a car ready to take the bomb to a safe area to decommission it.
Work as fast as you can.
Come on, Sam.
It's our baby, Joe.
That's right.
Which part of it you want, the rope or the bomb?
You call it.
Fire Chief Erickson says the lightest man on the rope.
That's me, Joe.
All right, I'll get the bomb out of the building.
Okay, that's the routine. But carry this with you. The man that comes down on that rope has one chance to make good. You slug him and make it count because there's no second try.
Yeah.
And, Joe, when you grab that box, you got to get it away from Carney before he can squeeze the trigger. Then you got to get it down into the street.
The elevator.
You know how to operate it?
Well, it's pretty simple, but I'll double-check with the operator.
Better do it right now.
Okay. Ed, we better get Carney's brother on the phone for him. He seemed anxious.
Might be a pretty good stall.
All right, Romero. That's the outside phone. Get the city jail.
All right, Skipper.
Get going, Friday.
Okay. Hey, you. Elevator man.
Yeah, Sergeant.
Let me see if I know how to work that thing.
You taking over the elevator?
Well, in a couple of minutes. You want to check me out?
Nothing to it, Sergeant.
All right.
Now, here's the control, see? You push this lever right to go up, left to go down. You see this little trigger on the underside of the handle?
Yeah.
That's the safety lock. Be sure you squeeze it or you can't move the lever.
Let me try it, huh?
That's it. Right to go up, left to go down.
Right to go up, left to go down. How do you operate the doors?
Automatic. They work off the control lever. When the control lever is locked in the up or down position, the doors will close.
I get it.
Now, in case they jam, this red emergency button up here?
Yeah.
Push it. If that doesn't close them, we call the repairman.
Okay, I think I got it.
You sure now? I've had my orders to get out of the building. I'll just leave the elevator right here and take the stairs down.
All right. Thanks a lot.
Sergeant, just curious. You going to take the bomb down in this car?
We're going to try.
You won't have any trouble. We haven't had an elevator failure in 18 months.
The elevator man turned and went down the stairs. Outside of a handful of volunteers and a man with a bomb, the city hall was now cleared. I started down the corridor and met Ben outside the office. He told me that Lee Jones and Chief Erickson were on their way up in the freight elevator at the rear of the building with the necessary equipment. The 2 fire department volunteers were with them. The phone call had been put through to the city jail, and in a moment, Elwood Carney would be ready at the other end of the line. We went in to tell Carney.
I told him over at the jail to put the call through on extension 2351.
Yeah. When's it coming through?
Right now.
You got Elwood with you?
No.
Look, Carney, we told you we'd get him on the phone for you. The call will be through in a minute.
A minute's a long time, cop. You only got 12 of them left.
Elwood's going to talk you out of this.
Oh, sure. Sure, everybody's going to talk me out of this. First it was them other 2 cops, the little Porky guy and that other monkey. Then you and this Dixie Doughhead here, and now it's Elwood. Come off it, will you, and get my brother over here.
That's him.
It's your brother, Connie. I'll get him.
Stay put, you.
Just going to get the phone. You want to talk to your brother, don't you?
I'll take care of the phone. We'll disconnect it for a while. Now get it straight, copper. I'm through with your stinking, rotten lying. I want Elwood here. And I want him now. Bring him here before I blow you all to pieces.
What's going on? Who threw that phone out in the hall?
I did. You want me to go out and pick it up?
Connie, that's not going to get you anyplace.
You the big boss around here?
Maybe.
Are you or aren't you?
I answered you.
All right, big boy. I've got a piece of advice for you. Take your rookie cops here and get it through their heads I mean what I say. I want my brother over here in this room. And you've got just 11 minutes to get it done. Tell him that, will you, boy?
All right, Connie. It's your show. All right, we got to work fast now. Jones, everything set for you?
Got the bucket with the water right here. Car's waiting down in the street.
Right. Erickson, your boys ready?
Upstairs, waiting.
And we all know what to do.
Ed, I got to have somebody to give me a hand with Carney when he falls.
I'll be in there with you, Friday.
Ready to go upstairs, Chief?
Anytime. Oh, one thing you ought to know.
What's that?
Strong wind coming up. About 20 mile an hour out there right now.
That going to louse us up?
No, but it's going to increase the sway. Got to allow for it.
How you mean?
Wind's coming from the south. We'll lower you just to the right of the window. If I figure it correctly, the wind will do the rest. Bigger risk, but we don't control the weather.
How you going to do it, Ben?
As soon as I get in position, I'll reach in through the window on his right. I'll use the billy. Try to catch him on the right side of his head. One good hit should put him away.
Let's make it 2 and be sure, huh?
Right. You ready, Chief?
Now, let's go.
Ben.
Yeah?
Nothing.
I'll be careful. You too, huh?
What's the time, Friday?
8:50.
Shouldn't take more than a couple of minutes for Romero to get down to that window, unless the wind gives him trouble.
Jones, no use you sticking around.
I'll give Friday a hand.
That's my job. We've got to keep you alive to decommission the bomb.
Bum joke. See you downstairs.
You ready, Ed?
Yeah. Scared, Friday?
Yeah.
That makes us even. Come on.
Ed Backstrand and I went into the next room with Vernon Carney. Our job was to keep him occupied until Ben was lowered to the windowsill from the floor above. Ben was going to make a try from the window on Carney's right. Somehow, we had to keep Carney's attention on us and away from that window. If anything went wrong and Carney got out of position, the plan would fail. If Ben was spotted, the plan would fail. If Chief Erickson didn't estimate the force of the wind correctly, the plan would fail. After Ben slugged Carney, my timing had to be perfect. If it wasn't, the plan would fail. I looked at my watch. It was 8 minutes to 9.
Carney, anything we can say that'll make you change your mind?
I've asked you 100 times. Now I'm ordering you. You're going to get to a phone and have somebody send Elwood over here right now. I'm through waiting. Now move.
You ripped out the phone, Carney.
Well, find another one. I told you I'm sick of your 2 bits stalling.
We've got until 9 o'clock to make up our mind about this.
You had until 9. But you wouldn't do what I told you. Now I'm cutting you short. You guys have got exactly 1 minute to get a phone in this room where I can hear you call the jail and have them send Elwood over here.
You said 9, Carney.
All right, Joe. We'll give him what he wants. Davis, unlock the connecting door to this office.
I'll get the phone, Ed.
Will the cord reach?
Yeah.
Your brother's a prisoner. He's in our custody and he's under our protection. We can't place his life in jeopardy.
Why not leave it up to Al?
Here's the phone, Ed.
Yeah. Kenworthy, this is Backstrand. We want Elwood Carney over here at City Hall. His brother wants to see him. Explain the situation. If he wants to come, get him over here. Leave it up to him. Room 1614. You'll have to use the freight elevator.
And tell him to hurry.
Yeah. Tell him to hurry.
That's the only smart thing you've done today. Now, why don't you go next door and figure out another angle?
We'll wait for Elwood, too.
You don't think I'd let you get out now, do you? We're all going to wait right here for my brother. In case he don't show up, you're going to see me pull the plug. Just sit down. Not so close. Right where you are, sit down. Loud clock, ain't it? Windy. Getting cold in here. Sure a loud clock. Real windy. Maybe I ought to close the windows. Don't want to catch me a cold.
I can turn on the heat.
Stay put, cop. Hey, what's that? What's going on?
Just the wind,
Shut
Sonny.
up! There's somebody out there. I can see his feet. You stupid cops. Pull him up! Get back there, you! Pull him up!
Friday, tell him to pull him up.
Right. All right, Carney. You win.
You bet I win, you dumb coppers. You didn't think I'd miss a trick like that? We'll just close these windows, boys. There's one, and lock it. And here's...
Here's your brother, Carney.
Yeah. Hi, Al.
Hi, Vern. You did it.
I told you. I told you I'd do it, didn't I? That's far enough for the rest of you. Al, come on over here.
You're crazy, Vern. You're crazy.
That's what they've been trying to tell me. We're going home, Al.
How are you going to do it? There's a million cops outside. People all over town heard about this. They're holding the crowd back.
They ain't going to stop us now, Al.
You'll never make it. Either one of you.
I got him this far, didn't I? We'll make it.
Vern, you think we could do it?
Hey, you.
Yeah?
You're going to get a car ready for us, a fast one. Have it in front of the building. Move!
All right, Friday, do what he tells you.
Right.
Hold it.
Yeah.
If you ain't back by 9 o'clock, the deal still holds. I told them I'd pull the pin at 9, Al, if they didn't let you out.
You ain't fooling, are you, Vern? Will that gadget really blow?
4 miles high. You know what that means, Al?
Yeah, but they won't let you pull it. We're getting out.
All right, Copper. Get the car. You got 4 minutes.
Hey, Ben.
What happened? He spot me?
Yeah, there's no time to explain. Now, listen. We got to work fast.
Yeah.
We had to bring Carney's brother over from the jail. I don't think he cares if they get out or not. He just wants to use that bomb, and for some crazy reason, he's waiting until 9.
How much time we got?
Let me look. Less than 4 minutes.
How about the ledge?
You think you can do it? Strong wind. You'll have to hang on like a fly.
I don't know. I can give it a try.
Okay. Same plan. Every second counts. Now, I can't brief Ed. He's in the room with the guy. It's up to you and me.
I'll get on the ledge from one of these offices. I hope I make it.
If you don't, we'll know you tried. Hurry. Hey, Ben, wait a minute.
Yeah?
I forgot. The windows. The one on his right. He locked it. You'll have to crawl around to the one on the left. You got it?
Right.
Okay. The car will be ready in 2 minutes. Out front.
Fine. Al and I'll just sit here and wait. Gonna be good being back together, huh, Al?
We always were real good together, Vern.
Yeah, that's the way brothers ought to be together all the time. Together.
Vern, I'd feel better with a gun.
We don't need no gun, Al. We got the bomb.
We'll need a gun when we get out, when we get on the road.
Okay. Take your pick. They all got 'em. Hey, you, give him yours.
I'm not carrying a gun. I left it in the other room.
A cop without a gun? Who's kidding who?
I left it in the other room.
Frisk the big boy, Al. He's got one. About time for the car, ain't it? 2 minutes to 9.
Yeah, this feels like it. Right on his hip. Hey, Vern, look out! Grab him, Joe. I got him. Get the box.
Leave that gun alone.
I got him, Ben. I gotta get his hand out of it.
Run, Joe. Get it in the water. Run!
In a fast elevator, 16 floors isn't very much, but I've never shared an elevator with a live bomb. It seemed like minutes between floors. I kept watching the bucket. The bomb was completely underwater. A small stream of bubbles was hissing to the surface. I waited. Main floor. I picked up the bucket and ran for the street. I missed the first step. I fell forward. The bucket spun out of my hand. I sprawled flat on the sidewalk. I waited for the explosion.
It didn't go off Friday.
Yeah. I gave it a good chance, Lee.
It was all there. Look, at least a dozen sticks of dynamite. Snyder, bring that over here.
Here you are, Lieutenant.
Thanks. Here's why it didn't go off. Had it rigged for a hard trigger pull. Would have taken a good yank to set this one off.
Yeah.
Hi, Joe.
Hi, Ben.
Clumsy.
The story you have just heard is true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
Vernon Carney was examined by 5 different psychiatrists appointed by the Superior Court and was found to be incompetent. He is now confined in the state mental institution for the criminally insane. Elwood Carney is now serving the balance of his sentence with no time off for good behavior. You have just heard the 7th in a new series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice for Dragnet is furnished by the Los Angeles Police Department.
Tonight's program is dedicated to Town Marshal Lon T. Larson of the Mount Pleasant, Utah force, who, on the night of October 15th, 1945, gave his life so that yours might be more secure.
Dragnet came to you from Los Angeles. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Travel back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke up next.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke.
Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Chester. Chester. Chester, where are you?
Back here, Mr. Dillon.
Well, come on out.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon. As soon as I get my boots on.
Your boots on? What are you doing, sleeping?
No, sir. Just washing my feet.
Well, now, I hope you didn't have any plans for tonight.
What did you want me to do, Mr. Dillon?
God, I want you to stay on Front Street for a few hours while I go up and have a toddy with Big Kate. But if you're going to be busy...
No, sir.
well-
I haven't got anything to do. I'd be proud to stay here. Just look at the dust in that street. Uh-oh. Mr. Dillon?
Huh?
Looks like Major Randall from Fort Dodge crossing over here.
Ah. Open the door for him, Chester. Major will like that.
Come in, Major Randall. Come in, sir.
Marshal Dillon.
Hello, Major.
Marshal, I want to talk to you about last Saturday's affair.
Well, Saturday was a pretty lively day around here, Major. Which affair do you mean?
You surprised me, Marshal. 2 United States Army soldiers were murdered while driving a supply wagon from here to Fort Dodge. A government payroll was stolen, and you seem to have taken no interest in the matter.
Well, now, Major, protecting the Army isn't exactly...
The Army can protect itself, Marshal. That isn't the point at all.
Well, if that's true, Major, how come there were only 2 soldiers carrying your payroll? You got plenty of men out there and plenty of guns. Where were they?
On maneuvers.
On maneuvers?
In my command, Marshal, troops remain in garrison as little as possible.
Well, then you were asking for trouble, Major, knowing that there was a payroll coming in.
The arrival of the payroll was secret. Even the 2 men carrying it didn't know what it was.
Well, the word must have got out somehow.
It seems to me, Major, like somebody out at the fort must have told him.
There are no traitors in my command, Sheriff.
Major, I'm not a sheriff. You see, it's more
Never
like
mind. Marshal, I demand to know what you intend doing about this crime.
All right, I'll tell you, Major. Nothing.
What?
If I knew who did it, I'd make the arrest, but I don't, so there's nothing I can do.
I see. Well, Marshal, I regard this crime as a demonstration of your inability to control these Dodge City ruffians, and therefore I shall do it myself.
How's that, Major?
If no arrests are made in this matter, I'll give these bad men of yours a taste of martial law. We'll see how they like that.
I wouldn't try that, Major.
These streets will be patrolled 24
Now,
hours
listen to me, Major. You don't know these men. Sure, there are some bad ones here, but most of them are just wild. Free and wild. But you run the Army in here, and they'll all fight.
Let them.
You've been stationed at Fort Dodge 2 months now, haven't you, Major? How long you been out on the frontier?
This is my first tour, thank heaven.
Well, then I'd advise you to take it easy. You get to know the ways of this land.
You may save your advice, Marshal.
There'll be trouble, Major, bad trouble.
If necessary. Nonetheless, the Army will take over within the week, or before, if there are any more of these crimes committed against it. Good day, gentlemen.
My. You think he'll do it, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, he made a mistake, and he's a hot-headed fool, Chester. You try it.
Well, can't you stop him?
I don't know. Well, I'll be at Big Kate's later on. You can find me there if you need me.
All right, Mr. Dillon.
Hey, Marshal, come here.
What is it, Shiloh?
There's talk of Dodge being run by the Army, Marshal.
So?
So I don't like it. I and most of the men around here got out back in 65. We've had all the Army we need.
Yeah, I know. But maybe things will work out.
And if they don't work out, which side you fighting on, Dillon? Where do you stand?
I'm hired to keep the peace, Shiloh, not to answer fool questions.
You calling me a fool? Well, say it.
No, you're drunk, Shiloh.
You saying I'm drunk, Marshal? Is that it?
All right, Shiloh, I'll show you how drunk you are. Now, when he comes around, tell him I took his gun. He can get it back in the morning.
Yes, sir, Marshal.
And if he objects to that, tell him to look me up and I'll throw him in jail.
Who is it?
It's Matt, Kate.
Well, come on in. Well, sit down, Matt. I'll get you a toddy.
Thank you, Kate.
You could thank me best by buying a drink at the bar downstairs once in a while.
Well, why should I? I get better whiskey for free up here.
At least you're honest. Well, what's in the wind, Marshal Dillon? Did you just come up here because you're tired of sitting with your back to a wall?
You're right, Kate. It's the only place in Dodge where I can relax. That's probably just because you don't consider me worth killing.
How old am I, Matt?
What?
You heard me.
Well, I never thought much about it, Kate.
You sure didn't.
What are you getting at, anyway?
Just that if I was 20 years younger, you probably wouldn't come here at all.
No? And why?
Here's your toddy. Forget it.
Anything you say, Kate.
You know, Matt, you ought to get yourself a girl.
Oh, now, Kate, don't start
I mean
that,
it,
please.
sure. Somebody like, we'll say Connie Dell. There's a real pretty girl. A lot of fire,
Oh,
too.
you're sure a conniving old woman, Kate. You're just no good at all, you are.
You'd say worse than that. I told Connie she'd come up and have a drink with us the next time you showed.
All right, Kate, if it pleases you.
It does. Connie! Now, there's fresh cigars in that box by your chair, Matt.
Well, now.
Had them brought in by the Santa Fe Railroad all the way from St. Louis.
Evening, Miss Kate.
Oh, come on in, Connie. I've corralled the marshal for you. Sit down, honey. I'll fix you a drink.
Don't let her talk bother you, Connie.
Well, I did ask to meet you, Marshal.
No? Why? Why'd you want to meet me?
Maybe just to see if you're really as cold and cruel as you seem downstairs.
And?
I can't tell yet. But I don't think you are.
Yeah, a profession like mine leaves its mark on a man.
There's always trouble of some kind, isn't there?
Most always.
Like this army business now.
Yeah.
Will it be bad, Marshal?
It could be.
Well, I'll figure it this way, Matt. The Major's in trouble, and he's trying to cover it up by threatening to take over Dodge.
Well, any more difficulties, and he will do it. Blasted greenhorn.
Say, Connie, your corporal been in?
He left a while ago.
Well, what's he say? How'd the soldiers feel about all this?
Well, I don't think they want to mix it with all these gunmen and buffalo hunters and the like.
Yeah. The Major will wish he were back on maneuvers if it starts.
Maneuvers? So that's where they've all been. No wonder it's been so quiet. But that corporal of yours, Connie, how come he didn't go out?
He's not my corporal, Miss Kate. He's just a lonely kid.
All right. Seems like he spends more time here than at the fort. How does he manage that?
Oh, they made him a clerk, a sort of bookkeeper. His time's pretty much his own.
Uh-huh. Well, he's lucky. He's got a good, safe job, too.
Suppose it is. Well, I'd better get back. Now that we've met, Marshal, you might stop and buy me a drink next time you're here.
I'm afraid not, Connie.
No?
You're too distracting. I might get careless and shot at.
I take that as a compliment, Marshal.
It is.
Good night, Marshal. Thanks, Miss Kate.
Don't you mention it, honey. Well, Matt?
You said her name's Connie Dell, Kate. Where's she from?
I never ask the girls anything.
Yeah, maybe, but you always find out. Now, come on, tell me.
Hayes City, last.
Uh-huh. What's the name of this corporal who's been sniffing around?
Bowers, Corporal Bowers. Oh, here, let me sweeten that toddy for you.
All right.
You put me in mind of a man I knew back in Wichita.
Yeah?
He was the slipperiest, side-windingest, stubbornest man I ever
Evening, Mr. Dillon.
Everything quiet, Chester?
Yes, sir. But it's like everybody's holding his juice for the Army if it comes. It's quiet and mean, Mr. Dillon. That's it, just quiet and mean.
Yeah. All right, Chester, you can go to bed. I'll stay around for a little while longer.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, first thing in the morning, I want you to go to the depot and have him send a message to the sheriff in Hayes City.
That'd be Mr. Hickok?
Yeah, ask Bill to send me all the information he can about a dance hall girl named Connie Dell. She left there about a month ago.
Connie Dell. I'll do it, Mr. Dillon.
And bring me the answer as soon as it comes in, huh?
Well, we ought to have it by tomorrow evening.
Yeah, I hope so. Well, good night, Chester.
Good night, Mr. Dillon. I got it from Mr. Hightower down at the railroad depot, Mr. Dillon. It'd come in at 7 o'clock.
Oh, good. Let me see it, Chester.
Here.
Connie Dell worked Golden Horn Bar here. Left about a month ago. A stranger called Billy Grounds. Nothing against girl, but believe Grounds a wild one. Has anybody shot you yet? Regards, Hickok.
What's up, Mr. Dillon?
Well, I don't know, Chester. I don't quite know. Look, you go over and ask Big Kate if she's heard anything about this Billy Grounds.
All right, Mr. Dillon.
Marshal?
Huh? Well, what is it, Shiloh?
I want you to smell my gun. Here.
What?
And go on, smell it.
All right. It hasn't been fired. What are you worried about?
Well, I've been talking a lot lately, and a man was just shot out behind the Long Branch. A soldier.
Any witnesses to this? Well, who saw it?
I just heard the shot.
I want to know who killed this soldier.
Well, maybe nobody did see it, Marshal.
And maybe nobody cares much about it anyway. Just a soldier.
All right, you men, I'm going to tell you something. If I don't find who shot this man, the Army will move in here for sure.
Not the whole army, Marshal. They won't all move in.
Why not?
My shop's rifle can kill buffalo at 200 yards. I reckon it'll kill soldiers at 3.
Hey, let me through here. Let me through here. Hello, Marshal. Well, what have we got this time? Uh-oh. Soldier.
Yeah.
Well, he needs an autopsy just like anybody else. Where's the man that shot him? He get hurt, maybe?
Take a good look, Doc. He isn't even armed. This isn't a shooting. This is a murder.
Say, you're right, Marshal. Oh, well, I'll get him up to my office. Here, now give me a hand, somebody.
You may have a better day tomorrow, Doc, but I hope I can spoil it for you. I'm riding out to Fort Dodge right now.
Well, Marshal, what brings you here?
Trouble, Major.
What sort of trouble?
Murder?
A soldier?
Yeah.
Who?
I don't know, some private.
Why haven't I been informed of this?
It just happened about an hour ago.
In Dodge City, of course.
In Dodge City.
Have you arrested the murderer?
Nobody saw it happen.
I see. Well, Marshal, you leave me no choice. I shall have
Now,
to...
hold it, Major. I didn't ride out here just to carry news for you. I want something from you.
From me, Marshal?
Yeah. I want you to keep all soldiers out of Dodge for the next 48 hours. Put it off limits.
That's not exactly what I had in mind, Marshal.
But you're going to do it anyway.
What?
Now, listen, Major. Dodge City's an armed camp. It's full of men who fought Indians, who fought the war between the states, and who fought each other ever since they could spit. They'll fight you next. And they'll make you hate it.
Marshal Dillon, I shall report your treasonable talk.
Report what you like, but stay out of Dodge. Now, I'll make you a deal, Major. Give me 48 hours and I'll find your killers. You better take it.
All right. But I want the criminals delivered here.
Sure, Major. And I might have to kill them to get them here. Hello, Doc. You drinking up the profit you made off of that soldier?
Hello, Marshal. The boy's name was Bone, according to the letter I found on him.
Uh-huh. Anything else?
Yes. Dug a couple of slugs out of him. It's a funny thing, Marshal. I haven't happened on lead like that since 65.
What do you mean, Doc?
Well, I'd swear that boy was shot with a cavalry pistol.
I'll see you later, Doc.
Now, mind you can't prove it. Not exactly, but I would swear. Come in.
Hello, Kate. Did Chester see you?
He did.
Well?
Matt, I get my information through the girl. Some of it's true, some is bound to be just talk.
I'll weed it out.
Connie's been seen riding out at night toward the Arkansas down by Brandy Bend.
What for?
Well, I don't know. Could be this feller Billy Grounds.
Yeah.
His name's never been mentioned around here. My guess is he's never been in town.
Anything else?
One thing. Corporal Bowers and Connie went for a ride one night.
When?
Night before that payroll was robbed.
Figures. Where's Connie now?
Over at the Longhorn eating a steak.
It's kind of late for supper, isn't it?
She works late. Matt.
Yeah.
Next girl I steer you into, I'll pull her fangs first.
No, thank you, Kate. I like them better this way. Good evening, Connie.
Well, this is a surprise, Marshal.
May I sit down?
Of course.
Thank you. You sure Corporal Bowers won't mind?
Don't be silly. Anyway, he's away at the fort.
Huh? What time do you leave, Connie?
I don't know, about 7, I think. Why?
Anyone with him?
Yeah, Private Bone. Marshal, you think Bowers shot him, is that it?
You know any reason why he would, Connie?
They were friends. They worked together in the bookkeeping office.
I see. Tell me, Connie, Bowers say much about his job there? Well, what he does and all?
No, Marshal, he never talked about it.
Handled expenses for supplies and the like? Figured out the payroll?
I don't know.
Bowers would be in a good spot to know when to expect the payroll money in, wouldn't he? Even when it was kept a secret?
You'd have to ask him, Marshal. I don't know anything about the Army. But this isn't why you found me here, is it?
Of course not, Connie. I'm sorry. Hey, you look real pretty tonight.
Why, thank you, Marshal. You really mean it?
Sure. Sure I do.
I have to work late tonight, but I can get off tomorrow evening. Marshal, would you go for a ride with me? There'll be a moon.
Where would we ride to, Connie?
I don't know. Anywhere, maybe along the Arkansas. Oh, I know. Let's ride down toward Brandy Bend.
All right, Connie. We ride down to Brandy Bend.
You're all dressed up, Mr. Dillon. You going somewhere?
Yeah, after supper I am, Chester. Got me an engagement. Going riding with Connie Dell in the moonlight along the river.
Is she a nice girl, Mr. Dillon?
All girls are nice, Chester. Some fall in with bad company, that's all.
Yes, sir. Mr. Dillon?
Yeah?
Who'd this one fall in with?
Me?
Oh, now, Mr. Dillon, that's not so.
Then who'd you think, Chester? Well, come on, tell me.
Billy Grounds?
You don't give me much credit for romance, Chester.
No, sir.
Well, don't look so worried about it.
I was thinking, would you like me to follow you tonight? Indian style?
Thanks, Chester, but it wouldn't help. You see, I'm riding into an ambush. It'll be over fast. Real fast.
Well, all right, Mr. Dillon, if that's the way you want it.
That's the way it's got to be. And as soon as I leave, I want you to ride out to Fort Dodge and see the major.
Yes, sir. What about...
Tell him to arrest Corporal Bowers for the murder of Private Bone. I think Bone found out where the leak about that payroll money came from, and Bowers had to shut him up.
The major won't like that, will he?
Well, tell him I'll prove it. And anyway, I think Bowers will confess fast enough when the time comes.
When'll that be, Mr. Dillon?
When I get back to town. With Billy Grounds.
What about the girl?
Well, it's like I told you, Chester. Nice girl. Bad company.
You know, I had me a girl once.
Huh? Well, you never told me about that, Chester. What happened?
It was over in Abilene. I gave her my money to go to St. Louis and buy some wedding clothes. She wanted that.
So?
Well, I don't know, Mr. Dillon. I guess she
liked it there in St. Louis.
I'm going down the street, Chester. You better get started for the forge soon.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
Evening, Marshal.
Hello, Shiloh.
I feel another drunk coming on, Marshal.
Well, then check your guns back there with Chester.
What if the army comes tonight? I'll need my gun.
And stay sober.
But if the army doesn't come, I'll have stayed sober for nothing.
Every man's got his problems, Shiloh. But if I see you drunk and wearing your gun, you'll wake up broken-hearted in jail tomorrow.
Tonight I'm going to get drunk enough to draw on you, Marshal.
That so, Shiloh? Then some night you're going to die.
Marshal?
Oh, hello, Connie.
I got off a little early. Shall we go now?
Anytime.
I keep my horse at the National. I'll meet you at the edge of town.
Oh? You ashamed to be seen with me?
Well, no, Marshal. But, well, you know how people talk.
Sure, Connie. I'll wait for you just down the trail.
I'll hurry.
Here we come pretty fast, Connie. You want to get on for a minute?
I'm all right.
All right. We'll let the horses blow a little and then move on, huh? You nervous, Connie?
No. Why?
Well, then sit down and relax.
All right. This better?
Yeah. Sure is a nice night.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
You're not even looking at it, Connie. Is something on your mind?
No, of course not. Why should there be?
I don't know. You tell me.
It's nothing, Marshal, really.
Connie, let me ask you something. You ever see a man killed?
What? Why'd you say that?
Well, did you?
Yes. Once in the saloon.
Huh. Tell me, do you have a fair chance?
Yeah, he even drew first.
Then you never saw a man shot in the back? Or ambushed?
What do you mean, Marshal?
I think it sort of goes against your grain, Connie, the idea of a man being killed without a fair chance.
I get it, Marshal. All right. Go ahead.
Down by the river near Brandy Bend, Billy Grounds is waiting to shoot me in the back.
Then why did you come, Marshal?
It's my job.
I suppose you know about everything.
I think so.
What are you going to do?
Connie, unless I made a mistake about you, I think you're going to let me have a fair chance at him. Somehow.
Why should I? What does it mean to me?
I don't know, Connie. I don't know. But you think about it. You think about it all the way to Brandy Bend. Now, come on, let's ride. Make a nice camp down here. Plenty of wood. Get your own water right out of the Arkansas. Don't you think, Connie? A man could hide out for a long time down here.
Marshal.
He could be safe here, even while the Army was trying to move into Dodge. A lot of men were being killed back there. It's peaceful here. Quiet.
Marshal, I can't do it.
Tell me, Connie.
That big cottonwood up ahead. On the left.
All right. Keep moving. When we get there, I'm going to ride fast. I'll hang onto the offside of my horse for cover. When I start, you turn around. Get back out of gunfire. Yeah, it sure is pretty down here, Connie. You know, maybe someday we can come down and go fishing, huh? That river's full of catfish. Did you ever eat a catfish dinner? Oh, they can be mighty good when they're small enough. Back, Connie. Connie? Connie! Yeah, he's dead, Connie.
I'm all right, Marshal.
I'm sorry about this, Connie. I'm sorry I had to do it.
He killed your horse. I'll show you where his is. And the money. Then you can take me back to Dodge. Jail.
All right, Connie. But you won't be in jail for long. You have my word. Not for long.
Let's go, Marshal.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was especially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in tonight's cast were Michael Ann Barrett and Jeanette Nolan, with Harry Bartell and Don Diamond. Parley Bear is Chester, and Howard McNear is Doc. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. The adventure just begins with Gunsmoke on CBS Radio. Still ahead tonight, Gene Autry, Tarzan, Gangbusters, and Stars in the Air. Yes, listen in for them all on most of these same CBS radio stations. This is Roy Rowan speaking. And remember, for your free convention handbook, write to Time, CBS, Chicago 90, Illinois. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Comedy's funniest miser, Jack Benny, is up next.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston and Phil Harris and his orchestra. The orchestra opens the program with All's Fair in Love and War from the Gold Diggers of 1937. When you go to the theater or the movies, you always expect the entertainment to reach a thrilling climax, and the same thing is true of a dinner. So if you want you to wind up on a really exciting note, all means serve Jell-O for dessert. A gay, colorful mold of it in any of Jell-O's 6 delicious flavors. Jell-O is truly delicious and full of the refreshing flavor of fresh, ripe fruit. Jell-O always brings a touch of color and joy to the end of any meal. So order genuine Jell-O from your grocer tomorrow, and you'll be sure of that extra-rich fruit flavor, which makes Jell-O the most popular gelatin dessert in the world. But it's no substitute. Get the real thing, genuine Jell-O. Ladies and gentlemen, we bring you the Hollywood fashion plate whose pockets bulge from his tailor's bills, Jack Benny.
Hello again. This is Jack Benny, your Beau Brummel speaking. Now listen, Don, this new spring suit of mine is paid for. And you'll have to admit that I do look pretty nifty, don't I?
At the risk of losing my job, no.
Now, wait a minute. It's a pretty swell suit. I've been looking in the mirror all afternoon, and we ought to know. Say, Don, that's a snappy spring outfit you're wearing. Tailor-made, isn't it?
Yes. Do you like it?
Oh, yeah. It looks like it was made for the Ritz brothers.
Well, one thing, Jack, it's individual. There's not another one in the whole country like it.
Well, naturally, there's no cloth left. Say, Don, come here a minute, will you?
All right.
Get a load of that. Huh? Well, come here.
All right, Jack, I'm right here, yeah.
Get a load of that sport coat Phil Harris is wearing. You?
It is loud, isn't it?
Loud? It's the first time I ever saw a sunset with a belt in the back. Say, Phil.
Yes, Jack?
Look, Phil, I don't like to be bossy, but I wish you'd dress more conservatively, especially for this program. After all, you're not a toreador.
What about that coat you've got on?
Well, what's the matter with it?
Well, it looks like your tailor took a crazy quilt and put buttons on it.
Oh, yeah? Well, I like this coat, and I bought it.
Well, if you ever get tired of it, you can grind it up into chili.
Oh, still trying to get your watch back, eh? Well, it won't work, old fellow. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Gee, look at you, all dressed up. Wow.
Yeah, how do I look?
You look like you were thrown out of the Easter parade.
Is that so?
That's an old suit, isn't it?
It is not, and anyway, it's how you wear it. You don't see any holes in this suit, do you?
A moth with any pride wouldn't go near it.
Atta Mary. Atta girl, Mary. Atta girl, Mary. Now, listen, fellas, you can kid all you want to, but if you want to know the truth, I'm considered the best-dressed man in Hollywood.
Ha, ha, ha.
Yeah, who was that?
Adolph Monju.
Oh. What's he laughing about? I bought this suit from his gardener. You know what kills me? When a fellow tries to... Come in.
Special delivery for Mary Livingston.
I'm Mary Livingston.
I know, just sign here.
A little fresh there, buddy.
There you are.
Thanks, miss. Huh, get a load of that suit.
Wise guy. Who's the letter from, Mary?
From Mother. I'll read it.
Oh, your mother again. Why doesn't she get her own program?
She says...
Well, just forget about it. We haven't got time.
Hey, Jack, here comes Kenny all dressed up. Boy, I'll bet he knows it's spring, too.
I'll give you 2 to 1 he don't.
Well, look at him, all dolled up in sport clothes. Hello, Kenny.
Ain't I something?
Yes, but I can't put my finger on it. Where'd you get that outfit, Kenny?
Oh, from a little tailor around my neighborhood. Pretty coat, isn't it?
Coat looks more like a vest to me.
Did those sleeves fall off again?
Turn around there. Let me look at you, Kenny. Nice material. But look, isn't that coat awfully long?
Well, the pants aren't finished yet.
Oh.
Don't let him kid you, Kenny. You look all... Those are new shoes you got on, too, aren't they?
Yeah, but they hurt like the dickens.
Well, they'll stretch.
Say, do you think they'd feel better if I took the shoe trees out?
Yeah, why don't you do that, Kenny? It will.
Say, Jack,
What?
you ought to hear this letter from my mother. Gee, she's cute.
Well, as long as she's cute, go ahead and read it.
Okay. Newark, New Jersey, April 8th.
Newark? I thought your folks lived in Plainfield.
There was a cyclone.
Oh.
Dear daughter Mary, I was happy to get your letter and glad to know that you are well. I was so excited when I talked to you on the phone last Sunday that I forgot to turn off the gas range. How do you oatmeal off a ceiling?
Tell her to stand on her head when she mops the floor.
She had a lovely Easter, except for one thing. Your brother Hillard mixed the egg dyes in your father's derby. And when your father put his hat on, was his face red? Also blue, green, and yellow.
Nice family you've got there.
But everything turned out all right as he went to a masquerade that night dressed as a rainbow.
Well, that was quick thinking. Yowza.
We had a lot of fun on April Fool's Day, too. Everybody was here for dinner and rode your Uncle Herman's knife and fork to the tablecloth.
Well, must have been funny.
It would have been some joke if Uncle Herman didn't eat with his hands.
That's fine. Doesn't he ever use his knife and fork?
Only to comb his hair.
Oh.
The dinner was strictly formal. Everybody kept their shoes on.
Hate those ritzy affairs.
Right in the middle of the meal, a funny thing happened. The cat jumped on the table and knocked over Papa's bottle of gin. Papa got so mad he gave the cat a milky fin.
Milky fin? Isn't that awful?
Did I tell you that your grandpa came to visit us last week, and he acts the same as ever?
Oh.
Last night we caught him starching his beard so he could use it for a shoehorn.
All right, find out if he sleeps with the shoehorn over the quilt or under the quilt.
No other news except that your cousin Rita and her husband aren't getting along. They're always fighting.
That's too bad.
This morning they borrowed our axe to make twin beds. No more news or ink. So we'll close with love to you, Jack, John, Kenny, Phil, strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. And the millions of people who eat it every day. Yours truly, Mrs. Livingston.
Well, I'm glad that's over.
Oh, here's some more, Jack. P.S. There was another cyclone, and we're back home.
Well, there's only one thing that can top that. Sing, Kenny.
Low golden moon, blue tropic skies, night winds that sound like lovers' sighs. Two hearts in tune, two shining eyes, lighting my way to paradise. You
was Moonlight and Shadows from the Jungle Princess, sung by Kenny Baker in his own inimitable way. And very good, Kenny.
Oh, you always say I sing good.
Well, you do, don't you?
Yeah, but you don't have to rub it in.
Isn't Kenny fast on repartee tonight, Mary? Huh?
He's got a mind like a snail with a rheumatism.
Yeah.
I see, Mary. You're keen.
Keep that up, Kenny, and someday you'll be starching your beard. You know? I ruined that gag myself there. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as we haven't done a play in some time, for our feature attraction tonight, we are going to present our original hair-raising melodrama, that panorama of surging emotions, that symphony of the great outdoors, entitled... See who that is, Mary.
Why, it's Gracie Allen.
Hello, Gracie.
Well, Jack, Benny, of all people, what are you doing here?
Stuff up the microphones, fellas. Well, Gracie, this is a surprise.
Well, not to me. Georgie Porgy sent me over here to give you an important message. He knows he can trust me on account of I'm unreliable.
Well, why didn't he come himself?
Why?
Yeah.
Why? Well, he had to stay there so you'd know where the message came from.
Oh.
You see, if he came over here, he wouldn't have had to send me with a message.
Oh.
But the message is to you, and you're here. So,
yeah.
it would be very silly for me to go somewhere else with a message for you. Or would it?
Well, I think that...
Oh, hello, Mary. Did you have a good time in New York? Gee, what a cat. Do you like it? Oh, it's beautiful and so original. Just like mine. I must have made it yourself. They are alike, only mine's got something under it. Well, mine is just plain. I like simple things. Have you seen George?
No, Gracie. What's the message he sent to me?
The message?
Yeah.
The
Jack,
message.
do you think that about him...
Oh, well, here's Georgie Porgy now. Give me a kiss.
Hey, wait a minute.
Gracie, that's Don Wilson.
Oh, it is not. Don Wilson is a box of Jell-O.
Don Wilson is our announcer, and anyway, he's twice as big as George.
Well, who cares? I'm not going to lift him. Oh, and Jack, who's this cute little boy?
That's Kenny Baker, our tenor. Say hello, Kenny.
Hello.
Gee, you're cute. I'll bet you're smart, too.
Am I? I got a mind like a snail with a rheumatism.
Oh, snails with rheumatism. Oh, that must be delicious.
See what you started, Mary? How can a snail get rheumatism?
Sleeping in a shell with the window open. I don't get it.
That we know. Now, look, Gracie, we have a program to do. Have you thought of the message yet?
What message?
The message George sent.
Oh, you can give it to me later.
Well, look, you told me that...
I give up.
Look, Gracie, it doesn't have anything to do with your starting a new program on the air tomorrow night, does it?
No, this is something important.
Well, isn't that important? You and George are going on the air for Grape Nuts.
We get money.
Quiet, Mary. They'll want it, too. Say, Phil, find out if this is still the Jell-O program, will you?
It certainly is, with those 6 delicious flavors.
Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and tomato juice.
Now, look, Gracie, if you'll just sit down now and be quiet, we'll go on with the play I was about to announce.
Well, don't mind me. Oh, Harris's laugh. Oh, Philby. Philby.
Phil, come down off the piano.
Oh, no, not me.
Come on, Philby. Let's go over in the tuba where we can be alone.
Yeah, do that. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as our feature attraction this evening, we are going to present an old favorite.
Why?
Because one that I know... That's right. One that I know you'll all be waiting to hear. Another thrilling episode of that rip-snorting drama of the West, Buck Benny Rides Again. Gracie.
Don't mind me. I won't be trouble.
No, I know that. Now, in play this evening, Mary Livingston will again be Daisy Carson, my sweetheart. Don and Kenny will be my deputy sheriff, and if Phil Harris will come down off the piano, he can be Pappy.
Well, what'll I be, Jack?
You can be quiet.
Is it much of a part?
I hope so. Now, immediately after the next number, folks, we will take you to the little cow town of Rump State, Texas. Where we find... Come in.
Hello, Jack. It's Gracie here.
Yes, George, Gracie is here, and I wish you'd keep her in your own yard.
Well, I sent her over here to give you some tickets for our broadcast tomorrow night. Where is she?
Well, here I am, Georgie Porgy. Put me down, Phil.
Look, Gracie, what did you do with those tickets I gave you to give Jack?
Well, I put them in your pocket.
Well, then it's lucky I came.
Oh, so that's the message you had for me, Gracie.
Well, yeah. Why didn't you think of it before?
I don't know. I must be slipping.
Well, it's time you woke up.
Mary, what are you laughing at?
I don't know. Hello, George.
Well, things are just as crazy on this program.
Well, thanks, George. Thanks for those tickets. Nice dovetailing. And look, we're going to start... we're going to start our play right after the next number. Would you mind keeping an eye on Gracie? You know, keep her under control.
Oh, you're nuts, too, huh?
Well, do the best you can. Play, Phil.
Say, Georgie, hasn't Phil Harris got the waviest hair?
Yes, you.
Avenue, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to present our latest episode of Buck Benny Rides Again, or Ready, Willing, and Lame. The scene is the office of the sheriff of Cactus County.
Gracie, put that drum back in the orchestra.
Oh, is the drummer too?
Yes. Starting out. The scene is the office of the sheriff of Cactus County, where we find Buck Benny busy opening his morning mail. Curtain. Music. Doggone these wooden envelopes. Hey, deputies.
Yes, Sheriff.
Come here and help me open this letter.
Why, Buck, you're prying off the top of your desk.
Turn if I ain't. I'm getting into more trouble since I lost my glasses. This morning I put the bridle on the wrong end of my horse.
Say, Sheriff.
Yeah?
You got your pants on backwards, too.
Thanks. I've been looking for my hip pockets all morning. Say, Wilson, any news on Cactus Face?
Nope, ain't seen hide nor hair of him.
Well, it's been going on long enough. We got to get that critter. Dead or alive.
Oh, isn't he wonderful, Judge?
Quiet, Gracie.
You know, boys, Cactus Face has stolen every cow in these here parts. In state of affairs, not a cow left in the county.
Oh, well, that's too bad. I'll be a cow for you. Moo!
Quiet.
Come on, Moon.
Come on. Gracie, we're in the sheriff's office. We're in jail.
Oh, yeah? Then where's my daddy?
Now, Gracie, please.
Well, my daddy's in jail more than your daddy, isn't he?
Gracie, go ahead, Jay.
Now, listen, deputies. Getting Cactus Face alive may be dangerous. On your guard and stick close together. Meanwhile, I'm going out and investigate.
Good luck, Sheriff.
Good luck, Sheriff.
Good luck, Sheriff.
Thanks, men. Wish I had my glasses, though. I'm blind as a bat. Well, boys, if you need me, I'll be over at Daisy Carson's. So long. Doggone it, I thought there was a door there.
There is now.
Well, a little ventilation won't hurt none. So long, boys. So long.
Oh, wait, I'm going with you.
Oh, no, you're not. Lock her up, men.
Okay.
Steady there, partner. Daisy Carson's house. Step on it. Here! Here! Buck Benny rides again! Whoa, partner, whoa! Two men on a horse. I wonder if this is still Daisy's house. Been in here in over 6 weeks.
Come in. Gracie, that's my line. And why did I say it? That's fine. You steal my part and then you want a reason. Well, that's because I haven't got a reason. You're telling me. Let's split it, Gracie. I'll say come and you say in. All right?
I wish somebody would say it. It's raining out here.
Come in.
Hello, Daisy.
Hello, tall, dark, and near-sighted.
Well, gal, ain't seen you for some time. You sure look pretty. Lost a little weight, ain't you?
That's the whole tree. I'm over here.
Well, Daisy, it's spring. And you know that old saying, in the spring, a young man's fancy likely turns to the thoughts of love. So I'm going to ask you once more to marry me. Will you, gal?
What did I say last time, Buck?
You said no.
Well, add positively.
Yeah, when you say that, you're a tearing at my heartstrings. I know I ain't much. And I ain't good at fancy words. Like them now city fellas. But underneath this old red shirt beats a heart of gold.
Oh, what acting. Isn't he wonderful, Mary? No. Ain't that the truth?
Thought we locked her in a cell.
Oh, George, he's thinking of my brother. Oh. My brother's name is Sal. Of course, we only call him Sal for short. His whole name is Sal.
Oh, Imbecile, yeah. Is that the one who's living?
No, he's the one who sings tenor.
Oh, the tall one, yeah. The one who looks like a steamed clam.
Yeah, the pretty one.
Yeah, the one with the face.
Yeah.
Nice.
Hey, wait a minute. Save that for tomorrow night.
Oh, yeah? Whose program is this? Is it your program or my program?
It's my program.
Well, then don't act like it's your program.
Gracie, please, go ahead, Jay.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Well, deputies, Daisy. What's your pappy doing these days? I hear he's cut down on his drinking.
Yep, he's only using one arm now.
Oh. How'd that brandy he was making turn out?
Something went wrong with it and it hardened in the bottles.
Too bad. A total loss, eh?
Nope, Pappy just breaks the glass and eats it watermelon style.
Mighty practical idea. Say, Daisy.
Daisy? Oh, what's your name, Mary or Daisy?
Gracie.
Oh, that's so. Daisy's my name.
I was saying...
I like Mary better than you, don't you, Gracie? Well, some daisies I like Mary, and some daisies I don't.
Oh, George!
Gracie!
Choosing Watson, Renard.
Quiet! Daisy! Daisy, where's your pappy?
He was papering the room here this morning. It's the last I saw of him.
Gosh, that is new wallpaper, isn't it? But wait a minute. What's that big lump on the north wall?
Here comes Pappy now.
Hello, Buck.
Hello, Frank.
Mind moving, little Buck? I gotta put some paper right there where you're standing.
Pappy, you're not going to paper the floor, are you?
Shucks, honey, I thought it was the ceiling.
Gosh, that's so Harris. Isn't he cute?
No, I am too. Them darn Easterners are ruining our play.
What was you saying, Buck?
I wasn't saying you did a mighty good job papering. Looks fine.
Doggone it, Daisy, I got bad news for you. I gotta tear down all this paper I put up.
But, Pappy, it looks swell.
Can't help it, honey. I lost my job.
I'll help you find it, Frank.
Okay, look for a lump with a kick in her, Buck.
I always look for a lump after a kick.
There's the phone, Daisy.
Rip off the paper and answer it.
Okay. Hello? Hello? Funny, can't hear a thing.
Thanks, Buck. You found my job.
Here's the phone. Hello. Just a moment. For you, Buck.
Thanks. Hello? Hello, Deputy. What's that? You did? I'll be right with you. So long.
What's up, Buck?
My boy just located a hideout of Cactus Face Elmer. They're waiting for me down by the creek, and I'm heading that way. So long, gal.
So long, Buck.
Come on, partner. Yeah.
Giddy up, partner. Giddy up.
Gracie.
Giddy up, partner.
Giddy up, partner.
Gracie.
Come on, partner. Look, Gracie rides again. Yippee!
It's my own fault for starting this. Play, gal.
Everybody would like to think of new and exciting dinners 7 days a week, and no mistake. Of course, there's a limit to the number of kinds of meat or fish you can serve, but when you're thinking of dessert, there's no end to the number of ways in which you can serve Jell-O. And here's a new Jell-O dessert that's bound to make a big hit: orange and date cup. Just dissolve 1 package of orange Jell-O in 1 pint of hot water and then chill. Arrange 2/3 of a cup of cut-up oranges and 2/3 of a cup of chopped dates in sherbet glasses. When the Jell-O is slightly thickened, pour it over the fruit and chill until firm. It's refreshing and zestful, while the whole family will certainly enjoy it. So try orange and date cup soon to add that springtime touch to your menus. Order Jell-O tomorrow from your dealer, but be sure you get the real thing, genuine Jell-O. Look for the big red letters on the box.
The last number of the 28th program in the new Jell-O series, and we'll be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. And I want to thank George Burns and Gracie Allen for dropping in on us this evening. Also, to wish them lots of luck on their new series of broadcasts from Grape Nuts over the same network starting tomorrow night. See your local paper for announcement of time. And I hope to see all of my Los Angeles friends at the annual radio editor show at the Shrine Auditorium next Saturday night.
Oh, Jack.
What? What's funny about that?
We laughed when Gracie did it.
Good night, folks. Good night.
Jell.
This is the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company.
Lux Radio Theater is coming at you next.
Hollywood, California, Monday, June 8th.
The Lux Radio Theater, presented from its new home on Hollywood Boulevard, Hollywood, California. Lux presents Hollywood. Such great personalities as William Powell, Myrna Loy, W.S. Van Dyke, Theda Bara, James Seymour, Minna Gamble, Porter Hall, and many others will take part in this presentation sent to you by the makers of Lux Toilet Soap. the beauty soap of the stars. Appearing before a distinguished Hollywood audience, Mr. Powell, Miss Loy, and a cast of 18 great players present the play that has broken box office records from coast to coast, The Thin Man. And as producer tonight, we present the director who did The Thin Man on the screen, together with such triumphs as Naughty Marietta, Trader Horn, Rose Marie, I Live My Life, and countless other smash hit pictures. Mr. W.S. Van Dyke. Mr. Van Dyke.
Hello, everybody. Well, it's a great scene at the Lux Radio Theater tonight. In our audience, we have Betty Davis, Jimmy and Lucille Gleason, Bob Armstrong, Ole Olson of Olson and Johnson, Stu Irwin, Jimmy Starr, famous communist, Evelyn Venable, Mr. and Mrs. Leon Schlesinger. Maybe it would interest you a little inside information on the show we're doing tonight, The Thin Man, and about William Powell and Myrna Loy, who are going to do it for you. As you know, The Thin Man was a best-selling novel by Dashiell Hammett. Hunt Stromberg, down at the studio, MGM, got a hold of it and brought it to me. Woody said, if you'll make this picture, I'll buy the story. Well, I read it, and while it was a good enough mystery story, there was something else about the book that struck me. Here was something new and fresh and very charming. A romance between a man and his wife. It's a story of a couple of kids that understood each other and had a blessed confidence in each other. Beneath all the casualness and all the wisecracking, there's a lovely, wholesome relationship. Something really deep and sweet and inspiring. Well, we decided to make the picture. Albert Hackett and Francis Goodrich wrote a swell script. William Powell and Myrna Loy played the parts. And how? They played them beautifully, because Powell was just Powell and Loy was just Loy. Both of them wisecracking all the time and clowning right through the picture. I suppose you know that plenty of motion pictures take from 2 months to a year to shoot. We did The Thin Man in 16 days, retakes and all. Of course, it wasn't a pretentious picture. We didn't make it as one. I hate epics. But it is evident that people liked it. It has been very interesting to study out how they could tell this story on the radio. Bill and Myrna have had a lot of fun getting it ready for you, just as they did making the picture. And from the original story, from the original motion picture cast, we have, and are fortunate in having, Minna Gombo, Porter Hall, William Henry, and Thomas Jackson here tonight. So here we go, with William Powell and Nick Charles, and Myrna Loy as Nora in The Thin Man. Here they come, Bill Powell and Myrna Loy. We're in a fashionable cafe, Montmartre, New York City. It's Christmas Eve, and the well-appointed dining room is filling rapidly. From the bar comes a good-looking young fellow of about 35, tall, casual, and worldly wise. He's Nick Charles, the well-known private detective, played by William Powell. And he's waiting for his charming wife, Nora, played by Myrna Loy. As he takes his place at the table, a young girl on the other side of the room recognizes him and hurries over.
I beg your pardon. Aren't you Mr. Nick Charles, the detective?
Yes, I'm Nick Charles.
I thought I recognized you. My name is Dorothy Winans.
Oh, yes? How do you do?
Do you mind if I sit down for a
No,
moment?
but I'm expecting my wife in a few minutes. You don't mind explaining your presence to her?
Oh, of course. That's my fiancé over there at the other table.
Oh, well, that makes everything all right, doesn't it? Sit down.
Thank you.
Your name is,
Dorothy Winans. I'm Clyde Winans' daughter.
Clyde Winans. Oh, yes, of course. Your father was having some trouble about one of his inventions a few years ago. I handled the case for him.
I know. That's why I want to speak to you now.
Oh. Well, I'm not practicing anymore, Miss Winans. You see, I've retired.
Please, Mr. Charles, I need you.
Oh. What seems to be the trouble?
It's Dad. He went away about 3 months ago, and I haven't heard from him. Not a word. I'm worried sick.
Oh, I wouldn't if I were you. After all, he's an inventor. He gets an idea he wants to work on. It's only natural that he should hide away somewhere. He's done it before.
Yes, but never for 3 months.
Did you see him before he left?
No. Mr. Macaulay was the only one he spoke to. Well, Macaulay and Julia Wolfe. She's Dad's secretary.
Julia Wolfe. Oh, yes, I believe I've met her. Macaulay is your father's lawyer, isn't he?
Yes.
His lawyer and his secretary both speak to him before he leaves, but no one knows where he went.
He wouldn't tell them.
What about your mother? He wouldn't tell her either?
No. Mother and Dad aren't... They haven't seen each other for some time.
Oh, I see. Well, I don't know just what I can do for you. Why don't you speak to Macaulay? Maybe he's heard from your father and has forgotten to let you know.
Oh, Well, I'll call him now.
That's a girl. Let me know how it turns out, will you?
Of course. I'll be back in a few minutes.
I'll be here.
Madam, you can't bring that dog in here. Dogs aren't allowed. I'm sorry, ma'am.
I'll be here, Aster. Aster, come here, boy. Here. Down, boy.
But, madam,
down.
it isn't only your dog. We allowed everyone.
Oh, here you are.
Aster. Quiet, Aster. Quiet. Slow, Nora. I hear you brought the dog.
I didn't bring him. He brought me. I think the doorman's mad, Nick.
Madam, I'm afraid you'll have to take the dog outside.
It's all right, Joe. It's my dog and my wife.
You might have mentioned me first.
But, Mr. Charles, are you sure that...
Of course I'm sure. He's well trained. He'll behave himself.
Nobody might bite someone.
No. Only me, Joe. He only bites me.
Yes, he's fussy about what he eats.
Go ahead, Joe. I'll be responsible for him.
Very well, sir. If you say so, sir.
There you are, my dear. See what an influential husband you've got?
You do stand in with doormen. Mr. Charles.
Oh, yes, Dorothy?
May I introduce my fiancé, Andy Reed, Mr. Charles?
How do you do?
How do you do, sir?
Any luck, Dorothy?
Yes, he's just around the corner.
Your father?
No, Mr. McCauley.
We're going to see him now.
Oh, fine.
Nick?
Yes, my dear? Oh, I beg your pardon. Miss Wynant, Mr. Reed, my wife.
How do you do? I'm sorry we have to rush, but you'll excuse us, Mr. Charles. Of course.
We're to Normandy for a couple of weeks. Why don't you drop around?
Thanks, we will. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, sir. Goodbye, Mrs. Charles.
Goodbye. Pretty girl.
You like blondes.
You got types?
Only you, darling. Lanky brunettes with wicked jaws.
Who is she?
Dorothy Wynant, daughter of Clyde Wynant. I worked on a case for her father. Some nut wanted to kill him.
Charming. What's the matter now?
Wynant disappeared. Dorothy's afraid something happened to him.
Has anything happened to him?
My darling wife. How do I know? Funny, though. That secretary of his ought to know something.
Secretaries usually do. Who is she?
Julia Wolfe. Smart girl, Julia. I always suspected she had some kind of hold on Wynant. That's why he kept her on.
Maybe you ought to give her a ring.
What for?
Oh, just to say hello.
Maybe.
Want a nickel?
No, I've got one. I'll be right back. Hello? I want Skylar, 40962. No, Skylar. That's right, 40962.
Hello? Yes, Julie Wolf speaking. Who? Oh, hello, Mr. Charles. Yes? What was it you wanted to... Oh, no, I don't. He didn't tell me. Not a word. I'm sorry. Well, that's all right. Goodbye. Morelli.
Coming. Well, who was that?
Nick Charles.
The detective?
He wanted to know where Wynant was.
Oh, yeah? Why?
He didn't say.
Did anyone see Wynant come here that night? The night you and him had the scrap?
I don't know.
Oh, no? Well, I guess I'll scram.
Wait a minute, Morelli. Where are you going?
Oh, taking a little stroll, that's all. If Nick Charles is going to pop up around here, I want to be far away when he does.
Ah, don't be a fool, Morelli.
Fool, huh? Say, listen, sister, I got a record 9-inch and to come face to face with no dick.
Sit down, Morelli. You need money, don't you?
Yeah. What about it? You got some?
Plenty. I'm Wynant's secretary.
Oh, yeah? What do you mean by that?
Wouldn't you like to know? Your friend Pierre serves good dinners, Nick.
All right.
You still didn't tell me what Julia Wolfe had to say.
Nothing. She didn't know where he was, that's all. Finished?
Finished.
Let's get out. We'll grab a cab and get back to the hotel.
Ready and willing. Where's my purse? Come on, Esther.
Joe, call me cab.
Hello? Esther, be quiet. Stop it. Hello? Yes? Who is it? Oh, he is. I see. Thank you. Oh, Nick,
Yeah?
it's Mr. McCauley. He's on his way up.
Call I wonder what he wants.
Isn't he Winant's lawyer?
Yeah?
Maybe he's got some news.
Well, he ought... Say, you're worrying an awful lot about this business. Forget it.
I'll open it.
I beg your pardon.
I'm Mrs. Charles. Come in, Mr. McCauley.
Hello, Macaulay.
Well, hello, Charles. Well, how are you?
Fine. Sit down.
Thanks. Dorothy told me you were here. I took the liberty of coming to see you.
Of course.
Charles, what's Mimi up to?
Mimi? Oh, Dorothy's mother. Does she have to be up to something?
She usually is, trying one way or another to get money out of Wynant. I wanted to find out if you were, sleuthing for her.
I haven't been a detective 4 years.
Oh, you don't say.
Oh, my wife's father died and left her a lumber mill, a narrow gauge railroad, and, a couple of other things. I'm looking after them.
I see.
What's all the fuss about? Is Wynant in hiding?
Well, you know as much about it as I do. I haven't seen him in 3 months. He sends word through Julia Wolf when he wants money. I give it to her, and she gives it to him.
Mine. Hello? Oh, just a moment, please. It's for you, Mr. McCauley. Your office.
Oh, thank you. Hello? What? He is? Well, where is he? Oh, very well. Well, he's back in town.
Mr. Wynant?
Yes, thank heaven. He's waiting for me now. Well, I've got to rush. I'll tell you, it's no joke working for a man like that. Oh, goodbye, Mr. Charles. Goodbye, Charles.
Long.
Merry Christmas.
Same to you. $11:30. Almost Christmas, darling.
If that's a hint, you can drop it. You get your present at breakfast, not a minute before.
Beast. You know, Nick, I've been thinking. It's funny the way Wynant popped up all of a sudden.
Yes. Wasn't it?
You think there's anything behind it?
Why should there be?
Well, I don't know. It just strikes me as being funny, that's all. You're nearer than I am, darling.
Hello? Speaking. Oh, hello, Dorothy. Spot? What? When? Oh, I see. Well, yes, of course I'll be here.
What is it, darling? Darling, what is it?
Julia Wolf has just been murdered. You are listening to William Powell and Myrna Loy in the story of the Thin Man from the stage of the Lux Radio Theater in Hollywood Boulevard. Before we go on with the story of Nick and Nora, we want to take you on a quick tour of Hollywood.
Lobby of the Hotel Roosevelt, where stars and newcomers gather. A young actress just breaking into pictures is telling her friend of her success.
Well, there's one thing. I've got one of the best managers in Hollywood, and that means a lot. Oh, but the rules he's laid down for me. Gee, what do you mean, rules? Well, you'd think I was going into training for the Olympics. I've got to lose 5 pounds. I've got to take lessons in singing and diction, and of course my complexion's got to be perfect. I've got to be more careful than ever not to get little blemishes or enlarged pores and what they call cosmetic skin. Thank goodness I know enough to use Lux toilet soap regularly, the way everybody around here does.
9 out of 10 beautiful Hollywood screen stars use Lux toilet soap, and have for years. Here's what the famous Claudette Colbert has to say. When I tell people how simple my complexion care is, they always seem surprised. I use cosmetics, of course, but I always use Lux toilet soap to guard against cosmetic skin. It's easy to keep skin lovely, my way.
And now, on with the show of the Thin Man. An hour has gone by since Nick heard about the murder of Julia Wolf. In the living room of their suite at the hotel, Nick and Nora are listening to the radio. A news reporter is broadcasting the latest developments of the case.
And here's the latest news of the Julia Wolf murder. The police have found out that the beautiful blonde secretary was a gangster's girl and is spreading the dragnet for one Joe Morelli, said to be hiding out somewhere in the city. In Paris today, the Chamber of Deputies...
Never mind the Chamber of Deputies.
Joe Morelli, that's what I wanted to know about. Well, did you get any more information out of headquarters?
As much as they had. Julia Wolf was shot and killed about 9 or 9:30. Body discovered on the floor of her living room a little after 11.
Who discovered it?
That'll surprise you. Mimi Wynant.
Dorothy's mother?
Right.
What was she doing there?
I don't know.
Where's Clyde Wynant?
Still missing.
Missing? But Macaulay was going to see him. They had an appointment.
Well, I spoke to Macaulay. Wynant never showed up. Nobody knows where he is.
It's going to be pretty tough on Dorothy, isn't it?
Meaning what?
Meaning that it looks as if Clyde Wynant skipped one appointment in order to keep another with Julia Wolf.
You think he killed her?
Oh, it's just a guess. You're the detective around here, darling.
Oh, that's Dorothy. Said you wanted to see me. Yeah, come in, Dorothy.
Thank you. Is anyone here?
That's Nora. Have a seat.
Oh. Hello, Dorothy. I'm sorry for breaking in on you like this. Oh, that's all right. We're used to it.
Anything wrong?
Julia Wolf is dead.
Yes, we know that.
Here's the gun she was shot with.
What are you trying to tell me? That you did it?
Yes. I hated her. She kept me from seeing my father. I went down there to ask her where he was. She wouldn't tell me. I shot her.
Where did you hit her?
Why, in the heart.
Pretty good shot you are. What did she do?
She fell down.
Did she make any sound? Didn't scream?
I don't know.
Which way did she fall?
She fell over backwards.
Oh, yes? People fall toward a shot, you know, not back from it. I knew you were lying.
Oh.
All right, come on, now, brace up. Where did you get this gun?
I bought it in a pawn shop.
I thought so. Why did you say you did it? Whom are you trying to shield?
Oh, please, don't ask me.
You got to tell me.
Nick, let me handle this, will you? Dorothy, look at me. Nick is trying to help you. Why don't you help him? You were trying to shield your mother, weren't you?
No.
Your father, then. Dorothy.
Yes. My father.
Why do you think he did it?
Mother was the first one to find Julia Wolf. She saw something in Julia's hand, and she took it.
What was it?
A watch chain. It belonged to my father.
So you think your father did it?
I don't know.
Did your mother turn the chain over to the police?
No, she kept it. She didn't tell them anything about it.
But she showed it to you?
Yes.
Why did your mother go to Julia Wolf's apartment in the first place?
She went to ask for money.
Oh, money again, huh? Yes? Oh, have them come up, please.
Who is it?
Dorothy, I wonder if you'd mind waiting in the bedroom.
Of course.
It'll be only a minute.
Well, Nick?
It's Mimi Wynant.
Alone?
She's never alone. Dorothy's brother is with a screwy college kid. And some guy by the name of Chris Jorgensen.
Jorgensen? Who's he?
Macaulay told me about him. A hanger-on type. I think he's after Mimi's dough.
But she hasn't any.
Maybe that's why she wanted to get some from Julia. I'll take it. Hello.
Nick, how are you?
Fine. Come in, Mimi.
Thank you, Nick. This is my son, Gilbert.
How are you? Very well, thank you.
And Mr. Chris Jorgensen. He's an old friend of mine.
How do you do? How do you do? Sit down. Sit down. My wife.
How do you
Mrs.
do?
Wynant, Gilbert Wynant, and Mr. Jorgensen.
How do you do?
Well, Mimi?
Nick, I've never been in such a state in my life. You know, of course, that I was the one who found Julia Wolf.
So we've heard.
Oh, my dear, it was terrible. I walked in and there she was, lying dead on the floor.
I meant to ask you, Mother, was there much blood?
Gilbert, don't be so morbid.
But I'm interested in murders. You know, Mr. Charles, I formed a theory about this one already.
That's so.
In my opinion, the man who did it...
Gilbert, be quiet. You don't know anything about it.
Oh, but I do.
Be quiet.
You were saying, Mrs. Warren,
about finding Julia Wolf. I was simply petrified, and such a mystery. Clyde Wynant's crazy, absolutely crazy to stay away at a time like this. No wonder the police think he had something to do with it.
What do you think?
Oh, I know he didn't, but I wish I could find him. I have something very important to tell him. And Macaulay won't help at all. He thinks I just want money.
Well, don't you?
Oh, Nick, you're always teasing.
Mrs. Wyman, were you alone when you found Julia Wolf?
Why, of course I was.
Wasn't Mr. Jorgensen with you?
I? Certainly not. I don't know anything about it. The first word I had that Julia Wolf was dead was when Mrs. Wyman called me at my club.
Oh, she called you?
Yes.
Why?
I beg your pardon.
Oh, let's not even talk about it. The thing to do is to find Clyde, and that's what I've come to you for, Nick. You will help me find him, won't you?
I'm afraid I can't, Mimi.
Oh, Nick, please.
Now, Mimi, there are 1,000 detectives in New York. Hire one of them.
But Clyde knows you. All you have to do is to get in touch with him and tell him that Mimi says everything is all right, but that I've got to see him.
I tell you again, I don't want any part of it.
Is that final?
Final.
Well, if that's the way you feel.
You turn up. You just help all you can. Give the police every possible assistance.
What do you mean by that?
Oh, nothing in particular.
Oh. Well, we'll say good night.
Good night. I'm sorry I can't help you, Mimi.
Hello. Is this the Normandy Hotel? I want to speak to Mr. Charles. Yeah, Nick Charles. Hello, Mr. Charles. Say, I'm sorry I woke you up. But, Mr. Charles, I'd like to lay a proposition before you. It's about the murder of Julia Wolf. Well, what's the difference who I am? Oh, wait a minute. All right. Wait a minute. Don't hang up. I'll tell you who I am. But you got to keep it under your hat. I'm Al Nunheim. Yeah, Nunheim. Now listen, I know who murdered Julia Wolf, see? Sure I do. And I'll spill it to you for $5,000. I'll tell you how I know. Because I was outside of her apartment when she was shot. And I saw the one who did it. And I'll spill it to you when I get... Hey, wait a minute. Hey, I can't talk now. I'll call you again.
Hello? Hello? Hello, are you still there? Hello? Well, what the...
Now what, darling?
I don't know. Some crank, I guess. He hung up. And you better get back to bed and get some sleep.
Nick, are you asleep?
Yes,
Good. I want to talk to you.
that's jolly.
Don't you think you'd like to go back to detecting once in a while just for the fun of it?
Can't you get to sleep?
No. Everybody says you were a grand detective.
They were kidding you.
I'd like to see you work.
Tomorrow I'll buy you a whole lot of detective stories.
Oh, that poor girl's in an awful spot.
There's nothing I can do to help her.
She thinks you can. It wouldn't hurt you to find out if you could, would it?
And, darling, my guess is that Wynant killed Julia, and Dorothy knows it. And the police will catch him without my help. Now, please put out the light. I'm tired.
Oh, all right. But I'm mad at you.
Mm-hmm.
Nick,
Mm-hmm.
did you hear a knock?
Mm-hmm.
Shut up, Astor. You want to answer it, Nick?
Oh, good Lord.
All right, stay in bed. I'll do it myself. Well?
Mr. Charles here.
Yes?
I got to talk to him right away.
What about?
What's going on? What's going on?
There's someone to see you, Nick.
That's great. I was afraid I'd have to go to sleep. Come in.
Yeah.
How about a chair, Mr.
Stay where you are, both of you. I got you covered, so don't move.
A stick-up.
No, it ain't a stick-up. But I got to talk to you, Mr. Charles. I want you to tell me something, and I want you to give it to me straight. You get me?
Do you mind putting that gun down? My wife doesn't care, but I'm a very nervous person. Thank you. All right, shoot. What's on your mind?
You don't need to tell me you're tough. I heard about you. I'm Joe Morelli.
I've never heard about you.
I didn't bump off Julia.
All right, you didn't.
I haven't seen her in 3 months. We were all washed up.
Why tell me?
I wouldn't have any reason to hurt her. She was always on the up and up with me. But that dirty little rat Nunheim, well, he got sore because she liked me and hated him. So he put the finger on me.
That's all very swell, brother, only you're peddling your fish in the wrong market. I've had nothing to do with it.
Now, listen. The boys used to say that you were okay, a square guy. Now, that's why I'm here. What's the law doing to me? Do they think I did it? Or is it just something else to pin on me?
I'd tell you if I knew, but I'm not in on this. Ask the police.
Now, that'd be very smart. The boys would love to have me come in and ask questions.
They'd like it right down to the end of their blackjacks. Now, I came to you on the level. The boys say you're on the level. Be on the level.
I'm on the level. If I knew anything, I'd be...
Who's that?
I don't know. This is your party.
Open up. Open up. This is the police. The police? Dirty two-timer.
Look out, Nora.
Oh!
Give me that gun.
You rat, I'll show you.
Drop that gun. Drop it.
You'll double-cross me, will you?
Come on, drop it. Give it to me. Give me the gun.
Grab it. Grab it. Let me go. Let me go, I said. I'll take that gun.
Thanks, officer. You almost had me.
Get some water, Joe.
Nora. Are you all right, Nora?
I'm Inspector Guild of the Homicide Squad.
You're in a good place, Inspector.
Who's that woman on the floor?
My wife.
This guy shoot her?
No, he tried to shoot me. I socked her on the jaw to get her out of the line of fire. I guess I hit her too hard. Nora.
Oh.
Look at me, Nora. Are you all right, darling?
Oh. You darn fool. You didn't have to knock me out. I knew you'd take him, but I wanted to see you do it.
She's all right.
Okay, Slattering. Take Morelli downstairs. Come on, don't push. I said don't push.
How'd you people have to pop in, Inspector?
We hear this is getting to be a sort of a meeting place for the Winans family. So we figured we'd stick around in case the old man himself shows up. Then we seen Morelli sneak in, and we decided to come up. And it was pretty lucky for you, too.
Yeah.
Morelli a friend of yours?
I never saw him before.
What's he want of you?
Wanted to tell me he didn't kill Julia Wolf.
What's that to you?
Nothing.
What did he think it was to you?
Ask him. I don't know.
I'm asking you.
Keep on asking.
Oh, so you're going to keep mum, huh? All right, Mr. Charles. I won't bother you tonight, but I'll be in tomorrow morning, and I'll have plenty of things to ask. Good night.
Thank you, Inspector Guild. Next time you come, try to stay longer. Nick, wake up. It's Christmas.
Oh, yeah?
Look, here's a telegram for you. It just came.
Open it, will you? Probably a touch from somebody. Well,
Nick,
what is it?
it's from Clyde Winans. Listen. Will you take charge of investigation on Julia Wolf's murder? Communicate with Herbert Macaulay. Clyde Winans.
Where's it from?
Philadelphia. Then he didn't do it, did he, Nick?
I don't know. Communicate with Macaulay, huh? All right, we'll ask him up here this morning. There you are, Macaulay. What do you think?
Well, he wants you to handle the case.
Yeah.
Oh. Well, what are the chances of you doing it?
Slim.
Oh, please, Nick.
Quiet, dear.
I wish you would, Mr. Charles. Would it help any if I could persuade him to meet you?
You might.
I had word from Wynant myself last night. He gave me a code message to insert in the newspapers in case I wanted to get in touch with him.
It wouldn't do any harm to put it in.
I'm sure you could clear this up. Oh, if Wynant will only come back. It doesn't look well he's staying away at a time like this.
Yes? Oh, just a minute. For you, Mr. Macaulay, police department.
Police department. Hello? Where? In Allentown. Yes. Well, when's the next train? Right. I'll get that. Well? Wynant's tried to commit suicide. They want him to go down and identify him. Well, I guess this changes the whole story, doesn't it? That looks like an admission of guilt. I had such hopes. I thought if you got on this case... well. Well, it's no use thinking about it now. Well, I'm sorry to have wasted so much of your time. You'll excuse me, won't you?
Of course.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Well, that's that.
What's the matter with you?
Oh, the mystery's all gone. And I wanted you to find out who did it.
Maybe I will.
But Winans.
I don't believe he did it.
Why don't you?
No reason. That's a hunch. But I'm going to find out. Come on, Dr. Watson. We're going places. I want to speak to Inspector Gill.
Man to man, Mr. Charles. Are you working on this case?
Man to man, Inspector Guild, I'm not.
But he's interested.
I don't mind telling you, I'd rather have you in on the right side.
You mean not on Winans' side?
I'd rather have you working with us than against us.
So would I.
It's a bargain, then. Do you know about the case?
I read the papers. What about the suicide?
Oh, that's a phony. The men didn't even have to go down.
Yeah, I thought it might be. From now on, they're going to think that every thin man over 6 feet with white hair is Winans.
Do you think that Wynant did it?
It looks like he planned something. He shut up his apartment and his shop. But there's nothing yet to clinch it.
50 will get you 100 that Winans didn't do it.
Who's your candidate?
I haven't got that far yet. I don't think that everything points to Wynant. What about the alibis?
They're all okay. Mrs. Wynant, the boy, Dorothy, Macaulay, even Morelli.
What about Jorgensen?
Huh? Oh, I'll check on that. Well, I'm afraid this is kind of dull for you, Mrs. Charles.
Dull? I'm sitting on the edge of my chair.
Frankly, I'm stunned. I don't know what to do next. What about you, Charles?
Me? No, but I've got a hunch.
What is it?
I got a call last night. I thought it was from a crank, but I've changed my mind. Whoever it was knew something, and I've got a feeling I'll hear from him again. What time is it?
Almost 10. Still waiting to hear from the crank?
And how? Here, give me that, quick. Hello? Yes? Yes? This is Nick Charles? Who? Can't hear you. I said I can't hear you. Have to speak louder.
I can't speak any louder. Say, this is Al Nunheim again. You know, I called you last night. Hey, listen. Are you still interested in that proposition? Yeah, huh? All right, then. Now, here's the dope. And get this straight. The man who killed Julia Wolf...
What's this, Gil? You think Wynant killed Julia Wolf and Mannheim?
Right.
Why?
2 reasons. First off, Mimi Wynant came across with a watch chain. She plucked off Julia's body.
Oh, she did, huh?
It belonged to Clyde Wynant.
Yeah. What's the second reason?
A pip. The bullet that killed Nunheim came from the same gun.
That's all right, Inspector.
All right, it's perfect. Clyde Wynant is guilty of both those murders.
Maybe.
What?
50 will still get you 100. I say Wynant's innocent.
You can say what you want, but I'm spreading a dragnet for that guy over every town in these United States. And I'll get him, too.
Calling all cars, cover all roads leaving city. Pick up Clyde Wynant, tall, thin man, last seen wearing dark blue suit. Clyde Wynant.
Do you think they'll find him, Nick? He must be in New York.
Probably is.
Oh, it's getting me down. I saw Dorothy today.
Yeah? What?
She's broken off her engagement.
What for?
Oh, don't ask me. She was a little hysterical. Something about not wanting to ruin her fiancé's life. Daughter of a murderer and all that.
Oh, poor kid. Well, see you later, darling.
Where do you think you're going?
I'm going to take us for a walk.
He's just been for a walk.
We're going sightseeing, aren't we, Esther?
Nick, what are you up to?
I've got a hunch. I'm going down to look at Wynant's shop. I want to find out why it's closed.
Well, why shouldn't he close it? He went away.
He went away lots of times when I knew him, but he never closed his shop. I've got a hunch something's up.
You mean he might be hiding there?
I don't know, but this thing's got my goat. I've got to find out.
Nick, I won't have you going down there at this hour of the night. He's a crazy man. He might kill you.
It'll be all right. I've got Asta to protect me.
All right, go on. Go on. See if I care. But it's a dirty trick bringing me all the way to New York just to make me a widow.
You wouldn't be a widow long.
You bet I wouldn't.
Not with all your money.
You dog.
Goodbye, darling.
Nicky, take care of yourself, won't you?
Sure I will.
Don't say it that way. Say it as if you meant it.
Why, I believe the little woman cares.
I don't care. I'm just used to you, that's all.
Sure. So long, darling.
Come on, Asta. Go on, go on. Goodbye. Call me, darling, please. I'll be waiting to hear from you. Asta, if you let anything happen to him, you'll never wag that tail again.
You're listening to the Lux Radio Theater's production of The Thin Man, starring William Powell and Myrna Loy, with the music under the direction of Louis Silvers. This is W.S. Van Dyke speaking. We have here tonight the man who wrote the great picture, Lawyer Man, for Bill Powell here. He's a producer, too, but just on the writing end. He's done many great pictures, 42nd Street, The Gold Diggers, King of Burlesque, and lots of others, including an original musical, Ladies in London, which you'll be seeing soon. And here he is, The man whose name you'll see on the screen before the picture starts. One of Hollywood's greatest picture writers, James Seymour. Come here, Jim.
Thanks, Woody. I've been a movie writer for 10 years. That's the first kind word anybody has said to me.
Listen, Jim. The average person thinks a movie writer is a fellow that sits by himself at a typewriter, hammers out a lot of dialogue, and hands it in. Would you like to correct that impression?
I certainly would. Nobody works alone and by himself to make a picture. It's a matter of constant cooperation between producer, director, technician, actors, and the writers. Some of the best story ideas come out of the conferences.
Jim, how many writers would you say there are on an average picture?
Plenty. Believe it or not, I've seen pictures where there were more writers than actors. If all the people who contributed to the story got screen credit, it would look like a page from the telephone directory.
You've written on both the stage and screen, Jim. Tell the folks how they're different.
Well, pictures have less talk, but they tell more in less time. Like concentrated foods, all the good and none of the waste. In the theater, everything must be brought to the audience. On the screen, you take your audience wherever the camera can go. And here's another important point that comes right back to your Lux Radio Theater. On the stage, the star just enters. But on the screen, she's introduced with a big close-up. A picture of the star's face many times larger than life size. Every time a movie star's complexion is mentioned in this Lux Radio Theater, I think of those close-ups. Those stars just have to be beautiful. And they found that Lux toilet soap helps them look their best. Producers know it, too. And that's why it's the official soap in all the great studios in Hollywood. Right, Woody?
Right on the nose, Jim. Thanks for coming over.
Thanks for asking me. Good night.
Good night, Jim.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Thin Man. Nick is on his way to Clyde Winans' deserted laboratory. In a dark and desolate section of the city, his cab veers sharply around the corner and pulls up in front of a gloomy, old, rickety building.
Say, mister, are you sure this is the place you wanted?
Looks like it. Come on, Asta, jump. How much owe you?
$1.20. Or do you want me to wait?
No, never mind.
Oh, that's good. You know, this ain't no neighborhood to be in at 2 o'clock in the morning. I want to get out of here.
There you are.
Thanks. So long.
Come on, Asta. Come on, what's up with you?
Hello.
Nora, what are you doing here?
I beat you down. I want to go with you, Nick.
Now, listen.
No. You're not going in that place alone, and that settles it. Now get out that skeleton key of yours and open that door. I'm here to stay.
All right, come on. It's test.
Darling. Nice neighborhood Winans picked out for his laboratory. I can almost hear the chains rattling. Do you believe in ghosts, Nicky?
There we are. Come in. Be quiet.
Nick, it's dark in here.
Yeah, I've got a flashlight. We'd like to close the door. Shh. Asta, shut up. Go on, Nora.
Which way?
Straight ahead. Till you get the layout of the place.
Looks awfully big to me. You can't even see into the corners.
And don't let the shadows frighten you.
Who's frightened?
Now, hold it.
What's the matter?
This looks like Winans' work table.
More like a slab in a morgue. Look, Nick. There's a cement floor all around.
Yeah, there's probably a lot of weight goes on that table. Come on.
Where to now?
There's an old desk over there by the wall. I want to take a look at it.
What do you expect to find?
Darling, if I knew what I'd find, I wouldn't be...
Nick. What was it, Nick?
Just a loose board, I guess.
It sounds like somebody was walking over that way.
Oh, just your imagination. There's no one in here but us.
No. What about Wyman? This is his workshop. Why couldn't he be hiding out here? What's that?
It's Asta. Asta, come here. He's scratching on the cement around the work table. Asta, stop it. Stop it. Did you hear what I said, Asta?
Nick, look at him. He's after something. I've seen him scratch the ground like that when he was looking for...
Asta. Asta. Nora, look. Look at this. New cement. Listen.
Nick.
It's hollow. I wonder if I could find something to dig it up.
There's an iron bar on the table. I just saw it. Here it is.
Ah, good. Now, if I just knock a hole in that cement, we'll
find out what's under there.
Oh, Nick, I'm scared.
Asta, quiet. Keep away, Nora.
Asta, come here.
Once more. There she goes. And through the cement.
Nick.
Asta, get away from there. Get away.
Nick, what is it? What's he after?
We must get Inspector Gill here.
What's under there?
A body. Must have been there for weeks.
Oh, Nick.
Wait a minute, Jack. Wait now, you reporters. You'll get your story as soon as I can give it to you. Until then, you gotta leave us alone. Come on now, get out. Those reporters are enough to drive a guy nuts. Well, you were right, Nick. It was a body. A skeleton, rather, buried in lime. I wonder what Wynant had against this one.
Did you find any clothes?
Yeah, but no identification on them. Just a silver belt buckle with the initials DWR.
DWR. Who was that?
I got a good idea. That case you worked on, the guy who threatened to kill Wynant. What was his name?
Oh, Rosewater.
Yeah, Rosewater. He said Wynant tried to steal an invention, didn't he?
Yes, but we figured it was just blackmail.
Just the same, Wynant wouldn't mind having him out of the way, would he? And according to the doc, the body's been there at least a couple of months.
That's just about the time Wynant closed the shop.
Right.
Did you put the skeleton under the fluoroscope yet?
Half an hour ago, we found the bullet he was killed with and something in the leg bone. An old piece of shrapnel.
Shrapnel?
Yeah. Why?
Shrapnel in the leg bone. He probably limped.
What do you mean?
Oh, nothing. Well, so long, Inspector. I'm going to pick up my wife, take her home. It's been a long night.
So long. Give her my best, will you?
Right.
Where are we going, Nick?
Back to the hotel, my sweet. Pack our bags and take a nice trip somewhere.
A trip? Oh, no.
My soul, woman, I gave you 3 murders and you aren't satisfied.
I want you to stay and find Wynant.
I did find him.
What do you mean?
He was down in the shop.
Nick.
It was his body that was buried there.
Wynant's body?
Yeah.
But they all said it was Rosewater.
Oh, that's what they think.
What makes you so sure it's Wynant's body?
Several things. The clothes, for instance. They were carefully preserved. And the body was just as carefully destroyed. The person who killed him counted on one thing, that all skeletons look alike.
Well, don't they?
Sure. But I remember that Wynant had some shrapnel in his shin. They found it under the fluoroscope.
How long has he been dead?
A couple of months, anyway.
Then he couldn't have committed those other murders.
Smart gal.
Wynant dead. Does Dorothy know?
No, nobody but you. I didn't even tell Gil.
Why not?
I want to lie low till I get the whole dope. I don't want to go off half-cocked.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to get the real murderer. I've got an idea. Want to see me take him?
Yes.
You got a nice evening dress?
Oh, I've got a Lulu. Why?
I'm going to give a party, a dinner party. Everything from Russian caviar to camembert cheese, an orchestra behind the palms, subdued lighting.
What is this?
And I'm going to invite all of the suspects.
The suspects? They won't come.
Oh, they'll come. I'll have Gil issue the invitations.
Nick, who's going to be there?
Everybody. You, me, Dorothy, Eric's fiancé,
His name's Andy.
Right. Macaulay, Mimi, Gilbert, Jorgensen, and Morelli.
Oh, darling, what a lovely party.
Good evening, everybody.
Mr. Charles, what is the meaning of this?
The meaning of what, Mimi?
Why were we all rounded up like common criminals and brought to the sitter?
Yes, to eat, Mimi, and talk. Will everyone please be seated? Dorothy, here.
Thank you.
Andy, next to her, please.
Oh, but Mr. Charles,
Please.
Very well.
Mimi on the other side of Andy. Mr. Jorgensen over there, please.
Very kind, Mr. Charles.
Not at all. Mr. Macaulay next.
Of course.
Morelli?
What?
Right where you are.
Now, say, listen.
Sit down. And Gilbert, you can sit just opposite Mama.
Mr. Charles, I have a theory.
We'll listen to it later. Inspector Gill, you and your men will stand by the door, please.
Sure.
Fine. Now, Nora, if you'll sit here by me.
Delighted, Mr. Charles.
Pleasure, Mrs. Charles. Now, we're all ready to begin.
Will you please pass the celery, Mrs. Wynant?
No, I will not. I demand to know why we are here.
Before dinner? All right. I've got some important news. I've seen Wynant.
You, Papa?
Certainly I mean it.
That's nothing. I saw him myself
Yes, Mimi? When?
last night. He came to see me in my apartment.
Oh, did he? What did he say?
He didn't say very much. He wanted to know how I was and how the children were.
I'm afraid you're lying, Mimi. You see, I really did see Wynant last night.
Are you kidding?
No,
Why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you hold him?
because I found out for certain that he didn't commit the murders.
You know that's ridiculous.
Wait a minute. Let him have his say.
Thank you. Morelli, you knew Julia. Was she jipping Wynant? Taking dough on the sly?
Well, she don't say she is, but I figure she is, yeah.
Thank you. Now I'll tell you why I know Wynant didn't commit those murders. 3 months ago, Wynant found out that Julia was cheating him and was splitting with some man. He went to find the man, and he did. That man was desperate. He knew that he was caught dead to rights. And at prison, staring him in the face, he took the only way out. He killed Wynant.
Oh,
Terrible to tell you this way, Dorothy, but your father's dead.
dead,
He's been dead for 3 months.
dead. Oh.
Oh, darling, don't cry, please.
Oh.
Oh, I know it's terrible, but isn't it really better this way?
Oh, Andy. Andy.
You'd better take her home, Andy.
Yes, of course. Come on, darling.
Let them out, Inspector.
Oh, open up. Oh, don't cry, darling, please. It'll be all right now.
Oh, this is absurd. How can Clyde be dead? You said yourself you saw him last night.
So I did. I saw him lying buried in his shop.
You mean that body?
Was Wynant.
Perfectly absurd.
And the murderer is right here in this room tonight. He's sitting at this table. What?
Who is it?
I don't know. But I thought if we all had a little get-together, we might be able to find out. I'll tell you as much as I know. This murderer is a very clever man. He planned the whole thing beautifully. After he killed Wynant, he wired Macaulay, using Wynant's name, and told him to shut up the shop. Then he took Wynant's body and buried it in the shop with another man's clothes to throw us off the track. He even put a belt buckle with an R on it, hoping that we'd think it was Rosewater, an old enemy of Wynant's who dropped out of sight years ago. Morelli.
Yeah?
Would you mind holding your knife the other way? You're worrying Gilbert.
Oh, all right, Steve.
Nick, if that knife is missing, I'll look for it in your back.
I'll help you look. Well, after our hero had killed Wynant, he got a brilliant idea. He realized that he and Julia could still collect money. Wynant was supposed to be on a trip. No one knew where. So our dinner guests wrote letters to Macaulay, signing Wynant's name, so that Macaulay would continue to send the money to Julia. He even telephoned Macaulay. Do you remember Macaulay? The first day that you came to see me. He telephoned that he was in town.
Well, it must have been Wynant. I should have known if it weren't his voice.
Oh, he was clever about that. He called when you were out. Now, that same afternoon, Julia telephoned him. She said that you were coming, Mimi, to ask about Wynant. He got terrified. He was afraid that Julia would break down and tell. So he went to Julia and killed her. And left Wynant's watch chain in her hand.
Mimi, what did you tell me about that watch? If I ever get I don't know. The guy that did that to Julia,
It makes sense.
I hope you're well.
Quiet, please. His plan was still working beautifully. The only hitch was a man named Nunheim who had found out something. So our hero bumped him off, too. But our hero overlooked just one item. The telegrams, wires, and telephones were all very well, but no one had seen Wynant. So the murderer picked on poor Mimi here to strengthen his case. Mimi is the only one at this table who can tell us who the real murderer is. Mimi? Who was it told you to say you'd seen Wynant?
Nobody told me. I did see him.
What did he pay you, Mimi, to stick to that story?
It isn't a story. It's true. I did see Wynant. He's not dead.
You're lying, Mimi. But then you'd do anything for money. You were getting a good price for saying you saw Wynant.
I'm not going to stay here and be insulted.
Sit down. You're getting a good price, Mimi. But don't forget this. 2 other people were in with him on this deal. Julia and Nunheim. When he thought they might spill something, he bumped them off. You ought to know darn well that he's not going to take any chances on you. What do you want to do, be next on his list?
No.
Then who is he? Who paid you that money?
Macaulay.
Macaulay, you dirty little... I think that will hold him.
Oh, boy, what a wallop. Hey, nice work, Mr. Charles.
There's your man, Inspector. Mr. Macaulay.
I can't believe it.
What do you want me to do, wrap him up in cellophane? Pick him up and get him out of here.
Come on, boys. Grab him.
Let me get a hand.
Nick, you took him. I knew you would.
Yeah, another case like this, and I'll develop into a prize fighter.
Oh, Nicky, you're grand. You're glorious.
I bet you say that to all the boys.
that's that. The story of the Thin Man with William Powell and Myrna Loy. I'm going to get them back out here in a minute to talk to you. As you know, these broadcasts from the Lux Radio Theater are quite an event in Hollywood. And among our many friends here tonight is one of the greatest stars of the silent pictures. I admired her from afar when she was doing such magnificent spectacles as Cleopatra, and I was just an extra. Today, she is the wife of one of our leading film directors. I've known her for many years as a most charming and gracious lady, and I want you to meet her now, Miss Theda Bara.
Thank you, Woody. Our Hollywood entertainment has certainly developed amazingly since I was making pictures.
Yes, everything's different now.
As you and I know, before pictures grew up and started to talk, we had to translate all emotion into pantomime. Oh, you may think you have trouble today, but do you remember the difficulties we had working with a split screen? We had to express jealousy, hate, love, or devotion, all in pantomime, and at the same time keep pace as the director guided us with a 1, 2, 3, 4, just as a metronome guides a pianist.
Pantomime has always been one of the greatest of arts. And may I say, Miss Bara, I have always thought that you were one of the greatest masters of that art.
Oh, you're very kind, Woody. We worked awfully hard making those pictures. For instance, in making Cleopatra, we had no research department at the studio. I worked myself for months with the curator of Egyptology at the Metropolitan Museum in New York. It was great fun, though.
I understand, Miss Bara, you're going to make some radio appearances.
Yes, I am. And I'm also going to do some motion picture work.
No, that's good news.
I'm considering an offer now, running through scripts and ideas. Oh, I just hope everyone will be as happy about another Theda Bara picture as I am. The public has been very good to me in the past.
And I know they'll be awfully glad to see you again. I'm sure it'll be a great thrill not only seeing you, but hearing your voice. Thanks, Miss Bara, for joining us tonight.
I'm glad I could. Good night.
Hearing Theda Bara talk of her plans brings to my mind some other plans I've heard discussed in Hollywood this week. Picture people are talking about Charlie Chaplin's recent statement that he will start work on a new picture very shortly. Miss Paulette Goddard will be starred. Chaplin will write and direct, but will not act in it. A disappointment to many of us. Barbara Stanwyck and Robert Taylor are starting a new picture today, and I'm tickled to death that I got the job directing. It's called His Brother's Wife. Speaking of Bob Taylor, there's a lad who is going places. He's got a great future. And sometime in that future, he's going to do Armand to Greta Garbo's Camille. Bill Powell and Myrna Loy here are interested in the making of MGM's picture, The Good Earth. Louise Rayner, who was with them in The Great Ziegfeld, and Paul Muni of the Stars. And now Bill Powell and Myrna Loy are coming out on the stage. Arise, Bill, Myrna. Kids, you did a great show. You're really marvelous.
What, no retakes?
No property man.
Yeah, Bill. I'll bet you're glad my property man isn't here. Remember how he used to swat you with a broomstick when you weren't hurrying on the set fast enough?
Yes, that Harry Alvarez is a great fellow. He's the most independent cuss in the whole picture business.
Listen, Bill, that fellow was with me in the Arctic when we made Eskimo. He was with me in African jungle when we made Trader Horn. And after a man has handled crocodiles, sharks, pythons, and polar bears, you can't expect him to be afraid of a mere actor.
Yeah, there's only one thing I can never understand about that picture, Eskimo, Woody. How did they tell you from the polar bears?
He wore rubbers.
I wore a hat.
It must be pretty tough, Woody, when you have to plow through swamps, jungles, tropics, and the Arctic. I suppose when you call up and say you're going on location, your wife says, oh, yes, location. Do you want the snowshoes or the snakebite medicine?
Unfortunately, she doesn't say that. When I say I'm going on location, she just says, you are not. Incidentally, I thought all about that traveling. I thought all about it when the Lux Soap people asked me to do this broadcast. Isn't it funny? In the Arctic, soap is something they like to eat. In the tropics, they use soap for money. And here in Hollywood, soap is something that keeps the stars beautiful.
Now, I can see that it keeps Myrna beautiful, Woody, but when are you going to start using that?
Nice talk,
soap?
nice talk. Well, I do use it, that. And that's no kidding. Anyway, thanks for coming up, kid.
Goodbye, Woody.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye. Before I tell you about next week's show, I'm going to ask our announcer, Mr. Ruick, to tell you more about the cast and about Hollywood studios who are cooperating with us.
Our cast of characters tonight: Nick, William Powell; Nora, Myrna Loy; Mimi, Minnegamble. Macaulay, Porter Hall. Dorothy, Barbara Luddy. Gilbert, William Henry. Chris Jorgensen, Brett Morrison. Julia Wolfe, Margaret Brayton. Inspector Guild, Thomas Jackson. Morelli, Wally Mayer. Nunheim, Ernie Adams. Our director, W.S. Van Dyke, and our stars, William Powell and Myrna Loy, appeared through courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, as did Mr. William Henry, and Porter Hall through the courtesy of Paramount. The musical director of this program, Mr. Louis Silvers, appears through the kindness of 20th Century Fox. And now, here is your producer, Mr. W.S. Van Dyke.
Thanks to all of you in the cast. You did a swell job. Next week, ladies and gentlemen, the Lux Radio Theater is going to have a great show for you, and believe me, Al Jolson and Ruby Keeler are going to be here to appear in Burlesque. It was a smash hit on Broadway and then a great moving picture, and now it's going to make a marvelous radio vehicle for Al Jolson and Ruby Keeler. I think you'll like it. Cecil B. DeMille will return to the Lux Radio Theater in time to produce Burlesque. And you know he'll give you a great show. I've enjoyed being with you all, and good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Who knows what is coming up next? The Shadow knows.
The Shadow knows.
Blue Coal presents The Shadow, the mystery man who strikes terror in the very hearts of shopsters, lawbreakers, and criminals. Today, The League of Terror. Ladies and gentlemen, The Shadow's exciting adventure starts in just a moment. But first, I'd like to ask you homeowners a question. Do you want to cut down winter colds, protect your family's health during this dangerous winter season? Then burn Blue Coal for clean, safe, helpful heat all winter long. Blue Coal is Pennsylvania's finest anthracite, and its harmless blue coloring is your guarantee of better heat at less cost. So when it comes to fuel, insist on Blue Coal. Order it by name. Your nearest Blue Coal dealer will be glad to send you a trial ton. Phone him tomorrow.
With the court's permission, I'll rephrase that question. Mr. Sullivan, do you know how these counterfeit $1 and $5 bills came to be in the cash register of your grocery store?
I got them from customers, I guess.
Michael Sullivan, you're a witness in a federal trial, under oath to tell the truth and nothing but the truth. Do you know you can be sent to prison for perjury?
Yes, I know it well enough.
Before this trial began, you testified that the defendants in this case, Slater and Marino, entered your store, that they forced you to buy counterfeit $5 and $10 bills to be passed out and changed to your unsuspecting customers. Why have you changed your testimony? Why?
I was mistaken, that's all.
You're lying, Michael Sullivan, lie.
Order in the court.
Mr. Prosecutor,
Yes, Your Honor.
it is quite apparent that your witness has received a threat, either to himself or his family, if he testified against the defendants in this case. Since he will not repeat his sworn testimony against these defendants, I have no alternative but to dismiss the charges. Case dismissed.
Order in the court.
Your Honor, I demand that Michael Sullivan be held on a charge of perjury.
Michael Sullivan, much as this court may sympathize with your reasons and motives for shielding these criminals who prey upon an unsuspecting public in the wholesale commerce of worthless counterfeit money, I have no alternative but to sentence you to 1 year in prison. 1 year in prison? But, Your Honor, there's my wife and my daughter, Mary. I'm afraid of what the dirty rats would do to them if I told the truth. I'm sorry, Michael Sullivan, but unless you testify... I can't. I tell you, I can't. Very well. The sentence of 1 year in prison must stand. Court's adjourned.
It ain't fair. It ain't right. I get a year in prison for trying to protect my family, and the real crooks go free. Look at them walking out of court free as the air to go on with their dirty business.
Yeah, it's a good thing for his daughter Mary that Sullivan took my warning. Come on, let's get out of here.
Okay, boss.
Lamont, of all the unfair, unjust sentences...
I know, Margot. It seems cruel, harsh, but our whole legal system is being undermined by violence and intimidation of witnesses.
Isn't there something you could do, Lamont, some way of helping Michael Sullivan?
Sullivan isn't the only one who is suffering from the operation of this counterfeit ring. Small businessmen, shopkeepers, poor people who can't afford to get bad money.
A counterfeit dollar bill probably means the difference between eating and not eating to a lot of those people over in Sullivan's district.
Exactly, Margot. This is operating among the poor people who can't defend themselves.
Lamont, are you going to enter the case as the sheriff?
Well, later perhaps. Right now, Margot, Lamont Cranston and Margot Lane can help by doing a little shopping in Michael Sullivan's grocery store.
Giovanni. Good evening, Miss Sullivan.
How's little Maria?
Oh, she's sick. All the time she cries.
Oh, what's the matter?
I don't know. The doctor, he says she don't get enough to eat. I don't know.
I'm sorry.
Oh, it cannot be helped, Miss Sullivan. Oh, I'm mighty sorry they send your papa to jail because he won't talk now.
Father would have talked. He ain't afraid. Not for himself. He was afraid of what they do to Mother and me.
How is your mother?
She's not so well. She's been sick all along, and now with Father in prison. She can't understand it. I'm afraid for her. She's so sick.
None of us don't understand. We're all afraid.
Well, I'm not. I've got Father's gun here under the counter. And if any of that counterfeit gang comes around here again, I won't depend on the law to protect me.
No, Miss Sullivan. You can't fight them. They're too many.
Well, there'll be a couple less if they bother us again.
Hush, Maria. Oh, hush, Bambino.
Baby.
No. Miss Sullivan, you have so much trouble. I don't like to bother you, but...
What is it, Mrs. Giovanni?
The landlord, he say that $5 bill that Mr. Sullivan gave me, it's no good. He say I got to pay the rent and good the money or get out. Look, he give it back to me.
Another counterfeit bill, huh? I'm sorry, Mrs. Giovanni. Give it to me. Here. Here's a good bill. At least I think it is. The counterfeit bills are so good you can hardly tell they're fake.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much, mister.
Here we are, Margot.
I'll be with you in just a moment.
Well, thank you.
If you hear of anyone else who has any of these bad bills Father had to give out, let me know, Mrs. Giovanni. I'll make 'em good if it takes every cent we got.
Oh, bless you, mister. Well, goodbye. You be mighty careful, Miss Sullivan.
I will, Mrs. Giovanni. Good night. Good evening. What do you want?
I think a couple of cans of corn and string beans.
And a loaf of bread. Yes, and some butter.
You're strangers in this neighborhood?
Yes, and get some peaches.
Yes, 2 large cans of peaches.
Strangers don't come way over here in this section to buy groceries. Who are you, and what do you really want?
Miss Sullivan, put away that gun. You're a courageous but a rather foolish young woman.
Well, maybe so. But I got only myself to think of. I'm not like Dad, afraid because he had a family.
Please, Miss Sullivan, we're not members of the counterfeit ring that's been terrorizing your father.
How do I know that?
If we were members of that ring, Miss Sullivan, you would have been shot long before you could get that gun. It's very obvious.
Well, what do you want?
For appearance's sake, in case this store is being watched, you'd better give us the groceries we ordered.
All right. What was it now?
Corn, string beans, and peaches.
Here's the corn. Who are you? Newspaper reporters or the police?
Would you like to save your father from that year in prison?
Yes, anything. It's killing my mother, but...
There's a man watching the store across the street in the doorway.
I expected as much.
Who are you? How can you save my
Get the
father?
groceries.
Yes, sir.
Now the other things. Keep moving. But listen to me.
Yes, sir.
You're a brave girl, Miss Sullivan, but your life won't be worth one of those counterfeit bills unless you use your head.
What do you mean?
Do you know enough about this counterfeit ring, how they operate, who they are, to make them fear you will talk?
I know how they operate, but Slater and Marina are the only ones who ever came here.
Slater and Marina will be out of the picture for the present. Don't stand there. Get me things, anything at all. Make a package.
My father never saw anyone else either. None of the big shots. I'll put this stuff in a paper bag.
There are 2 men in that doorway across the street now, Lamont.
Let me know if they start this way. Now, Miss Sullivan, I can't tell you who I am or exactly why I'm here, except that I was in court today. I want to help you. I can if you're willing to take a great risk to help your father.
I'll do anything for Dad. If I don't get him out, I'm afraid my mother'll die. If I only knew who's behind Slater and Marino, who's their boss.
You can find out. But you know what happens to those who know too much.
I'll take that risk. How can I find out who they are?
By pretending to know more than you do.
I don't understand.
Those men across the street will undoubtedly come in here in the minute we leave. They'll question you. Pretend you know how they operate.
Yes?
That you want to be paid to keep quiet. The chances are they'll take you to a higher up. Maybe not the ringleader, but someone who knows the real leader.
But Lamont, they'll kill him.
Not until they find out how much she knows and who else shares that knowledge.
Anyhow, I don't care.
It's only fair to warn you. You're taking a desperate chance.
What have I got to lose? They'll probably try to put me out of the way anyhow. The whole neighborhood knows how I feel about them. I said I'd kill them for what they've done to my father if I ever found out who they were.
Those men are starting this way.
You've got to go, Miss Sullivan. You better think over what I've said before you act.
Oh, no, I'll do it. My mind's made up.
Come on, Margot.
Lamont, aren't you letting that poor girl take a terrible risk?
Margot, that girl was marked for death before we came here.
What are we going to do? Look, Lamont, those men are going in the store.
Margot, get a taxi and get out of this district. Be sure you're not followed. Go to my office and keep the shortwave radio tuned in on the band I always use.
All right, Lamont. But won't you tell me what you're going to do?
There's no time, Margot. I've got to see where they take her. From now on, the fate of Mary Sullivan is in the hands of the shadow.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Shadow will be back with you in just a moment. In the meantime, I'd like to tell you some interesting facts. In the Dominion of Canada, where there is a temperature range of almost 200 degrees, from warm summer days to frigid Arctic nights, the selection of fuel is a serious problem. And the tremendous popularity of blue coal in Canada under these varying conditions is positive proof that blue coal gives steadier, healthier, more dependable heat than you can get with any other fuel. You homeowners here in the United States should be just as critical in the selection of your fuel. And when you choose blue coal, you'll find you're getting better heat at less cost. For blue coal is a selected Pennsylvania anthracite, the fuel that burns longer, more economically, down to a fine powdery ash. What's more, anthracite is the fuel that furnaces, parlor stoves, and cooking ranges in this part of the country were especially designed to burn. And the finest anthracite in America is blue coal. It's mined by the famous Glen Alden Coal Company, and every carload is tested and retested for purity and uniform size before shipment. Blue coal is especially prepared for home use. It comes in all the popular domestic sizes: egg, stove, chestnut, and pea size. So solve your problem of home fuel selection by placing your order for blue coal tomorrow. Ask for it by name. Phone your nearest blue coal dealer the first thing in the morning. You'll find him listed in the Where to Buy It section of your classified telephone directory under the name Blue Coal.
Where are you taking me?
Shut up. Get in, kid. Sit down and keep quiet.
Oh!
Come on, get up, sister. Here, I'll take the blindfold off your eyes.
Why'd you bring me down to the waterfront?
I do as I'm told. You better learn the same thing.
Where are you taking me?
Maybe this is the end of the line for you, Mary Sullivan.
You wouldn't.
Wouldn't we, though?
But not without orders from the big boss.
What do you know about the big boss?
Plenty.
Then your number is up, all right, kid. Them that know plenty about the big boss don't live long.
You're still alive?
Yeah, sure. 'Cause I don't even know who the big boss is, and I don't want to know. It ain't healthy.
Trigger.
Who's that?
It's me, Rankin. You got the Sullivan dame?
Yeah. Here she is.
Yeah. So I see.
She's a nice looker. Listen, Rankin, she says she knows plenty about the big boss.
I'll say I do.
You're a liar, Mary Sullivan. But you do know too much about the rest of us.
You better get in touch with the big boss before you do anything to me.
And we don't bother him with all the details of this counterfeit racket.
Well, you better bother him about this.
And you know, Rankin, I think she knows something.
Shut up, Trigger. I'll do the thinking around here. But maybe she does at that.
I know plenty. And I'm not the only one.
Say, what happened to that Sullivan dame that was in the Sullivan grocery just before we snatched her?
The guy got clean away somehow.
Yeah, what about the dame?
She took a cab. Smitty trailed her, but she gave him the slip. Switched cabs in traffic somewhere.
Maybe you better take this kid to the big boss.
Not till I find out how much she knows. Come on, Trig, make her talk. You know how.
All right, kid. Do you spill what you know, or do we have to get it out of you the hard way?
Let go of my arm. I won't talk to anybody but the big boss. And he'll pay me plenty to keep quiet. You can't scare me like you did my father.
She wants Stowe to keep quiet.
Shut up, Trigger. Twist her arm. Give her a sample of what's coming to her if she don't talk and talk fast.
All right, kid. You asked for it.
No, I won't.
Hey, you dope. She's fainted.
I guess I twisted her arm too hard. Hey, Rankin, did you hear that?
Yeah, I heard it. What was it?
The trap. The cops must have followed us here.
Come on, let's take it on the lam. No. Wait, we can't leave that dame here.
You take the Sullivan kid. I'll shoot out the light.
Don't draw your gun, Trigger. Don't move, Rankin.
He knows who we are.
Trig, there's something screwy about this. That voice, it's right here, but there ain't nobody with it.
You're mistaken, Rankin. There is someone here.
What kind of gag is this, Rankin? I don't see nothing, but say I'm getting out of here.
Wait, Trigger. Trigger. Do you remember Lefty Sims?
Sure. The best singer man in the East, but...
He tried to shoot it out with a voice. The police got him. But when he went to the chair, there was only one name on his lips. Remember?
The shadow, Rankin. That's what it is. It ain't the police or the feds. It's the guy nobody's ever seen. The shadow. They say he throws a sort of spell over a guy's mind so you can't see him.
Shut up, you're crazy.
Yeah.
It's just somebody throwing his voice. I've seen him do it in vaudeville. Come on, you pop that light and let's break for it.
Wait. I'm not going to stop you. But before you go, take this message to your leader.
You better listen to him, Rankin. You can't outsmart that guy. Nobody ever has, not for long.
Tell the man who controls this counterfeit ring that preys on the poor and helpless. Tell him that if anything should happen to Mary Sullivan, he will answer to the shadow.
Hey,
He's right in front of us somewhere. Take a couple of pot shots. Maybe you can get him.
No, not me. Can't you see the shadow set the shakedown the big boy?
If you won't shoot, I will. I'll get him even if I can't see him.
A gun won't help you, Rankin.
Oh, no? We'll see about that.
Yeah, you got him. Talk about luck.
Yeah. Well, let's get going while our luck's still good. I don't know if I killed him or not, but I must have winged him. Come on, grab that Sullivan dame and let's get back to the big boss and tell him what's happened.
Yeah, how? Where are we going?
I got a speedboat waiting under the wharf. Come on, we're heading down the bay.
Hey, look. What do you think the big boss will say about bringing the Sullivan dame to his hideout?
Yeah, I hate to think about it. If I'll steer the boat, you watch that Sullivan dame. She ought to be coming too by now.
Yeah, she's coming out of it. Hey, how much farther we got to go?
Yeah, we're practically there. You see that yacht laying at anchor out there?
Holy cow. You mean that's the big boss hideout?
Yeah, Trick. And you're finding out something you're liable to wish you'd never heard about, much less seen.
Yeah. You mean that's the plant, huh? That's where all the phony dough's been coming from.
You catch on quick, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the layout the feds and cops have been looking for months. Flashy, ain't she? All right, here we are. Get that Sullivan dame on her feet.
Yeah, okay. But how about me staying in the speedboat?
Nothing doing. You're coming aboard and tell the big boss what you know about this shadow.
Nobody knows much about it.
You better spill what you do know and spill it fast, Trick. The big boss is the head of this racket because he can think faster than you can shoot. He gets any idea you're in the shakedown, you're as good as dead.
I ain't pulling no double cross. I swear I ain't like that.
Shut up and bring that dame aboard. Boss knows how to handle her kind. And watch your step or you'll get what's coming to her.
Okay. Come on, sister, come on. Before the night's over, I got a hunch you and me are gonna wish we'd never seen this ritzy tub.
Listen carefully. Act quickly. The life of the Sullivan girl depends upon it. Telephone Police Commissioner Weston. Have him notify the harbor patrol boats that they will find the leader of the counterfeit ring on board the large yacht anchored off Diamond Point. Hurry.
There you are, Rankin.
Listen, boss.
No, you listen to me. I've warned you never to come to this yacht without orders.
But, boss, I had...
What's the idea of bringing Trigger and that Sullivan girl here? You know what happens to those who break the rules of my organization?
I couldn't help it, boss. This is important. She ain't seen anything. I locked her in one of the cabins.
I decide what's important. Why didn't you report first?
There wasn't time. I was going to report, but then this shadow started talking to us in the warehouse.
The shadow?
Yeah. You tell him, Trigger.
Never mind. I've heard all about the shadow. So he's on the trail, eh?
Yeah, it's a shakedown, boy.
Shut up and listen to me. The shadow's behind this. It's no shakedown.
What is his racket?
Putting organizations like mine out of business. Putting fools like you and Trigger in the electric chair.
Yeah? Well, he won't. Because I got him back in the warehouse.
You what?
Yeah, boss. Rankin took a couple of wild shots at where the shadow's voice was coming from, and we heard him fall.
How do you know that fall wasn't a trick? How do you know he didn't follow you here?
No boat trailed us.
No, I suppose it didn't occur to you that he might have been hiding in the speedboat with you. Where's that Sullivan girl? Bring her in here.
I'll get her, boss. She's locked in the next cabin.
Rankin, you're a fool. You let Trigger and the Sullivan girl in on something they're not likely to forget. And you know what to do. Take care of them.
You mean fix them so they won't talk? Permanent?
Do you know of any other way?
Yeah, but listen, boss, the shadow said if anything happened to Mary Sullivan, you'd answer to him.
You leave the shadow to me. The shadow?
He ain't dead. I didn't kill him.
That is a reasonable assumption, Rankin.
Boss, he's here in this cabin.
I see my presence is accepted without question. Even though you can't see me.
Rankin, shoot, you fool, shoot.
Yes. Try again, Rankin.
All right, Shadow. Maybe I won't miss this time. Hey, Rankin, what's up?
Rankin. Try again.
The door. He's getting out. Fast trigger. Shoot. Rankin, shoot. Get out of the way, Trigger. Rankin, you rat. You double-crossing rat. Fill me full of lead, will you? Rub me out because I seen too much, will you? Don't, Trig. Put down that jet. I wasn't shooting at you. It was a shadow. He was here just a minute ago.
I don't care about the shadow. All I know is I got a load of lead in me. Your lead, and I'm gonna...
Don't shoot. Don't try.
Bad, Rankin. Too bad. Couldn't have polished me off like I did him. Quick and easy.
Trigger.
Shadow.
Trigger. That man there, the big boss, ordered Rankin to kill you. Trigger, he is your real enemy.
Yeah. I had a notion he might try it.
Don't raise that gun, Trigger.
I know that one. If I do, you'll kill me. You can't kill a guy with as much lead in him as I'm carrying. You can't kill a guy that's already dead.
Perhaps not, but I can avoid the risk that you have strength enough left to raise that gun.
You're a better shot than Rankin. Big shot. Better shot, big shot. Not bad. Not a bad gang.
And now, we are alone.
Yes, quite alone. And now, I'm going to deal with you, Shadow.
Your hand is shaking. Is that the way for a mastermind to act?
You devil. If I could only see you. But you won't get away.
And neither will you. I've notified the police. Their boats are coming. Listen.
So that's it, eh?
Yes. That's it. They're coming to get the leader of a counterfeit ring. But they will find a murderer. A cold-blooded killer. Locked in this cabin with his victim.
That's what you think, but you're mistaken.
Why are you putting down your gun? Are you giving up so easily?
Listen, Shadow, I've heard a lot about you. You're clever. Well, I'm clever, too. Clever enough to know when the game is up. I've anticipated just such an eventuality. I suppose you can see this little switch on my desk? My hand's resting on it.
Yes, I see it.
You know what will happen if I close this switch, and I will if the police set foot on this yacht.
I think I can guess.
Well, I'll tell you. This switch will set up a charge of high explosive down in the hold that will blow you and me and the police to Kingdom Come.
I see.
If you touch me, try to stop me, I'll throw the switch.
What do you expect me to do?
You call the police, and you can send them away.
What makes you think I will?
If you don't get rid of them, I'll throw this switch. What have I got to lose? Well, there they are. What about it? Think fast. Will you send them away? So you think I'm bluffing, eh, Shadow?
No. No, you're not bluffing. I have no doubt there is high explosive in the hold of this ship. But I wonder if you have nerve enough to throw that switch. I wonder.
All right, Shadow, you had your chance and you wouldn't take it. Now I'll show you. I'll throw the switch. But it didn't work. It didn't explode.
No, it didn't explode. The switch doesn't work because I've cut the wires. See where they run along the wall.
You devil. I'll get you. They may get me now, but I'll get you. You'll never take me alive.
Get him out of here. Go on, get him out. I guess it's the man we're after, Commissioner. All right, you, come on, get going.
Yes, Commissioner Weston, that is your man. That is the leader of the counterfeit ring you've hunted so long.
You win, Shadow.
The Shadow. I might have known. I had a hunch it was you again when the mysterious call came through.
Commissioner Weston, there's a girl in the next cabin. She says she isn't a member of the gang.
She is Mary Sullivan, daughter of Michael Sullivan, convicted of perjury in the counterfeit trial.
Sullivan's daughter?
Yes. She risked her life to find these men. Reward her by getting her father out of prison.
He'll be freed in the morning. You have my word on that. It looks like you're due a reward for this night's work, Shadow.
My reward, like yours, Commissioner, is in protecting the defenseless from those who have not learned that crime does not pay.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we tell you of the Shadow's next exciting adventure, here's John Barclay, Blue Coal's heating expert. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Barclay.
Thank you, Ken Roberts. Good evening, friends. If you want to get better, more efficient results from your home heating plant at no extra cost, do this. Phone your nearest Blue Coal dealer and ask him to send one of my trained servicemen to your home. Each John Barclay serviceman is a heating expert. He knows every kind of heating apparatus, inside out. For instance, here's the experience of a woman in Revere, Massachusetts. She writes in part, I'm obliged to heat 14 rooms, and I always had trouble with 4 radiators. Try as I would, I could not seem to heat the 4 rooms in which those radiators were stationed, until one of your John Barclay servicemen inspected the entire basement of my home, including the pipes and boiler. Also those radiators which had given me so much trouble. The serviceman made some recommendations that I followed, and from that time on, I have never had any trouble whatsoever. My heating difficulties are over. I'm so pleased that I feel it my duty to write this to you so that other persons may avail themselves of this most advantageous service. And friends, that's only one of many letters I've received. Why not avail yourself of this free service? Remember, you don't even have to be a customer to profit by it. Simply phone your nearest Blue Coal dealer. He'll be only too glad to send a John Barclay serviceman to look over your heating plant. And when that serviceman calls on you, ask him about the Blue Coal heat regulator. With that wonderful thermostat attached to your heating plant, you'll get more uniform, more economical heat than the most expensive oil burner will give you. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barclay. Friends, Mr. Barclay has just given you a valuable tip. So take his advice. Phone your nearest Blue Coal dealer the first thing in the morning. Have a John Barclay serviceman stop at your home tomorrow. The story you have just heard is one of the many copyrighted stories that appear in the Shadow magazine. The characters in this story are entirely fictitious, and its similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, Blue Coal, America's finest anthracite, will present another thrilling adventure of the Shadow. Be sure to listen and be sure to burn Blue Coal, the solid fuel for solid comfort.
He hunts the biggest of all game, and he is the great-nephew of the Lone Ranger. The Green Hornet is up next.
Hey, Clicker, where are you?
Close that door. Don't you know any better than to let light into a photographer's darkroom?
You and your silly snapshots. I have important news.
Yeah?
Where are you? This blackest pitch in here. Can't see where I'm going.
Oh, Lowry, you bumped into a pile of equipment.
Will you come on out of this place?
All right. No harm's been done anyway. Small thanks to you.
Come on, bring your camera.
I always bring my camera.
I'm glad to be out here where I can see what goes on.
That's what I want to know. What does go on?
Plenty. The law finally caught up with Stefani.
With Stefani? Don't tell me he's been arrested again.
Arrested my eye. This time he's going on trial.
You mean he won't wiggle out of this one the way he has all the others?
There were no witnesses before.
Sounds interesting. What do we do?
Jonathan gave you and me the assignment of going over to the courthouse.
What for? Stefani won't be there. He'll be out on bail.
We're not seeing Stefani, Clicker.
No?
We're going to find out who's going to be the judge in his trial. In an important trial like this, the Sentinel's got to cover every angle, and the judge is one of them.
Not to mention the jury.
Sure, but even in a jury case, the judge is plenty important. And you know Stefani.
Gosh, Larry, I hope he gets a judge who'll really treat him rough.
Can't you see I'm busy with my mouthpiece? Yes, Dutch. Your slip glare and planning defense. Just listen. Guess who's going to be the judge on your case? Oh, Grayson. What? Yeah, Grayson. I was hanging around the courthouse when the clerk's in special session. Give me the tip. Sophia son, Grayson's judge and you won't stand a chance before him.
Is that so?
He's dynamite. You know the kind of reputation he has. He's one guy that can't be fixed.
I know all about Grayson.
Slip, I'm your lawyer.
Yes?
If you want legal advice from me, I'm telling you, you might as well jump Bill. Killer's right, Slip. Take it on the lamb. I got the car waiting downstairs. Get it, Dutch. You got a chance.
Why not?
You'll get a 20-year sentence if you stay.
I said I'm staying, Killer.
So do you, Stefani.
You blow out of town because I did nothing to him. I got a nice racket and I'm keeping it, see?
You can't run it from behind prison bars.
That's right, boy. Who said anything about me going to the gal?
Where else are you heading with Grayson judging?
Now get this straight, you two. This ain't no surprise to me.
Huh?
I knew Grayson was going to be the judge a week ago.
Do you mean to tell me?
And what's more, I ain't worried. We got this case fixed.
No, Slip, who you kidding?
Grayson's got a secretary, ain't he?
Of course he has.
That secretary is appointed through politics.
Everybody knows that. Even a judge has got to hand out something to his party if he wants to get his job. Correct, Dutch. When a judge wants to get nominated, he has to make certain concessions to the political party. It doesn't mean nothing, though. They only do it because they got it. Grayson don't have much use for his stuff.
Grayson don't, but we do.
What do you mean, Slip?
When my trial comes up, that guy's going to be working for me. And when he gets to fix things up, well, Judge Grayson's going to have that jury on my side. It's in a bag, all wrapped up and ready to deliver.
Funny trial. Out of a statement. How the judge's secretary doesn't do him. What's the judge's opinion on hearing him? Oh, my editor's going to be sore if I don't get something. They say the judge is busy. Come on, Peter. He's not seeing anyone.
I thought so. Giving up already. I'm going back.
Who's giving up?
Suppose you have another name for it.
If you use those pretty little peepers of yours, you'll see that door down the side corridor.
Sure, I see it. There's one.
That door, Clicker, is another entrance to Judge Grayson's office. While those other newshounds are clamoring around the main entrance, we're going to sneak in this way.
Don't tell me that's your own idea, Lowry. I bet you saw it in the movies.
Never mind the wisecracks. Now faint.
Huh?
Faint. Make believe you're fainting.
Oh, I get it. That's our alibi for barging in the judge's office.
Never mind the explanation. Get busy. Here's the door.
Okay. Here I go.
Hey, you don't have to put your weight on me until we get the door open.
Excuse me. This lady passed out.
Yes, of course, sir. I know what to do. You don't have to worry, sir. Right, sir. Who are you? Don't you realize this is a private office? Sorry, just a minute. Put on the couch for a minute. You can't stay here. Maybe feminine, but she isn't frail. I hope I didn't interrupt your phone call. Phone call? No, nothing important.
Where am I?
She's better. Get her out. Now, wait a minute, Stevie. You can't... How do you know my name? Well, I heard one of the men in the hall mention it.
I guess I must have fainted.
You're a reporter. Get out. Judge Grayson isn't seeing any reporters. Stevie, what's wrong? Judge Grayson, I'm Lowry from the Daily Sentinel. How about the Stefani trial? He sneaked in with this young lady, Judge. Young man, since I have been selected to preside over Mr. Stefani's trial, I am not at liberty to make any statement.
Well, how about racketeering in general, sir?
As a judge, my sentiments on crime of any sort are well known. As for this trial, you'll have to wait until it's over. Sure, but I can promise one thing. This trial will be conducted as I've always conducted trials in the past. Strictly according to the evidence. Now you will have to leave, both of you. Thanks, Judge. It isn't much, but it's a statement anyhow. Come on, Clicker.
Hey, Casey, how do you like this photo?
Why take the lead?
Clicker, don't worry that picture in my face? It's still jammed. Sure, I just pulled it out of the hypo. It's a candid shot of Judge Grayson. I took it when he was talking to Lowry.
The judge didn't even know Clipper was snapping it.
Did you get anything from him about the Stefani trial?
Well, you know, Casey, since he's going to conduct it, he couldn't very well give an opinion beforehand.
But look at this picture. Look at that expression on his face. It looks like bad news for Stefani, doesn't it?
He was careful about his words, Casey, but he didn't think anyone would be catching his facial expression.
And that's what makes it a story. You know what the Chinese say. In his case, yes. You mean the one about one picture being worth 1,000 words?
Now that that's cleared up, how about it, Casey? Where's the boss?
Mr. Reed's at the ball game.
Again?
Talking about me, Lowry?
Oh, hello, Mr. Reed.
How was the ball game?
I left after the fifth inning. The scores so lopsided it got dull.
Mr. Reed, Lowry couldn't get a definite statement from Judge Grayson.
Grayson? About what?
It's the final trial, Mr. Reed. He's going to preside.
Oh, that. Well, if he won't talk, he won't talk. You can't expect it long as he's going to be the judge.
I took such a swell picture of him, too. Look, Mr. Reed.
It's not bad.
Not bad. It's perfect.
Yeah, but what good does it do without a story? All the judge would say was that he'd conduct this trial as he has all the others in the past.
Not very definite, is it? That's about as definite as a dictator's promise.
Finnegan thought maybe if we used the picture and the statement, that might make a story. The expression on his face is so strong that
Did the judge give you permission to snap this picture?
No, not exactly, Mr. Reed.
Then the scoundrel has no right to use it. Sorry, Miss Benny.
Hey, Mr. Reed, you tore out my photo.
You can use no picture of a judge without his authorization.
There goes our story. Without a picture, it's not worth a stick of pipe.
Oh, we have a picture, Lowry.
Huh?
There are plenty of pictures of Judge Grayson in our files. Look through them, Miss Benny. I'm sure you'll find one that's every bit as strong as this one. You can do that without getting into trouble. The night before the trial of Skip Stefani was scheduled to start, two men called on Judge Grayson late in the evening. Good evening, Judge. Davey, what are you doing here? Who's this with you? You know Mr. Stiller, Judge. He's Stefani's lawyer. Can I see you for a few minutes, Judge? It's about the trial.
If you're here to discuss Stefani's trial, the answer is no. You should know better than that.
It's about something else, Judge Grayson. Another matter entirely.
In that case, come in. We'll go into my study. I have a few minutes to spare. And here we are. Now, what is it, Stiller?
Susan, close the door. Judge, you're going to fix things so Stefani goes free.
Why, how dare you discuss that?
You'd better do as he says, Judge.
I never had much use for you, Creedy. You're my secretary only because I was obliged to take you. Now get out, both of you.
Hold on, Grayson.
I'll have you put out.
You're not calling the police or anyone, Grayson. First, we talk about Stefani.
I'll have you disbarred.
No, you won't. And you're not withdrawing from this case. You're the judge. Understand?
Stiller, I warn you.
You decide in Stefani's favor, or I'll have you thrown off the bench.
Do you know what you're saying?
Every word, Judge.
It's ridiculous.
Here. Look at these checks made out for cash.
Why should they concern me?
Look at the endorsement on the back.
But I don't see
They're
why...
endorsed over to you, Judge Grayson, and notice who signed them.
Endorsed over to me. But Hanford and Young, these are their checks.
You tried them both and freed them.
Of course. The evidence was on their side.
Sure, but Hanford and Young are both dead now. From these checks, it looks as if they bribed you to let them go.
Where did these checks come from? I never saw them before.
I'm your secretary, Judge. I took those checks and had them deposited to your bank account. If necessary, Susan will swear that you knew all about them. It'll mean you're finished as a judge. Disgrace to you and your family.
But it's impossible. Both Hanford and Young are dead.
Checks are evidence enough.
Stiller, all this will do you no good. I'm only the judge. It's the jury that will settle Stefani's fate.
You can do plenty, Grayson. You can fix it so that jury never has a chance to go to the jury room.
Impossible.
Pick on something the district attorney says. Declare a mistrial.
That will only delay things. There'll be another trial.
Don't worry. By that time, Stefani can take care of the witnesses so there won't be another trial. Besides, there's lots of ways for a smart judge like you who knows all the tricks of law. Influence that jury if you have to. Call a mistrial. Anything.
I refuse to be a party to tampering with justice.
You're on a spot, Judge. Remember your wife. She's not well. If you're impeached, the scandal will kill her.
Yes, Emily. Her heart. 20 years on the bench, and now this.
The great Judge Grayson. They won't suspect a thing. We'll see you in court tomorrow, Judge.
keep your mind on one thing. That, weak heart your wife has. Stefani goes free, or else.
Stefani trial starts tomorrow. Racketeer goes on trial. Here is the paper.
This is important. The court cannot waste the jury's time with non-essentials, Mr. District Attorney. I do not consider this witness of any importance. Call your next. Holy heck, Slicker. The boy Stefani's pretty lucky.
He certainly had the best of it so far.
Look at that Gracie. He looks like he's half dead. Several days after the start of the Stefani trial, Dick Reed burst into his apartment and spoke to Cato, his faithful valet and the only living person to know him as the Green Hornet. Cato. Yes, sir. Now, there's something at the Stefani trial. Judge Grayson has just called it a start until further notice. Looks like he's going to call it a mistrial. What is that? Oh, when someone tries to influence the jury indirectly by bringing in some matter which doesn't belong, it's a very technical point. Who done that? Well, just it. The district attorney mentioned something about Stefani. Usually no one would notice it. But Judge Grayson immediately jumped on him and said he would have to consider a motion for a mistrial. Is that bad? Later, if there's a mistrial, Stefani will get off. I'm sure of it. What puzzles me is Judge Grayson himself. What's wrong, Smith? Well, Grayson has lost all his old spirit. He looks like a man condemned. There's something behind this, Cato. It appears very much like an attempt to take unfair advantage of blindfolded justice. By who? Just it, Cato. I don't know whether it's Stefani alone or whether Grayson is in on it, too. But we're going to find out. The mask, Cato, and the gun. Yes, sir. You go out as a Green Hornet? Cato, justice wears a blindfold. But in this case, he may be able to see the scales with the help of the Green Hornet. When a notorious racketeer was brought to trial, the public believed he would at last be found guilty of his crimes. But the racketeer had brought pressure to bear on the judge in his case. He and the judge's crooked secretary had framed the judge so that he was forced to free the racketeer or be disgraced. When the trial was halted for the judge's decision, Dick Reed assumed his role of the Green Hornet to carry out the ends of true justice. In the evening, in the Grayson home, Mrs. Grayson speaks to her husband.
John, what's troubling you?
It's nothing. Now, won't you please leave me? I have work to do.
All right, John.
I'm sorry to be so abrupt, but I must decide on this motion for this trial tonight.
Your secretary Creevy is outside. Do you want him?
Creevy? No, I don't.
John, you won't do anything that isn't right, will you?
Of course not. I'm only doing my duty as a judge.
I just wanted to be sure. Good night, dear.
I could see Stefani right now so easily. And yet I know it isn't right. Then why are you doing it? What? Who are you? If you free that racketeer Grayson, you won't be worthy of the position you hold. You're wearing a mask. How did you get in here? Through the French door? If your motive is burglary, I will. I'm not a burglar. Then why are you here? Grayson, have you ever heard of the Green Hornet? The Green Hornet? You're the Green Hornet? Precisely. What does that name mean to you? Everything that's crooked. You're wanted for every crime up to murder. Yes, I've never committed murder. Don't know it's not all, Grayson. The Green Hornet has never committed any crime. Unless you call bringing criminals to justice a crime, the law takes care of criminals. Sometimes there are criminals who evade the law. And that's when the Green Hornet steps in. And that's why I'm here now. Stefani sent you here, didn't he? Whatever. Perhaps you're right, Judge. Maybe Stefani did send me here. He's not content to hold those checks over my head as a threat. He sends you here in addition. What checks are you talking about? Don't pretend you don't know. Unless I grant Stefani a mistrial, those checks will be his means of having me disgraced. I'll be turned out of my position as judge. I'm beginning to understand. Blackmail, eh? Worse than blackmail. Those checks will convict me of accepting bribes, even though I never did. You're entirely innocent of such a thing, is that it? Of course I am. Yet Creevy and Stefani between them. But why repeat all this?
If you're in with Stefani, you're familiar with his scheme already.
Who has those checks? Is it Stefani?
Stop all this pretend.
Anthony, who has those checks?
My secretary, Creevy. If he carries them with him, I'd be tempted to use force to get them back.
I see. It's been hidden someplace. His apartment, possibly.
I presume
You realize, Grayson, that it's your sworn duty to uphold the law regardless of any personal consequences that may follow?
I'm powerless to do anything. My wife is not well. Any disgrace may be fatal to her.
There's only one way to prove yourself an honest judge.
Why are you talking this way? You said Stefani sent you.
It was you who said that, Judge Grayson, not I. I'm here to aid justice.
You and Stefani can't trick me, Hornet. I know very well you're here for one reason. To make certain that I carry out Stefani's wishes.
Judge Grayson, I just came in to find out. Let me out of my way, Grayson. Hurry up. Let me go, Grayson.
No, you can't go out.
Why not? Isn't that Creevy, your secretary?
Please, if you go out there, my wife will see you. She has a weak heart. It might cause serious complications.
In that case, Grayson, I'll follow Creevy another way. Through the French door the same way I came in.
Thank heavens you didn't go out.
But remember one thing, Grayson. Don't call the police.
I won't.
And whatever happens, keep this in mind. Nothing is going to halt Stefani's trial, not even you. His guilt or innocence is a matter for the jury to decide. I'm going to make certain the jury has that chance. What's the idea? What are you doing here at this time of night, Creevy? Thought you over at the judge's home. I just came from there, Stefani. Something happened. You mean Grayson's going to let me out? No, it ain't that. Listen, Stefani. I walked into Grayson's study without knocking, understand? Sure. They're bothered to be polite to him when we get him on the spot, huh? There's nothing to laugh about. Do you know who was there? How could I? The Green Hornet. What? The Green Hornet? In with Grayson? I recognized him. That mask he wears. Just like the pictures in the paper. Did he get you? No, he started going, but I slammed the door. I came over here as fast as I could. The Hornet's in on this. We better watch out. That guy's dynamite. You're not telling me anything, Lou. He might blast that scheme wide open. But I can't figure it, Stefani. Who's he working for? All I know is he ain't working for us. We gotta do something, Creevy, fast. That's why I came here, to bring them checks. Oh, don't worry about them, Stefani. They're safe in my apartment. What do you mean, safe? As long as that Hornet's around, nothing's safe. Yes, you're right. What shall I do? Get over to your place and bring your checks back here. Okay. I'll call Stern and have him start putting more pressure on Judge Grayson. We gotta have Grayson set me free in a hurry before something goes haywire. Once Grayson declares that in his trial, you're all set, Stefani. Never mind that talk. Get moving. For all we know, the Hornet may be at your place right now.
After trailing Creevy to Stefani's place in the Black Beauty, Britt Reed stayed only long enough to watch Creevy enter. Then he spun the wheel and headed for the secretary's apartment. Arriving there before Creevy, he picked up the telephone.
Who's calling, Mr. Britt? I'm calling the police, Tito. I want to get some news to them before Creevy arrives. Meanwhile, you get busy and give this apartment the appearance of having been burglarized. Pull out drawers, upset things. Yes, sir. Hello, police department? I got a little tip for you. Stefani's going to try to jump bail tonight. Never mind who's calling. Watch Stefani. He's planning to run out on his trial. Time enough for me to act before the police face this phone. Well, Stefani doesn't know it yet, Taylor, but he'll try to run away very soon. As soon as he learns that we have those checks. Shall I look for them, Smith? Oh, we won't look for the checks, Cater. We'll let Creevy locate them for us. They're the first things you'll look for when he sees how upset his place is. I'll put out the lights and we'll wait for him to arrive.
Britt Reed and Cato hid themselves behind the drapes in Creevy's apartment. Then a short time later...
Quiet, Cato. Someone's coming in. I'll find those checks before anybody gets at them. Where's that light switch? What the devil? The place is in a mess. The Green Hornet must have been here already. If he found those checks, the game's up. Look in the drawer where I kept them. Why, they're here. The checks, just like I left them. Well, I guess the Green Hornet didn't have anything to do with this. I know where those checks, Creevy. The Green Hornet? Exactly right. You recognize me in Judge Grayson's study. Who are you working for, Hornet? For Justice, Creevy, but you wouldn't understand that. You can't talk to me that way. I'm Judge Grayson's secretary. You're not crook, Creevy. You're working for Stefani. But this was one time you won't get away with your little plan. How do you know about it? Never mind that. Are you giving me those checks? You want them, Hornet? Bang them out! Hell, Mr. Creevy, your aim was bad. You take it. I can't breathe. No. Yeah, I didn't figure on using gas on him. I thought he'd surrender those checks without any fuss. Yeah, checks. Yeah, let me see. Yeah, they made out the cash deposited in Judge Grayson's account. Well, there's no doubt that if these were made public, it would mean the end of Grayson's career. That must have happened. That's up to Grayson himself. If he can't decide to do the right thing regardless of consequences, he doesn't deserve to be a judge. I'll keep these checks handy. I see. We'll see Grayson presently. First, I'll call Stefani and let him know what's happened. He's expecting a call from Creasy, so he may be a little surprised when he finds out who it is.
Hello?
Stefani?
Yeah, who's talking? Is this you, Creasy?
This isn't Creasy, but I'm calling from his place.
Why don't Creasy call? Put him on the phone.
That's impossible. You see, I just had to give Creasy a shot at gas to get certain bits of paper from him.
Creasy's been gassed. Say, who is this? Who's talking?
This is the Green Hornet.
Who you kidding?
What's more, I have those checks. The game's up to Stefani or finished.
No, listen, Hornet. I'll pay you for them checks. I'll pay you plenty. Only don't give them to Judge Grayson.
You better start running, Stefani. There's a long stretch in jail waiting for you if you don't. He'll start running, all right. Directly into the hands of the police. I'll make sure he doesn't get away from his own trial. Yes, sir. I'll be interested to learn how Judge Grayson acts when he finds that Stefani has attempted to skip out. When the news of Stefani's attempt to jump his bail reached the ears of the reporters, they immediately rushed to Judge Grayson's home and clamored for a statement. Stefani got mad at the cops trying to get away. How about a statement from the judge, Mrs. Grayson? Will this make any difference in the motion for a mistrial?
Here's Judge Grayson now.
Emily, what are these reporters doing here at this time of night? Judge, Stefani was just caught trying to leave town.
Does that mean he has inside information?
The only reason he'd leave would be if he decided to continue his trial. Is that it, Judge? I cannot give my decision on that until court opens tomorrow morning. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to my study. But, Judge, Mrs. Grayson will show you out. Good night.
You'd better be in court tomorrow, Laura.
You said it, Clifford.
You'll have to leave, all of you.
All right, come on, Clifford, let's go. I can't understand it. Why should Stefani do a thing like this when he's sure of his release? Perhaps he isn't sure. What? You've come back again. What is it this time? I've been waiting here in your study, Judge, while those reporters were outside trying to interview you. Is this more of Stefani's work? I don't know what you mean. He isn't fool enough to try to jump bail while he has those checks. Suppose the checks were drawn. Suppose they weren't in his possession any longer. But that's ridiculous. Is it? Look here. If Stefani thinks he has me in the palm of his hand completely enough for a farce like this, he's mistaken. He's gone too far. What are you going to do about it? You weren't pointing that gun at me. My gun is used only for my own protection. I can't afford to be captured. I can well believe that. You haven't answered my question yet. How about Stefani? Does his trial go on? If it's any of your business, Stefani's trial will go on. Even if it means your disgrace? Do you see this envelope on my desk? Yes. That envelope contains my resignation. I wrote it an hour ago, before I knew Stefani was going to run out. Why? Because I decided that Stefani's case would go on. After that, I shall resign. This envelope contains my statement. Open it up. Why should I? And if you won't, I'll open it for you. Look inside. Why, that's not my resignation. It looks like. These are the canceled checks. The ones Stefani threatened to use against me. Where did they come from? I put them there. You? I came here to make certain Stefani's trial would go on. You read my resignation while you were outside with the reporters. That resignation was proof that you intended doing the honest thing, Judge Grayson. Proof that you refused to aid lawbreakers. I always shall, no matter what the consequences. And that's why I removed that resignation, Judge Grayson. There's no longer any need for you to resign. I don't know what to say. How to thank you. Learn those checks, Grayson, and you'll have nothing to share. As for thanking me, I'll have all the thanks I need when Stefani gets what's coming to him. He will. The jury will see to that.
Jury finds Stefani guilty. Racketeer goes to jail. Green Hornet
Hi-ho, Silver! Away! The Lone Ranger is up next.
across with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. A phantom figure of the plains rode the trails of long ago to bring justice to the oppressed. Where he came from, no one ever knew. But his heroic deeds were recorded in the memories of the people of 7 states. Even today, the cowboys sit around the campfire and relate yarns of his daring, of his speed on the draw when he meted out punishment to the lawless, of his great horse Silver, the fastest the West has ever known. History does not record his many adventures, but the West will always remember the shout which has come down through the years.
Hi-yo, Silver!
The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver, old boy! That's it, old fellow! Fellows waiting for us on the trail ahead! We have to hurry, old boy, or we may be too late! Hi-yo,
The Lone Ranger urged the great horse Silver down the trail toward Wells City, a typical rancher's community of the pioneer days. Ben Bush was the wealthiest man in town. He owned the bank, controlled vast sections of range land in the territory, received dividends from most of the other commercial enterprises. But for all his wealth and power, he was thoroughly disliked. He ruled Wells City and the surrounding district with an iron hand, and it was suspected, though never proved, that he had built his position upon a disregard of honesty and justice. It was certain that the sheriff of the county, Pete Crowley, obeyed his commands without question, and the lawman's reputation had suffered in consequence. In the first scene of tonight's Lone Ranger drama, we see Ben Bush speaking with Crowley in the cafe. They are seated in one corner of the large room and are careful that they're not overheard by the rest of the crowd.
I tell you, I done all I could. It ain't my fault them 2 was rescued. I don't like alibis. But there ain't a man alive can do more than I done.
You ain't done good enough, Crowley. That's the point.
But I can't.
Just remember, I'm the man put you in office.
I ain't forgot that.
I'm the man can get you out of office.
I know, Mr. Bush, but what more can I do than what I'm
job
doing?
of sheriff means arresting crooks and guarding them, don't it?
Sure, that's what I done. That's what I've been doing all along.
I ain't asked you to give evidence against them. I've done that myself.
I know you
gone
have.
to trial and been found guilty.
Yeah?
But twice. When they was all set to get hung, they was rescued by some masked man on a white horse.
But he rides like lightning. The way he handles them 2 guns of his, a man hasn't a chance to...
I don't like alibis. I told you that before, Crowley.
I ain't alibiing, Mr. Bush. You know as well as I do that white horse is a devil on 4 legs.
The rider ain't.
He had us all covered with them 6 guns of his before we could say Jack Robinson.
Then you should get some deputies that's quicker on the draw. I tell you, Crowley, I don't like the way things is going here. Who is that masked man, anyhow?
I don't know.
Like as not, he's an outlaw.
Sure, wearing a mask like he does, he must be.
Then why don't you arrest him? Get him tried and hung.
But you can't find him. I've had men out hunting. It's the truth. I've had parties out ever since Lem Frisbee was saved from the hangman's rope.
Ain't even found tracks, have you?
No, but we still got men out.
Rot. First thing you know, my enemies will get teamed up against me. Then now they all through in this town.
I know.
Maybe that's what you're figuring on.
No, Mr. Bush. You know that ain't the case.
I don't trust anyone, Crowley. Maybe that's why I got where I am.
Well, you can trust me. Ain't I done what you asked me to ever since I got in office?
You let 2 of my enemies escape. Like as not, the one that's in jail now will be rescued by that masked man before he's hung.
You won't. You can bet on that. We've got guards at the jail night and day.
Reckon we better go down there and make sure he's still locked up.
Shucks, he'll be there. Neither of the others was took till he was ready to hang. Larson ain't even come up for trial yet.
We're gonna take a look anyhow. Come on.
Well, if you want to. It ain't no use. You take my word for it, you're still there.
I'm beginning to think your word don't amount to much.
I wish you'd put more trust in me, Mr. Bush.
Just a couple more escapes in this town, and you're going to be out in the office, Crowley. Mind what I tell you.
Well, come on. Let's go to the jail. Hi, Fred.
Oh, sit down and have a drink.
Oh, no. Give us like to know who that masked man is and what he's doing around here.
So'd I.
He must be an enemy of yours, Mr. Bush.
My enemy's hanged. You know that. Except when you get careless.
I reckon we can leave the horses here at the hitch rack. Ain't far down to the jail.
Yeah.
You know, Mr. Bush, I've been thinking.
Well?
You're sort of dissatisfied with the way I've been doing my job.
Why shouldn't I be? 2 men I figured to get rid of by this time are out free somewhere.
Well, you ain't the only one that ain't satisfied with things as they stand.
Well, what do you mean?
I've been thinking I ought to get more money.
More money?
Yep. If you had an honest sheriff in here, you wouldn't stand a chance of getting away with the things you've been doing.
Yeah? Well, get this, Crowley. Anytime you get tired working for me, or anytime I get tired of the way you do your job, there's a jail cell waiting to hold you.
You mean?
I mean I got evidence to put you in jail, same as I got it against my other enemies.
Hey, look over by the jail.
A white horse. If that's the same man...
Hurry up, Blossom, this way!
Use your gun, drop him. Get the 2 of them. They're getting to the saddle.
I never figured he'd try and get Larson away before his trial.
3 of my enemies out loose, and all saved by the same man. Crowley, I'm beginning to think you're scheming things against me.
In spite of the efforts of Bush and Crowley, the Lone Ranger had effected the rescue of each of the 3 men framed by the pair. After his last exploit, the masked man returned to his camp with Steve Larson, the 3rd of the rescued prisoners.
Tonto, this is Steve Larson. I just helped him to escape from jail.
Oh, that's good. I don't savvy this at all. Who are you?
I hope to be your friend, Larson.
What'd you bust me out of the jail for?
So you wouldn't be tried and hung for murder.
But they didn't have no evidence against me.
They didn't have evidence against the other 2 men, but both of them were ready to hang.
You're the man that rescued them?
Yes, Tonto and I.
Where are they now?
They're safe for the time being.
Just what are you up to, mister? What's the mask for?
I brought you here to ask questions of you, not to answer yours.
I suppose I should be doggone grateful to you, but I ain't.
I'm not asking for your gratitude.
If I got tried and freed, I'd been all right. But as it stands now, I'm an outlaw.
Yes.
My wife is here in town. So's my kid. I can't never go back to see them. My busting out of the jail is the same as confessing my guilt.
You were accused of murder.
Yeah, but I could have proved my innocence.
How?
The night Sam Turner was killed, I was at home with Mary and little Jerry.
That wouldn't clear you, Larson. Remember, Ben Bush is against you.
That screaming polecat. Someday he's going to get all that's coming to him.
That's what I'm working for.
You know about him?
Not all that I want to know. You tell me about him.
He's got so much money he does whatever he darn pleases.
I've been told that. You had money in his bank, didn't you?
All my savings. About $3,000.
That's just the point.
Huh?
Frisbee and Slade had their money in his bank. That's why they were framed for murder.
See, do you mean to say they weren't guilty of murders?
No.
But the evidence, what? 4 men seen them do the shooting.
Those 4 men were paid to tell the jury that story.
By Bush?
Yes.
What's his game?
Larson, Bush takes the money people put in his bank.
Steals it?
Yes. And before the money can be claimed, he arranges for the owner to get into trouble. And Sheriff Crowley works hand in glove with him.
See, do you mean to tell me I'd have faced what Frisbee and Slade did?
Yes.
That there'd have been men on the stand that swear they seen me shoot a man?
That's just what would have happened.
Why, they
You
all...
called Bush a schemer and a polecat. What do you know about him?
I know he never gives a man a chance to pay up a mortgage if he has a little late on it.
Yes.
He swindles and cheats wherever he can. I always thought he stuck to the letter of the law.
No, he doesn't even do that.
What am I to do now?
I want you to help me.
How?
I'm going to ask you the same question I asked Slade and Frisbee.
Yeah?
Will you stake your freedom on a chance that you might hang rather than spend the rest of your life as an outlaw?
I don't savvy.
As you stand right now, you're safely away from the jail. You can leave my camp and go where you want to. But you'll always be hunted by the law for a crime you didn't do.
I savvy that.
If you'll help me and risk being captured, there's a chance to put Ben Bush and Sheriff Crowley where they belong. And then you can return to town a free man.
Life wouldn't mean much to me, away from my wife and kid.
Then I can count on you?
Yes. I suppose Frisbee and Slade decided different, being as they ain't around here. But I'll go in with you.
They've made the same choice.
Yeah? Gosh, and the four of us are working together?
There are 5 of us, counting my friend Tonto.
Oh, yeah.
Larson, from now on, don't ask questions. Just do what you're told and count on us.
I never thought I'd trust a man that wore a mask, stranger. But there's something about your style that makes me like you and trust you. I'm taking your orders from now
on. The Lone Ranger had a definite purpose in mind when he freed the 3 men Crowley had imprisoned. In the meantime, the sheriff and his posse scoured the country in search of the masked man and his companions, but without success. The hunt continued for several days. Bush became incensed over the delay. At length, the banker approached Crowley in the cafe and spoke heatedly.
I could really make a clean-up if I could count on you at all, but I can't. Mr. Bush, I'm doing all a man can do. Ain't found a one of the 4 men. 3. 4, including the masked man, to save the others, or ain't you bothering to hunt him? Yeah, sure we are. A stranger drifted into town today and opened a big account at the bank. Yeah? If only I could count on you. The next one won't get away from me, I promise you that. There won't be a next one for some time. It takes a while for me to line things up. Hey, Sheriff, come fast. There's been a shooting down the road a piece. Shooting? Come on, quick. Maybe you can get the hombre. Did you see anything of the man that done the shooting? Well, there's a man still there. He's examining the redskin he shot. He's a stranger in town. Not Markheim. Reckon that's what he calls himself. Come on, Sheriff. Here's a chance to do something. I'm on my way. Never mind. I'll see you later. You won't need your horse. It's just a few rods away. Listen to me, Sheriff. I'm listening. Don't run so fast. I can't keep up. Well, I gotta get there. It's a murder. If that man's name is Markheim, he's the one put a lot of money in the bank, see? What about it? Here's your chance to make good on one thing for me. What is it? See that Markheim gets arrested and hung. He'll get arrested and hung, all right. If he's guilty. Never mind whether he's guilty or not. Make him guilty. You mean? I mean we can frame him same as we did them others. What's more, we got a real murder to start with.
You're coming, Sheriff. Can't you come no faster than that?
I'm with you.
He's still there, standing looking over the redskin he shot.
Likely seen if the Indian's got the cash on him. Huh? Hey, you! Don't make a move. You're under arrest.
I'm not going to run away.
You're covered. Markheim, it's you.
Sure, it's me. Oh, you're Mr. Bush, ain't you?
I am, and this here is Sheriff Crowley.
Sheriff, I don't know who done this shooting, but
what do you mean you don't know who done it? You done it.
You're wrong there, Mr. Bush. I didn't have no part in it.
Don't give us none of that. You're guilty. Who else would shoot an Injun? We ain't sure about it, Sheriff. We just heard the shot and run up.
I did the same thing. I heard the shooting, ran over, and the Injun was there on the ground.
I told this hombre to sort of stand around and watch, and I'd go fetch you, Sheriff. He's the one killed the Injun, all right. Take his gun.
Hold on, Sheriff. Ain't you being a little hasty?
No, I ain't. And it's my duty to warn you. Anything you say can be used against you. I'll search him, Sheriff. That ain't exactly right, Mr. Bush. I'm the one. I said I'd search him. Oh, all right, then. All right.
Just what's the meaning of all this, Sheriff? What right's Bush to search me? He ain't a lawman, is he?
None of your talk now. You don't seem to have much money on you.
You know blamed well where all my money is, Bush. I put it in your bank today.
You did?
Well, you know blame well I did.
I don't know nothing of the sort.
Hold on there. That's my receipt for the money you got.
This ain't nothing but a scrap of paper. You must be loco, Mr. Markheim.
Loco?
That's what I said. I don't recollect you putting any money in my bank.
Of all the dirty lying coyotes, what sort of game is this?
Take him to jail, Sheriff. He's a murderer, all right.
You can't do this.
Come on, Markheim.
That banker's saying I ain't no money in this bank. I'm innocent. You can't call me guilty. I'm as innocent as you are, Sheriff. You can't take me to jail.
You ain't only going to jail. You're going to the hangman's noose. We got evidence enough to send you there.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. And now, on with our story. You will recall that in the first act of tonight's Lone Ranger drama, the banker and the sheriff of Wells City framed 3 men for murder, only to have them taken from jail by the masked man. The accused men were large depositors in the bank owned by Bush, who intended to steal their funds. The Lone Ranger, however, had freed the convicted men as part of a plan to bring Bush and Crowley to justice. Then a 4th man entered the story. His name was Markheim, and he was discovered standing over an Indian he was accused of killing. That same afternoon, Markheim had placed a large sum of money in the bank. Bush saw another opportunity to frame an important depositor.
Hold on now, Sheriff. Can't you listen to me for just a minute or so?
Oh, talk fast, son. What is it?
You ain't even looked to make sure the Redskin's dead before you jail me for murder.
We'll do the looking later. We don't take chances with murderers like you.
Then make that banker give me back the paper he took from me.
It wasn't nothing but a scrap of paper. I throwed it away.
It's a receipt for the cash I banked in your place today, Bush. I suppose now you'll claim I ain't no money there and keep it for yourself.
Take him in, Sheriff.
Yep. Come on, Markheim.
But the Redskin...
I'll go back and see if he's dead for sure.
No, you won't.
What the masked man again?
You'll all stand right where you are.
Crowley, if he gets this prisoner away from you, I'll have you rid out in town on the rail.
I'm not after your prisoner. I'm here to take the Indian away with me.
See here, you. You're under arrest.
Big talk from a man who doesn't dare reach for his gun.
Shoot him, Crowley. Don't stand there like a sniveling coward. Draw and shoot.
Don't try it. I'm still holding one gun on you.
Now's your chance, while he's trying to heist the Redskin on his horse.
Go ahead if you think you can complete your draw.
He's grease lightning with a gun, Mr. Bush.
Hail Silver!
Now's your chance. Shoot him.
I'll try.
Give him, Crowley. No, try again. He's still riding.
Tain't no use, Bush. No. He's out of sight in the dark. That horse he's riding's grease lightning.
What did he want the dead Injun for?
Don't ask me.
Well, see that you don't let the prisoner get away. Blast it all, Crowley. Don't let him get away.
The Lone Ranger made no attempt to rescue the sheriff's latest prisoner. Instead, he and Tonto rode swiftly to their camp. There they were met by the 3 fugitives who had agreed to assist in carrying out his plan.
Hold on. Here we are, Tonto.
How did it come out? What happened, mister? What did you do?
Everything worked out just as we hoped. They didn't even examine Tonto to see if he'd been shot or not.
And you beat that. It's just like I said. The sheriff's a crook, and so is Bush.
Not only that, they made sure to get the bank deposit slip away from Markheim.
Bush done that, didn't he?
Yes, and the sheriff permitted it.
That means Markheim will be slated to hang, and he won't have a chance of getting away. Not unless the masked man gets him away, like he done us.
We're going to let Markheim go on trial. And when that trial comes up, the sheriff and Ben Bush will have a surprise.
The Lone Ranger had proved the dishonesty of the sheriff and the banker beyond all possibility of doubt. In the meantime, Markheim was put on trial. A jury was hastily summoned, and the evidence of a series of lying witnesses presented to the court.
And Markheim drawed his gun and fired. The Redskin dropped dead. That's all I got to say, Judge.
That man lies, Judge.
You're out of order, Markheim. Be quiet.
But my gun wasn't even fired. The sheriff can tell you that.
How about that, Sheriff? Oh, might have been fired and might not have been. I dumped the cartridges out without looking to see.
You're railroading me to the hangman's rope. That's what you're doing.
One after another, the witnesses swore to the same story. Markheim, they said, had killed the Indian. But outside the courthouse, a group of men led by the Lone Ranger watched the progress of the trial with keen interest. We hear the masked man as he addresses one of his companions.
Frisbee.
Yeah?
Are those witnesses the same ones who testified against you?
Yes, they are. They had plenty to say against me, too.
The same men?
Yeah, dirty rats. They're all being paid for that by Ben Bush.
Just wait.
I'd like to get in there and have my say.
Not yet.
Look, the jury's going out now.
Markheim hasn't had his full say yet. Wait until the jury comes in.
But, stranger, what's Markheim going to do?
Wait and watch.
One to 1,000 he don't. He didn't get a square trial. Not even a man to speak for him.
Ain't no one gets a square trial in this town.
Sheriff himself is the biggest crook of all.
Don't let yourself get heard saying that.
There's a jury coming back.
That jury is a hanging one.
Let's have it quiet here. Order in the court. Sheriff Crowley, you're acting as clerk. Go on and tend to business.
Answer the jury. Have you reached a verdict? Well, have one of you stand up and tell it to the judge. We find the prisoner guilty of murder.
Markham, you better stand up and face me so as I can sentence you.
I'll stand. First of all, before you sentence me, Judge, I've got something to say.
Well, make it short.
In the first place, I'm charged of murdering a man that's not even proved to be dead. In the second place, not one of those witnesses saw the shooting. In the third place, my gun was not fired. And in the fourth place, before I'm through, you're all going to be sorry you had so much to say.
What's the meaning of such talk? You're found guilty.
And I'm not. Judge, there's plenty of crooks in this town. Maybe you're one of them, maybe you ain't. We'll find that out before another 10 minutes goes by.
What?
Right now, friends of mine are coming into this courtroom. Keep everyone covered, boys.
No one make a move.
The masked man.
There's Steve Larson, one of the escaped prisoners. Order! Order in this court.
You're under arrest. No one is under arrest just yet. Slade, Frisbee, bring in the Indian. We're coming. All of you, be quiet.
There's the other two fugitives. Order in this court. You can't run things in this high-handed way, even if you are holding two guns on us.
Careful there, Judge. We're covering everyone.
All right, Markheim, take charge. Get this place quiet so I can talk.
Quiet! Quiet, I tell you!
That's better. For the time being, Sheriff, you can't arrest those fugitives because they've got you and all your men covered.
All right, Markheim. But you said the body of the man you shot wasn't on hand. Or what do you call the Injun Frisbee and Slade brought in?
I'd like to ask the witnesses if that's the man I'm said to have shot.
Yes, it is.
Do you agree with that, Banker Bush?
Yeah.
What about you, Sheriff?
It's him.
Then, Judge, I'm not a murderer. Stand up, Tonto.
Me not shot. Me not hurt.
It's a double-crossing frame-up. That's what it is.
Wait, I ain't done yet.
Quiet in this room.
Maybe that ain't the man you shot, Markheim.
I didn't shoot anyone. Judge, the two men who just came in, Frisbee and Slade, were tried and found guilty in your court.
Yes, that's right.
And the witnesses against them was the same ones that appeared against me. Ain't that so, boys?
Sure is.
And the reason was, Bush stole the money they had in his bank. Then, with the help of the sheriff and lying witnesses, he framed them for murder.
That ain't so. Ain't so, I tell you.
Markheim lied.
Quiet, Sheriff.
You make a more noise. Me stopping you.
Get away from me, Redskin.
Let me ask you this, Banker Bush. Did I put cash in your bank?
No, you did not.
You heard that, Judge?
Yeah, I heard it.
Bush, you think you're safe in denying I put cash in your bank because you thought you got the slip of paper that would prove it. Well, all you got was a copy of that same. Here, Judge, is the paper with Ben Bush's signature on it. What about it, Judge? Is Markheim right?
He seems to be. But never in my life have I seen anything like it.
I ain't done yet, Judge. The masked man fired a shot. and I stayed where Tonto lay on the ground, waiting to see if I'd be framed. All them witnesses that said they seen the murder lied. Steve, you were watching Abe Gorman when the shot was fired. Where was he?
Gorman was gambling in the cafe.
Bless you. Slade, you were watching Lehman and Snyder when the shot was fired.
Yeah, they was calling on the widow Perkins.
Mrs. Perkins will prove that.
See here, Judge. Wait! Let me speak, Markheim.
Yes, Your Honor.
You wondered if I was on the level. Well, you'll find out.
Yeah?
All it takes is to look at the faces of them lying witnesses to know the truth. Every one of them should be jailed for swearing away a man's life. But, Judge, for you, Sheriff, and you, Bush, it looks like the murders Frisbee, Slade, and Larson have been charged with are still unsolved. And it looks like it's up to me to appoint a deputy sheriff to arrest you for investigation.
1 minute, Judge.
Yeah?
You needn't appoint anyone. The United States Marshal is here to take charge of things.
He is? Where's he at?
You know him as Markheim.
He come here to frame up the bunch of us.
I came here at the suggestion of the Lone Ranger. He and Tonto outlined a plan where I'd be bait for the trap to show the sheriff and his deputies up as scheming crooks.
But where's the Lone... Wait, Gun. You mean that masked man is the Lone Ranger?
That's about the size of it. Come, Tonto. We're finished here.
Wait a minute, Lone Ranger. This town owes you a plenty. Stop him. I want to speak to him. It's due to him that this community will be safe for honest men.
Get your laughs with Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, coming up next.
Keep this under your hat. The secret word.
First time.
Please.
Gotten that far without.
Why are you laughing? Nothing funny here. Ladies and gentlemen, keep this under your hat. The secret word tonight is floor. Floor.
Really? You bet your life.
Belgian American, creators of America's most beautiful compacts, smartest cigarette cases, finest dresser sets, present Groucho Marx in the Elgin American show, You Bet Your Life. The comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here's that sterling Elgin American, the one, the only.
No cause for alarm, it's only me, Groucho Marx. Thank you. Well, here I am again with $1,000 for one of our couples tonight. George Fenneman, who's supposed to try and take it away from me.
Well, in honor of St. Patrick's Day, we invited some Irish bachelors and some Irish spinsters to the show. And here are the two the audience selected just before we went on the air. Miss Josephine Cullen and Mr. John Gallagher meet another Irishman, Groucho Marx.
Welcome be dad, and let's welcome you out of the Elgin American No Contact Show program. And if either of you will be apt to say in the secret word at any time, Brigade, you'll each win a 16-millimeter power sound, a movie or projector. It's a common word, something you'll find around the old house. An Irish bachelor and an Irish spinster, eh? Arlene, where are you from?
County Galway.
County Galway?
Yes.
How long have you been away from the old job?
Oh, you just wanted to find out my age.
I beg your pardon?
You just wanted to find out how old I am.
No, not exactly. I wanted to find out how long you've been away from the old sod, huh? And why did you leave the old sod in the first place?
I want to travel.
And, Paddy, me find Laddie Buck, where are you from?
I'm from County Donegal.
And that belongs to the south, too.
Oh, and why did you leave the old country?
Oh, I wanted to see the world, the station of the United States.
And did you see it?
Certainly I did.
And what part of Ireland is county, what did you say it was?
Oh, this belongs to the South of Ireland.
And what's the name of the county?
Donegal.
Oh, Donegal. You're from the South. Fair from the dad you all, huh? Now I know why you're still a bachelor. You're from the Irish Free State, huh?
Yes.
And that's what I like about the South. Shamrock, how old are you?
I'm 49.
And, Miss Curran, what is your age? How old are you, Miss Curran, huh? How old?
40.
Oh, you're 40, yeah? I won't ask you how old you are. Let's forget the whole thing. Patty, what kind of work do you do?
Oh, I'm a janitor.
A janitor?
Yeah, cleaning things.
Where do you janitor?
Oh, everywhere in particular.
Everywhere in particular, huh?
Just clean people. Just after people.
You just clean up after people?
That's right.
And how long have you been doing it? Huh?
Oh, about 3 or 4 years.
Mm-hmm. You find it pretty messy?
At times I do. But it's interesting at the time.
Yes. Pick up a lot of dirt that way.
That's right.
Well, you could write a column with all that stuff, couldn't you? Huh?
Certainly.
And Colleen McQueen, what kind of work have you been after doing?
I'm a housekeeper.
You're a housekeeper?
Yes.
And how long have you been doing it?
4 years.
4 years?
Yes.
Huh? And how old were you when you started? Huh?
Oh, you just wanted to find out my age.
Just to show you I like you, here are the perfect gifts for each of you. For Miss Curran, here's Elgin American's lovely green compact trimmed in jeweller's bronze, green for St. Patrick's Day.
Thank you, sir.
How do you like it?
I like it very much. I never had one.
You never had one, no? You never had a green one, anyhow.
No, I never had any.
You never had any?
No,
one,
I
huh?
didn't.
And Mr. Gallagher, how are things in Glockamora?
Well, terrible. I'm sitting there.
You know there is no such place as Glockamora.
Well, I say that, but...
No, it's just a fancy of the writer.
That's that what?
Yes,
I never knew that.
Now, here's your gift from Elgin American, a handsome silver finished cigarette case.
I thank you, Mr. Wonderful.
It's nothing at all. It's nothing at all, John. We're glad to have you. And, Mr. Gallagher, what was your most exciting experience?
Well, I got held up one time.
Who held you up? A friend on the way home?
Well, he was a friend. He was a friend. He didn't get much.
You didn't, huh?
No.
Well, who held you up? And how did it happen, huh?
I come home one night from Malaysian. I was crossing the street, and he was heading in the dark, and
You were on your way to Carrigan?
I was on my way home.
Oh.
From Carrigan, as before. And this guy dealer over after me. I turned around and she said, "Stick him up." He says, "Give me the money." I said, "I got no money. I've been gabbling over the Legion." And I saw he had no gun. I says, "What's the idea of holding people up without guns?" I says, "Here's 50 cents. And
go and get a gun, huh?
So he dealed down, and that's the last I saw him.
That's the last you saw him? You were just out 4 bits, huh?
Out 4 bits, and I had other...
Miss Curran, what do you miss most about being away from Ireland?
I miss the turf and the...
You miss the turf?
The turf.
Mm-hmm.
And I miss the carrot.
What do you mean the turf? You mean the racetrack?
No, that's the bog, the turf.
Oh, the bog, yeah.
Yes, and I miss the carry. That's potatoes and cream and onions and butter, plenty butter in the old country.
Mm-hmm. Have you ever seen a leprechaun?
No, I haven't.
On New Year's Eve, I saw 20 of them, all purple. Now, Gallagher, me lad, why is St. Patrick's Day such a big day for the Irish?
Well, it's his birthday.
A birthday
In Ireland, they always had an argument on the 8th and 9th of March, and there's some Irish been arguing about the days, and so therefore they compromised, and they added up 8 and 9 and made the 17th of March. Now they all...
I didn't know Irish were never compromised.
Well, they must have compromised because they added 8 and 9 and made it the 17th of March. Now they all...
Now they all celebrate on the 17th. I thought they'd just stand there and club each other to death.
When they get a little drink, they when they get
Well, how is it, Shillelagh, you're still single? I thought the Irish were very fond of Dublin.
I never could support him. And I
Josephine, when I say Shillelagh, I'm referring to Miss...
I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry.
I wouldn't call any Irish Colleen a Shillelagh. She might have one in her pocket, huh?
Mr. Larson?
Yes. How is it you're still single, Mr. Gallagher?
Well, I'm such a character, no way woman have anything to do with it.
Well, in what way are you a character, huh?
Well, I never concentrated enough on one woman.
You never concentrated enough on one woman?
That's right. Never had the time.
You never worked with Sheen, did you, Gallagher and Sheen?
No, but I know Mrs. Sheen.
You know Mrs. Sheen?
Oh, yeah.
Do you know that song, Gallagher and Sheen? Could you sing us a little of it then? Oh, Mr. Gallagher.
Oh, Mr. Gallagher. Oh, Mr. Gallagher.
What's on your mind this morning, Mr. Sheen?
Well,
that's false.
I forgot it.
Let's not overdo it, huh? Have you ever come close to marriage, Mr. Gallagher?
Well, I never could get up to the church door with all of that beside. I never did.
You don't have to get married at the church, you know. You can get married as justice of the peace.
Well, I never could hook at him anyhow.
You never could hook?
No, I never got near enough for me to catch him.
You look like a very attractive young fellow. I should
Me?
Yes.
I do. Who do you attract?
You don't attract any women?
I don't know. Maybe I do.
You've never had any love affair at all?
Well, not
like Byron or Shelley or Keats or any of those boys? Oh, did they? Lord Byron, he was just sick of women.
Oh, yeah.
And what about you, Mrs. Shillelagh? Have you ever come...
I support a man. I had 5 brothers to support.
You never could support a man? That's why
right.
You're still single?
That's right.
Is that the customary procedure in Ireland?
Yes.
The woman supports the man?
Yes.
I just thought that was on Saturday night. I didn't know that. Do you have any boyfriends now, Josephine?
No, sir.
You don't, huh?
No.
Are you doing anything to encourage any
No,
boyfriends?
sir.
You don't like men, I take it, huh?
They don't like me, I think.
I don't know why. You're a very attractive-looking woman, Josephine. Maybe you're not using the right tactics. Now, suppose you met Mr. Gallagher at a party and you liked him. How would you nail him? Go ahead. Tell me step by step, huh?
I'd drop my handkerchief and then I'd blink my eyes.
Wouldn't it be better to drop your eyes and blink your handkerchief?
And then I'd invite him for dinner.
What was that?
I'd invite him for dinner.
You invite him over for dinner?
Yes.
And what would you give him, an Irish stew?
I'd give him corned beef and
Maybe
cabbage.
be there that night, huh? What was that?
I'd give him corned beef and cabbage.
You'd give him corned beef and cabbage, huh? Well, he might not be Irish. He might not care for that. Maybe that's why you've been single all these years, Joe. Maybe you ought to try matzo ball soup. Looks like the house is full of Hibernians. Well, Mr. Gallagher, you're a real Irishman. Right now, your face is turning green. And Josephine, you make a lovely couple. You're a lovely couple, of both of you. Now, with all this cunning and treachery going on, would you like to know something about her? For example, wouldn't you like to know how old she is?
Yes, sir.
Would you mind telling him how old you are, Josephine? Well, don't whisper to him, Josie. It won't do you any good. I know how old you are. You're 36. Is that right, John?
That's right.
That's a real Irishman, a real gentleman, huh? Well, you're a charming and rollicking couple, and I think you ought to get married immediately. That'll make a wonderful dish, corned beef and matzo ball. Now, in just 1 minute, you're going to work together for $1,000. George Fenneman, the next minute is all yours.
Thanks, Groucho. Ladies, have you looked at your compact lately? If it's battered or shoddy, it should be discarded. This one accessory that you actually use more than any other, and use where people can see it, is extremely important to your smartness. So important, in fact, that fashion says every woman needs 3 compacts to keep her daytime clothes, sportswear, and evening apparel completely harmonious. Don't let your compact count against you when you can get exquisite Elgin Americans from the widest choice there is of stunning styles and convenient prices. Elgin American designing is beautifully individual. The craftsmanship is famous for perfection. So look at your compact tonight. And tomorrow, get the new compact that will do the most for your smartness, because it's first in fashion and Elgin American.
Now, let's see if it's a $1,000 question. You're going to play You Bet Your Life. Fenneman, tell them the rules.
Each of our 3 couples has $20. They bet as much of that 20 as they want on each of 4 questions. The couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $1,000 question at the end of the show. Our other two couples are in the waiting room off stage, so they won't know what goes on until it's their turn.
Here we go. Let's see how high you can build your $20. What question category did you select?
The monetary system.
Monetary unit. Huh?
Monetary unit.
All right, here's your first question. You have $20. How much of this are you going to go for?
I'll be 5.
5? Is that all right with you, Miss Collins?
Yes, sir.
All right. What is the monetary unit of France?
It's the franc.
The franc is correct.
In this case, they have $25.
Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. How much of your $25 will you bet on this one?
I'll bet $10.
$10. What is the medium of exchange in Australia?
That's the pound.
The pound is correct.
They now have $35.
Here's your third question. How much of the 35 you're going to go for?
Well, we'll bid 15.
15? All right with you, Josie?
Yes, sir.
What is the money used in Italy?
That's the Italian lira.
The lira is correct.
Well, they're on their way. They now have $50.
You're on your way. You've got $50. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 50 are you going to bet?
25.
25? Okay, Josie?
Yes, sir.
All right. What is the medium of exchange in Mexico?
That's the peso.
The peso is correct.
And they wind up with $75.
Thanks and good luck from Belgian American Compact. Stick around now. You're still in the running for the big question.
Perhaps the next couple will say the secret word, Groucho. It's floor. They've been in a waiting room off stage. Okay, boys, bring them in. Just before we went on the air, the audience selected Mrs. Burnmeister, a housewife, and her partner, a gymnasium instructor, Mr. Ray Tull. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to the Elgin American Show. And if either of you say the secret word at any time we're talking, you'll each win a 16-millimeter Apollo Sound movie projector. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. Mr. Tull, where are you from, Mr. Tull?
I'm from Manhattan, Kansas.
Manhattan, Kansas, eh? And what nationality is that, Tull?
Well, I believe it's English extraction.
English extraction, eh? Is that anything like a vanilla extraction?
Well, maybe. A little bit.
And Mrs. Burmester?
Right.
Burmester?
Yes.
You're a housewife, eh?
Yes.
Where are you a housewife, huh?
At home.
At home, eh? Well, if you're going to a housewife, that's the place to do it, I think. And what does your husband do besides the housework?
Well, he works in the lumber yard in the daytime.
He does, huh?
Uh-huh.
I suppose he gets free board and room there, huh?
No.
No, Columbia?
He comes back home.
I see. Say, you sound like you're Irish, too. Are you?
Yes,
Irish?
I am.
Well, that's a coincidence. Maybe you can tell me something I've always wanted to know, Mrs.
I'll try very hard.
That's an odd name, isn't it, for an Irish woman? Oh,
Well, I was in
What was your name?
McEwen.
McEwen. Well, that's a good old Irish name. I want you to answer me this question. Why did St. Patrick drive the snakes out of Ireland?
Well, I'll tell you. The story that I heard about it is that a long time ago there was a lot of evil in Ireland. And St. Patrick came over there and he was going to teach them and convert the people. So he started with a snake and he decided he was going to chase all the serpents out of Ireland. So he got the snakes out of the ocean and they stayed there and that warned the others to be good. So now we call it Holy Ireland.
I see.
That's what I know about it.
When the Irish were referring to the snakes, did they mean the English?
I'd love to say yes.
No, I understand they get along very well now, don't they?
Well,
Irish and the
they do now because England has to come over there to eat.
Well, it's just a short way over the channel there. And how did you meet Mr. Burmester?
Well, I was trying to sell a trailer, and I got a hint from someone that wanted to buy it. But I was in Santa Monica, and they were in Pomona, and I couldn't make the distance. So I called a friend of mine, and I was desperate to get over there. She says, well, hold your shirt. I'll get somebody that'll take you there.
And you went over there without your
shirt? I went over there. No, I was hanging on to it.
Where was the trailer?
The trailer was in Santa Monica.
Oh.
So she got this fellow from me, took me to Pomona.
Well, I do that all the time. Don't worry about it.
I sold the trailer, and we got married.
Well, you get married every time you sell a trailer?
Dad, no, I don't do a trailer head.
Well, that's a very moving story, Mrs. Mr. Tull, you're a gym instructor, eh?
That's right.
How long have you been teaching gym?
About 4 years now.
Gym must be pretty dumb, huh? What's the matter with gym, huh?
Gym is short for gymnasium.
Gym is short for gymnasium?
That's right.
Well, why don't you stretch him? Has he ever done a stretch, Jim, that you know about?
Not that I know of.
Well, while you're at it, what, could you straighten me out, too? Now, Mrs. Burmester, speaking of the gymnasium, would you like to lose a little weight tonight?
Yes, I would.
You would. How much?
Oh, I'd like to lose a few pounds.
How much?
Oh, about 30 pounds.
Mrs. Burmester, if you lost 30 pounds, you would disappear.
Oh, no, I got to pack in.
What's your patting around here, Mrs. Burmester? Well, there's a lot in what you say. Do people kid you about your weight?
Yes, they do.
You're not that bad, do you mind it?
No, you need to tell me I'm down and out.
What's that?
I'm down and out.
You're down and out?
That's right. Low down and out.
Hey, you can never tell where a joke is going to hit me here. Well, maybe Mr. Tull here, our gym instructor, could help you lose some of that weight. Would you like that, Mrs. Burmester?
Sure would.
Good. We start first thing in the morning. Ray, where's your gym?
At the downtown YMCA.
How about it, Mrs. Burmester?
Will they let me in?
Well, I don't think they'd throw you out once you were in there.
No, I couldn't get in.
Now, Musclebound, as a gym instructor, just what do you do?
Well, I conduct classes in calisthenics, supervise volleyball, basketball. Oh, yes, I have a class for businessmen.
Uh-huh. Your customers are businessmen with large corporations, I presume.
A lot of them are.
Uh-huh. Well, I want to show you how welcome you two are tonight. Mrs. Burmester, here's Elgin American's lovely dresser set in satin.
Oh, I've
jeweller's
wanted
bronze.
that for years.
Did you?
I had a beautiful I never could get enough money to buy it, and I really appreciate it.
Well, it makes me happy that this fulfills a yearning that you've had for so long.
That's right. It is beautiful.
You see, selling that trailer started you out on a long series of lucky incidents.
That's good.
Now, for Mr. Tull, we'd like you to have Elgin American's silver finished cigarette case.
Thank you very much.
You're not quite as enthusiastic as Mr. Burmester. A little more enthusiasm, if you don't mind. Now, tell me, Barbells, in your gym, how much do you charge the businessman for a course in exercise?
Well, we only charge $50 for a full year.
You take away part of their roll before you even get them up in the gym, huh?
Sure.
What do they get for that $50?
Well, we give them a special locker, we give them special exercise rooms, individual attention, unlimited use of the steam rooms, swimming pools, and all the facilities of the Y.
All that for $1 a week?
That's right.
Pretty cheap, eh? What kind of equipment do you have in your gym?
Well, we have all the equipment in any ordinary up-to-date YMCA, including barbells, special exercises, medicine balls, volleyballs, weights, just everything you can think of.
Well, why do busy businessmen suffer through all that agony? I mean, do they...
Because it helps to build bodies.
Well, could you build me one like that guy on the set?
I can try.
One sitting with chewing gum Sam over there. Mrs. Burmester, you're still here, I presume.
Yes, I am.
Have you lost any weight since we had...
Not yet. I take my shoes off, maybe I would.
Well, take your shoes off, huh?
I don't know.
Take anything off you want, Mrs. Burmester. This is Liberty Hall here. How much does your husband weigh?
He weighs 140.
He weighs less than you, huh?
Yep.
You can put him on his shoulders very quickly, I imagine.
No, he's taller.
Oh, he's taller.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know that. How much does he think you should weigh? Huh?
Well, he likes me just as I am.
He's a pretty shrewd boy, all right. You've learned some tricks around that lumberyard, huh? He knows better than to throw your weight around his house, doesn't he, huh? Now tell me, just what have you tried in order to reduce?
Well, one of the things is square dancing. I've done a lot of that.
Square dancing?
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
And I've used a rolling pin up and down, tried that. Rolled over the floor a few times.
Mrs. Burmester, you said it. You said floor, and that's the secret word tonight, so that means we each win an Apollo 16-millimeter sound movie projector. Congratulations. Now, where were we before you floored me?
On the floor.
How many diets have you tried, Mrs. Burmester?
Well, let's see. I believe it was about 10 altogether.
Well, you shouldn't have tried them all together. Now, tell me, Body Beautiful, how many pounds do you think Mrs. Burmester could lose?
Well, I think she could afford to lose about 25.
$50, that's $2 a pound. That's more expensive than my butcher. Now, tell me, Charlie Horse, in reducing, which do you recommend? Do you recommend diet or exercise?
Exercise.
Why? Why not diet?
Well,
At a vegetarian store, you'd be recommending diet,
that's
wouldn't you?
right. Well, we belong to why that's the reason we recommend exercise.
Well, why?
Why?
Why do you recommend exercise?
Because we can control...
You think that's more efficient than diet?
You can control over certain portions of the body.
Yes, but don't you get awfully hungry and then have to eat much more? You get
No.
still rolling around the floor?
Well, then work a little harder.
You work harder, and drop dead, huh? I know you don't help women in your class at the YMCA, but tell me, as a physical instructor, have you ever helped a woman to lose weight?
Oh, yes. I've conducted classes for women.
For women.
In weight reducing.
In weight reducing, yes. Well, I appreciate your qualifying. I'll do as much for you someday.
Thank you, Doug.
Now, are your methods for reducing men different than they are with women?
Yes, they're not quite as strenuous, and women lose weight in different places, too.
Yes. They lose theirs at the YWCA, huh? Now, what's the most embarrassing experience you ever had, Mr. Toll?
Well, I think probably the most embarrassing was during the war. I was conducting a class for waves and exercise, and the very tight-fitting trunks I was wearing split wide open, and I had nothing underneath them.
And the waves came rolling in? Mrs. Burmester, what was your most embarrassing experience? And don't tell me the same thing. No, what was yours?
Well, I was working for a family in Chicago, and
I worked for a family in Chicago.
I was doing housework. And they had a little baby, and I slept in the baby's room. See? So the folks used to come in. The baby slept in its own bed, but in the same room.
Oh.
So the folks used to come in and out, and I never bothered any. So this night the man came in, and he says to me, May, would you please put this box to one side till tomorrow? And it was a gorgeous big white box. So I did.
Was he an undertaker?
No, he wasn't. So he had been. So I did. But he handed me the box. I put it away, and he was leaving, and he says, that's the girl, thanks. And he was tapping me on the shoulder, and I was just then his wife showed up. She wanted to know what it was all about, and I didn't know what to tell her, so I stood there like a mute and couldn't tell her anything, because he told me he could not tell her. So the next day I took the baby out for a walk in the buggy, and when I came back, she had been in my room and opened the box. And what was in it but a gorgeous negligee. Oh, it was a beautiful thing, and all kinds of a letter on this box. It wasn't addressed to her or anything. So she asked me to give her full particulars, why I got it and everything about it, and I couldn't do a thing. I just stood there. So I was in an awful predicament. So when he came home that night, I told him to explain it to his wife. And the next day was her birthday, and he had already given her a birthday present before, and he didn't want her to know about this, so it straightened the matter all up. But I was quite embarrassed for a day.
What finally became of the underwear?
I don't know. She got it. It was for her.
So all I wanted to know, Mrs. Burner.
It was her birthday present, but he didn't want her to know about it.
He wanted it kept undercover.
That's right.
Now, what was your most unusual experience?
Well, I had one real thrilling experience that always stands out in my mind.
Mm-hmm.
When I was about 14 in Ireland, in 1916, we had a rebellion there.
Oh, they've had them every month, haven't they?
No, they don't.
No?
No, it's all over now.
Oh.
But The boys were fighting on the other side of the river, and the English was fighting with ammunition. But our boys ran out of ammunition.
You threw water at them?
No. I was appointed to take a bandolier full of ammunition on my shoulder and put a shawl over it, and I went across the water and took the ammunition over to our boys. And the soldiers was firing from up on the hill, but I didn't get the shot, so I got over all right.
You walked across the water?
I walked across the water after you
That's quite a trick. That hasn't been done in a couple of thousand years.
I walked in it.
Oh, you were in that. Sorry, huh? Now, Mr. Tull, since you've had experience in reducing women, suppose you give Mrs. Burmester a few pointers. What simple exercise can she do at home?
Well, I think while she's telephoning, she could rub her fat against the wall.
Wouldn't that make the wall awfully greasy? Well, I didn't know you could get $50 a year for advising people like that. Well, you make an exhausting team. Now you're going to play, you bet your life, the Elgin American game for $1,000. Perhaps you'll win it. If you run your $20 into more than the other couples, you get a chance at the $1,000 question later. Fenneman, remind our listeners how much the first couple won. Here we go. Let's see how high you can build your $20. What question category did you select?
Hit songs of 33.
Okay, now here's your first question. How much will you bet? You've got $20.
Hit songs of 33.
Okay, now here's your first question. How much will you bet? You've got $20.
We'll bet 10.
10? Okay. Give me the title of this song. Play, Sam. Look, it's in your eyes is right.
On their way, they have $30, Groucho.
Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. How much of your $30 will you bet this time?
20.
20? All right, what's the name of this song?
Tell me weather.
Tell me weather.
They now have $50.
You now have $50. Here's your third question. How much of the 50 are you going to try for?
40.
All right, let's see if you can identify this one. Okay, Stan.
Last roundup.
The last roundup. Right.
They're really on their way. They have $90.
All right, you've got $90. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 90 are you going to bet?
85.
$85? All right. Here we go. Give me the title of this song.
Easter Parade.
Easter Parade is right.
And they lined up with $175.
Thanks and good luck from Elgin American Compact. Now, in just 1 minute, our last couple will play You Bet Your Life, and then we'll all get the crack at the $1,000 question. Fenneman, what's your advice to the ladies?
Sound advice for the ladies and gentlemen, Groucho. Evening calls for extra special accessories. And the most elegant compact you can carry is Sterling Silver by Elgin American. Many have matching cigarette cases and lighters to add even more to your luxury look. And a man can do handsome things for his evening appearance with one of Elgin American's Sterling Silver cigarette cases. Here, too, there are lighters to match. All these Sterling Silver accessories are lower priced than you might expect at leading jewelry stores, department stores, and specialty shops. You'll feel so confident of your evening perfection. You'll look so much more impressive when your compact, cigarette case, and lighter are beyond compare. Sterling Silver by Elgin American.
Now then, we'll soon know who's going to earn the most money and get the chance at the $1,000 question. George, who's leading so far?
Well, the housewife and the gym instructor have $175. And here's our final couple, Groucho. They've been in a waiting room off stage, so they don't know the secret word is floor. Okay, boys, bring them in. Just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected a merchant seaman, Glenn Schweedy, and for his partner, a long-distance truck driver, Wen Royster. And here they come. Gentlemen, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, men, to the Elgin American Show. And if either of you say the secret word, you'll each win a 16-millimeter Apollo Sound movie projector. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. Mr. Royster? Goin Royster, is that right?
Yes, sir.
What is that Goin? What kind of a name is that?
I believe you'll find that's almost Spanish.
Almost Spanish?
Yes, sir.
What do you mean, almost Spanish? Like Mexican?
It could be close to it, yes, sir.
And Royster is what? Something like a hen? Huh?
French, I believe.
French Royster, huh? That's a Santa Clara, isn't it? Mr. Royster, enough of this unfunny stuff about your name. You're a truck driver, eh? What do you drive?
I drive a truck.
Ask a silly question, you get a silly answer. What kind of a truck, Mr. Royster?
Semi-truck.
A semi-truck?
Yes, sir.
What is a semi-truck?
That's a...
Half semi and half truck?
That's a combination of body and a tractor.
Well, I've been a tractor to many bodies, am I? And how big is your truck?
Well, my truck has 18 wheels, 5 axles. It's 52 feet long, 12 and a half feet high, has 35 foot of load space, carries 20 ton of cargo.
Diesel?
Yes, sir. Diesel.
Think up the road good, then. Now, Seaman Swede, is he your name? Swede. Sweetie, eh? Sweetie, eh? That's it. You can come ashore now. What company do you work for, Glenn?
Well, I work for various companies. Like in the Merchant Marines now, you can take one ship for one company, and when you come in, you get off it, and you can change to another company. I couldn't name any specific company.
And what kind of ships do you usually work on?
Well, I usually work on tankers, carrying gas and oil, different kinds of fuel.
Pretty dangerous, isn't it?
Well, I haven't found it dangerous.
Allowed to smoke on it?
You can smoke after the stack.
After the stack, what do you mean? You mean you play poker on this thing?
Well, we play a lot of poker.
Oh. My Uncle Julius is very nautical. He's been working on the schooner for about 3 weeks now. Seaman, are you married?
No, I'm not married.
Does your ship have a mate?
Yes, 2 or 3 mates.
Do you have any girlfriends?
Yes, I have a couple of girlfriends.
Truck driver, how many girlfriends do you have?
Only the one I'm married to.
Truck driver has 1, the sailor has 2. Paul Revere was right. 1 by land and 2 by sea. Now tell me, Porthole, why aren't you married?
Well, I've just never been in port long enough to really get serious about any girl. I mean, I'm always shipping out all the time.
And do you have a girl in every port?
No.
Do you have some port in every girl?
Well,
No?
No.
Why not? I thought all sailors had girls in every port.
Well, I haven't been in every port.
Trimming my sails, eh, you sly old sea dog? Well, it's nice to have you men here tonight, and for each of you, we have Elgin American silver finish cigarette case. How do you like them, gents?
Thank you.
You like them?
That's really nice.
No, I'm glad to. You get them back. Now, truck driver, let's be landlubbers for a moment. Just what do you do on your job?
Drive a truck.
Must be a pretty long trip, huh? I mean, what do you do specifically?
Oh, I come down to the yard where we are located. Come out and see this truck's all set up. I check it all over, see that everything on it's all right.
How many wheels did you say?
Well, it has 18 wheels.
You have to check every one of those?
Yes,
wheels?
sir. See that
Put air in them?
To see that there is air in every one of them. Then I get in this truck and jam a few gears and go about 50 miles. get out and check it all over again.
Well, this time there's a long stream of cars in back of you.
No doubt.
You check it every 50 miles?
Yes, sir. I check it every 50 miles until I complete my trip.
And is it true that where the truck drivers stop for lunch is always the best place to eat? Or is that just a legend?
I believe you'll find that's a legend.
Legend. But you get poisoned just the same as the pleasure cars? Huh?
That's true.
Yeah. What's the longest haul you ever made?
Oh, some 400 or 500 miles.
What kind of a load were you carrying?
Dynamite.
You were carrying dynamite?
Yes, sir.
My Uncle Julius carried a load once for 3 weeks. And he saw the snake pit, and he wasn't even in the theater. What are you doing with this dynamite? You getting ready to blow up Zeros?
Oh, that's an international secret.
Huh?
That's an international secret.
It's an international secret, this dynamite?
Yes, sir.
You can tell me. I won't tell me that. You weren't going to blow your top or anything. Now, Seaweed, just what are your duties? Well, what are your duties as a seaman?
Pitch ships, stand lookout.
You paint the ship?
I help the pitch ship, yeah.
Uh-huh.
Well, just kind of a general flunky around the place. I mean, as ordinary seaman, that's my rating.
You're sort of a...
Carry the coffee pot to the mate, keep things nice around the ship.
You ever make a mistake and bring them paint instead of coffee? No. Can't they distinguish between them?
Well, some of them can't.
Well, now, what happens after you paint the ship? Can you start painting it all over again?
That's right. It's about ready for it because they rust very easy.
Mm-hmm.
You no sooner get through, you start on the forecastle head and work aft, and by the time you get aft, the forecastle head is rusty again. And
yes, that forecastle head is always rusty. Well, what do you do in your leisure time aboard the ship?
Play poker. I lay in your bunk and read books.
What do you read?
Just generally take it easy and talk.
What do you read? 20 years before the mast?
Well, I do.
Around the world in 80 days?
Strange enough, I do. I really
20,000 Leagues Under the Sea?
No, well, not that one. No.
That's pretty corny
That's
stuff.
getting a little too far.
Now, why do they refer to a ship as a she?
Well, I'll tell you, the fellows kind of have a story about referring to a ship as a she. They
like the boat, is that?
Well, they refer to it that she needs a lot of paint all the time, like a woman, and always looking for a boy whenever it comes into port. Whenever she comes into port.
Well, I thought it was because the ship shows off to better advantage in the stiff breeze. Do you ever get seasick, Barnacle Bill?
Occasionally I get seasick.
You do, huh? And what's a good cure for seasickness?
Well, I
Santa Fe Chief?
Better at times.
Huh?
I've never
What's a good cure? Is there a good cure? Because I'm going to go overseas.
Well, what I do...
over there, and I don't want to get heave too over that forecastle. Pardon me, just a moment. I'm not a very good sailor in addition to my other deficiencies. Some years ago I went to Hawaii, and the boat was down here at Wilmington, and the boat was crowded. And I got on the boat, and there was a big crowd on the pier there, waving to these people up there and throwing all kinds of confetti and flowers and everything. Now, the boat hadn't pulled up anchor yet, and I was over the other rail throwing up. I don't want you to think I'm any John Paul Jones or anything. Now, I have a very good cure that I recently found for seasickness. Just before the boat sails, drink a quart of milk, two raw eggs, and then quickly jump back on the dock and stay there. Have you found any surefire cure for seasickness?
No, just...
Is it true that even the captains on the ships get sick after many voyages?
I guess it's true.
That is, wouldn't be from the coffee you bring them, eh?
No, that all depends on the port you hit.
Oh. Now, truck driver, what's the most trouble you have with motorists?
Oh, stargazing along the highway.
Smooching?
Generally dogging it. Yes, sir. Smooching, too.
Do you ever pick up hitchhikers?
Well, we're not allowed to.
You notice he doesn't say, what if they have beautiful legs?
Oh, we're not allowed to.
You notice he doesn't say he doesn't pick them up. He just says he's not allowed to, huh? By the way, what do you do, Mr. Reuter?
I drive a truck.
Still stuck in the same gear, eh? You ought to have your oil changed, Mr. Reuter. Now, Seaman, on your ship, do you ever pick up any hitchhikers?
Well, once we was in China, we picked up a hitchhiker. It was
Stowaway, eh?
Well, no, it was one of the boys' girlfriends.
Girlfriend?
Uh-huh. It was a Chinese girl. We picked her up, and he kept her in the forecastle all the time.
You kept her in the forecastle?
Yeah, I mean, he hit her. He didn't let anybody know about it.
What do you mean? He hit her with what, huh?
Hit.
Oh, he hit her, eh?
My pronunciation.
Oh, well, that's my ears. Now, as a merchant seaman, what was your most exciting experience?
Oh, most exciting experience is a heavy storm in the China Sea, where...
And the dawn comes up like thunder, is that true?
Well, I'd like to describe it that way if I could.
Well, I wish you would, huh? Well, if you can do a much better job than I could. Since I'm not Kipling, huh? Although I had him for breakfast.
This is, one night, especially when I realized it was really a storm, I was coming forward with a coffee pot for the mate, and, help him out.
You two must have been very happy together.
We did. And we didn't have any catwalk on the ship.
You didn't have any catwalk?
Oh.
What about this girl down below, huh?
It's a different ship.
Oh, that was a different ship.
Uh-huh.
And?
So I was coming forward with a coffee pot, and just about that time the big wave came over, and I was halfway between midships and aft. And this heavy wave came over and took the coffee pot out of my hand and brushed me right up against the rail. I mean, it left me hanging over the side of the rail. So I was awful scared. Scared to death.
And
I just hung there until the ship righted itself, and I popped up on deck again.
And the coffee?
The coffee was gone. Left.
Well, truck driver, tell me, what was your most exciting experience?
Well, I believe the most exciting experience I've ever had was with a truck.
What is your occupation, Mr. Roy?
I'm a truck driver.
What happened?
I was driving this truck, and the exhaust pipe came loose from the manifold, swung around and burned the brake hose in two, which I wasn't aware of, and I had this big, heavy load of steel traveling along the road and came to a hill and started to make an application for slow down, and the truck wouldn't slow down.
Did you write out this application?
The tractor began to gain speed.
And
about that time, I began to get worse scared. And it was very fortunate there was no automobiles or anything in the road. I was able to guide the truck on down the hill and bring it to a safe landing.
And what became of the coffee?
I left it on the hill.
Now, Admiral Nimitz, what are some of the ports? What are some of the ports you visited?
Oh, Shanghai, Saipan, Honolulu, Aden.
Have you been all over the world?
I've been 2 times around the world.
No, it's pretty good. Is it true the world is round?
Well, I believe that's right.
Well, if it wasn't for the United States, the world would be flat today, you know. Well, you make a very moving couple. Now, let's see how you can work together for $1,000. You're the last couple to play the Elgin American game. You beat the other 2 couples, and you get the $1,000 question. I can't tell you how much they won, but George is off stage to remind our listeners. Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. What question category did you select? Nicknames of state?
Nicknames of state.
That's right. All right. Here's your first question. You've got $20. How much are you going to go for?
$10.
10? All right. What state is known as the Lone Star State?
Texas.
Texas is right.
Also, this sharp, I have $30.
Remember the big prize, $1,000 tonight. How much of your $30 you going to go for?
20.
20?
20.
All right. What state is known as the Hoosier State?
New York.
All right. All right, we'll give you an alternative question. All right. This is your second question. What state is known as the Beaver State?
Utah.
No, I'm sorry. Is that the you two have decided on? One state between. Take a good one now. Take a stab.
I can't.
All right. Well, I'm sorry. The answer is Oregon.
They now have $10.
You now have $10, and here's your third question. How much of the 10 are you going to go for?
10, I guess.
All right, here we go. What state is known as the Show Me State?
Missouri.
Missouri is correct.
They now have $15.
You now have how much? They now have $20. They had 10?
They bet 5.
No, they bet 10. They bet 10.
That's right.
Yes, they bet 10.
All right.
What a thief that Fenneman is.
Gonna make a subway. They now have $20.
They now have $20. You can't get away with that stuff with me, George. One week he did that and pocketed $5. Now, here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the $20 you going to bet this time?
Bet it all.
Bet it all. What state is known as the Sunflower State?
Kansas.
Kansas is correct.
They wind up with $40. That means the housewife and the gym instructor with $175 get the chance of a $1,000 question.
In just 30 seconds, I'll ask the $1,000 question.
There's big news tonight. Elgin American announces an exciting new companion series of compacts and cigarette cases named American Beauty at just $2.95, $3.95, and $4.95. You never saw such quality, such designing for so little money. Only Elgin American's tremendous facilities could make them possible. See these new American Beauty compacts and cigarette cases at your favorite store tomorrow. It's a name to look for. American Beauty by Elgin American. And here's the winning couple, the housewife and the gym instructor.
Well, back again to try for $1,000 of Elgin American's dollars, eh? Good luck. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you, so talk it over thoroughly, and please, no help from the audience. Here it is for $1,000 in cash. On a memorable day in 1876, somebody said, "Mr. Watson, come here, I want you." Who said those immortal words? That's now what is the answer you two have decided upon?
Dale, Graham Dale.
Alexander Graham Bell is right. That's right. Congratulations. You win $1,000. You had the right answer. What are you going to do with the money?
I'm going to have to get drunk.
Well, here it is. Get down.
Tonight, and I'll don my shamrock.
All right, and get him drunk, too. And you can take me along with you.
Okay, we'll don your shamrock, too.
Fine. Well, here it is for $1,000 from Elgin American Compacts. You certainly cleaned up tonight. Not only did you win the $1,000, but you each won a 16-millimeter sound movie projector, plus $175 you earned in the quiz. Congratulations, and thanks to both of you.
Thank you.
The Elgin American Show, You Bet Your Life, is a John Goodell production, transcribed from Hollywood, directed by Bob Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Stanley Myers. Remember, next week's big question pays $1,000. Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this time for You Bet Your Life, starring Groucho Marx, presented by the creators of America's most beautiful compacts, smartest cigarette cases, and finest dresser sets, Elgin American.
Good night, folks. Have you looked at your compact lately?
Well, this concludes yet another stream. I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope to see you back tomorrow at 8 p.m. on nightly old time radio shows. This is Matt from the past, signing off.